Chapter 640. In a nameless valley in the distance outside the endless celestial capital, at this moment, a black-robed man stood at the entrance of the valley. His eyes were black as if he was wearing smoky makeup. However, his eyes were extremely cold. The Taoist-robed man was rather thin and gave off traces of black aura. Buzz, 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 buzz. The black aura circled the black-robed man like a swarm of mosquitoes. It has been 1,000 years. This Taoist is back. Old thing, you actually abandoned yourself and even the Chaos Essence Pearl? The black-robed man snorted coldly. The Chaos Essence Pearl, the 16th of the 16 ancient Dharma treasures? Although it is 16th in my eyes, it is the first. Back then you were not willing to spit it out. Now who did you give it to? The black-robed man snorted coldly. Buzz. The black aura around the Taoist-robed man suddenly swelled and rushed into the valley. It turned into countless mosquitoes and instantly filled every corner of the valley. Whoosh. The mosquitoes swept the entire valley for a while before suddenly charging at the Taoist-robed man and entering his body. However, some of the mosquitoes pulled out some green powder from the ground and piled it on the Taoist-robed man's hand. Poison powder? The Taoist-robed man's face sank. He placed the poison powder at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Jianghu snake poison? This level of poison. Was this the poison of the Black Tortoise supremacy? Prime Fengyu's poison? No, Fengyu is already dead. There is still the aura of a spirit-assimilated cultivator in here? A bat demon? No, it should be a vampire. The Taoist-robed man's pupils constricted. It should be a vampire who was poisoned by Prime Shuangwu's poison and fell here. That old thing saved him? That old thing extracted the poison? Old thing, you didn't entrust the Chaos Essence Pearl to that vampire, right? The Taoist-robed man's expression turned sullen. This Taoist will find out. The Taoist-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared. Endless celestial capital. Long Wanqing was resurrected, and Gu Hai appointed Long Wanqing as the Empress of Dahan. The two of them decided to spend the rest of their lives together. After experiencing the separation of life and death, the two of them cherished the time they had now. For 10 consecutive days, Gu Hai did not attend court. In the harem, in a pavilion, two people snuggled together, basking in the sun, lazily squinting their eyes. Husband. Long Wanqing said gently. Gu Hai gently stroked Long Wanqing's hair. Wanqing, I've let you suffer all these years. Long Wanqing looked up at Gu Hai and smiled gently. Are you used to this body of yours? Gu Hai asked. Nether River physique? I could feel the monstrous power in my body. But now, I don't know how to make use of it, so I wouldn't have hurt you that day. Long Wanqing said worriedly. The power is too great and you can't grasp it? That's fine, but hurt me? Not to that extent, haven't I recovered? Next, you just have to get used to it. Try to release as little power as possible and control it carefully. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, but I found that these days, seems to have made the fusion of my divine soul and body more perfect. Long Wanqing's cheeks were a little red. Oh, dual cultivation? Dual cultivation helps in the fusion of the body? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. Long Wanqing buried her head in Gu Hai's arms. Ha, that's a good thing. I'll help you fuse more. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're so annoying. Long Wanqing bashfully slapped Gu Hai's chest. Boom. Puff. With a slap, Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. It's my fault. The power of the body of sticks is too great. I thought it was very light. Long Wanqing immediately checked the wound on Gu Hai's chest anxiously. She reached out and pulled, and Gu Hai's clothes were torn. Gu Hai's chest seemed to have caved in. Cough cough, it's okay. This is my physical body that was tempered by external cultivation. But it's okay. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Gu Hai said with a smile with blood in his mouth. Long Wanqing was very nervous. She gently wiped the blood from Gu Hai's mouth. I won't touch you or else. Long Wanqing was anxious. It's okay. I'll take the initiative. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing gently. Long Wanqing's face turned red again. She leaned on Gu Hai's chest gently and did not dare to move. Long Wanqing's gentle slap just now broke a few of Gu Hai's ribs. However, with the power of the Life Ender Saber, he recovered in an instant. My husband, your cultivation method is really strange. One nascent soul stage for one woman? That means you've had a few women all these years. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Her eyes flashed with an interrogative look. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. He did not hide anything and told Long Wanqing everything that had happened over the years. Sister Qin Xian Lin Wan Bingheim and Taishang? Long Wanqing frowned. Discomfort flashed in her eyes. However, Long Wanqing's expression soon relaxed. Without them, you and I can only meet in the netherworld? No, when I enter the Azura realm, we might not be able to meet until we turn into ashes. I have to thank them. Long Wanqing's expression became much clearer. Gu Hai did not say much. He gently stroked Long Wanqing's hair. My husband, after these days of dual cultivation, has your yuanying state reached perfection? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes slightly and focused on his liver. At this moment, a nascent soul of Gu Hai was sitting cross-legged in the wood deity palace. On his back was the Qing Emperor's treasure, the Vine World Gourd. He opened his eyes gently. You have the wood tripod body. My wood deity palace has naturally reached the 5th level and is already at perfection. 6th nascent soul stage? Yes, the 5 elements nascent souls and the Dantian nascent soul are all at perfection. In the yuanying state, I'm at perfection. Gu Hai said solemnly. Doesn't that mean you can open the heavenly palace? What are you waiting for? Open the heavenly palace. I'll protect you. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. The Dantian and the 5 elements deity palace where the nascent soul is located are collectively known as the Earth Palace. The Earth Palace houses the soul, and the Heavenly Palace houses the soul. I understand the principle of using the soul to open the Heavenly Palace of the soul. I have the ability to do so, but I keep feeling that something is missing. So there's no rush. The lower Heavenly Palace is the place where the human soul resides. When the human soul opens, it will allow you to sense the heavens and earth and become stronger. Long Wanqing said with a frown. No, I've always thought that a solid foundation is more important than anything else. When I was in the acquired realm, I could kill those in the innate realm. Now that I'm in the yuanying state, I can kill the lower heavenly palace like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Gu Hai said solemnly. Okay, your nascent soul is purer than ordinary people. Long Wanqing nodded. So don't worry. This time I obtained the Vine World Gourd, which gave my wood deity an endless supply of energy, Gu Hai said with a smile. The Vine World Gourd? Wasn't it broken? What? Long Wanqing said blankly. It was broken, but I fixed it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded strangely. Long Wanyu will be here in a month. You sisters can meet again. Gu Hai said with a smile. No, you told me so much before. Long Wanyu seems to be very obedient to you. I know Wanyu's character best. Even I can't hold her back. She actually listens to you. Is there something you haven't told me? Long Wanqing suddenly asked. Really? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll ask Wanyu myself. Long Wanqing pretended to be angry. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. By the way, how do you plan to deal with the unborn man? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing furrowed her brows and fell silent. The unborn man? The father Long Wanqing had always been looking forward to, but it was him who killed her. Because of him, her mother was implicated. Although the unborn man ran around after her death, the knot in Long Wanqing's heart could not be untied. Okay, don't think about it. We'll talk about the future later. Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Husband, you should go to the morning court. You can accompany me in the afternoon or at night. Long Wanqing said gently. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at Long Wanqing. He was slightly moved. Okay. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a black jade imperial crown on his head. He sat on the dragon throne and looked at the 2 rows of officials standing respectfully in the hall. At this moment, the officials who had returned from 3 years of seclusion quickly returned to their posts. Most of the matters that they had not dealt with in the past 3 years had been dealt with in just 10 days. They stood in the imperial court and looked at Gu Hai with worship in their eyes. Your Majesty, the army of 600,000 has been reorganized and is waiting for your Majesty to deal with it. Gao Xinji respectfully handed over a memorial to the emperor. Back then, Gao Xinji prepared close to 1 million soldiers to accompany Gu Hai into the Azura realm. Later on, Gu Hai removed many of them. Other than the group of black-robed men, the embroidered uniform guards, and a group of officials, there were more than 600,000 ordinary loyal soldiers. Now that they had returned, every one of them had unlimited potential. Gao Xinji's eyes flashed with expectation. She hoped that she could lead this army. Gu Hai looked carefully and took a deep breath. Gao Xinji, of your former subordinates, 100,000 are generals? Yes. These 100,000 generals will continue to be under your command. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. What about the other 500,000 soldiers? Gao Xinji asked out of curiosity. I plan to reorganize these 500,000 soldiers into a new army called the Deity Demon Army. The second army commander, Qin Tianshan, will be in charge of it, Gu Hai said. Ah. Gao Xinji's expression changed. Qin Tianshan's expression also changed. Clearly, he had not expected the emperor to hand such a large army to him. Qin Tianshan was much weaker than Gao Xinji when it came to leading soldiers into battle. His intelligence and strategy were also much weaker than Mo Yikes. Why did the emperor hand such a large army to him? Qin Tianshan, don't let me down, Gu Hai said seriously. Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. This official will definitely lead this 500,000-strong deity demon army well. I will not let your majesty down. Qin Tianshan immediately shouted. Congratulations, Lord Qin. Gao Xinji congratulated. However, regret appeared in her eyes. That 500,000-strong deity demon army was an incredibly strong existence. Opening the Heavenly Palace? Soon, everyone would be able to open the Heavenly Palace. This was an unrivaled army. The deity demon army was arranged. Gu Qin stepped forward and said, reporting to your majesty, 5 days ago, everyone in Qinglu City Lord's residence died from blood loss, including the acting city lord. Died from blood loss? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be a vampire? An official in the hall exclaimed in shock. Chapter 641. Could it be a vampire? Some of the officials in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Talk talk talk. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne as he narrowed his eyes. Vampires? Impossible. Chang Ming had already recruited almost all the vampires. How could there be a vampire who dared to cause trouble in the Han Dynasty? While the officials in the imperial court were discussing, buzz 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 buzz. Buzzing sounds suddenly came from outside the limitless celestial capital. The noise was so loud that it instantly silenced the officials in the imperial court. What's going on? Gu Qin's face darkened. Buzz. At this moment, the great formation outside the limitless celestial capital automatically closed. Countless people immediately revealed looks of horror. Mosquitoes. So many mosquitoes. The civilians looked around them in shock. What they saw was an overwhelming number of mosquitoes whizzing toward the limitless celestial capital. Some civilians who were outside retreated in fear. There were also countless spies who were monitoring the limitless celestial capital, but they couldn't enter and were instantly drowned by the mosquitoes. Ah, help! Buzz. In the blink of an eye, some of the fleeing spies were drained of blood and fell to the ground limply with only a layer of skin left. Hiss. Cloud Beast Zhang Sanfeng's eyes widened in horror. In the imperial palace, Long Wanqing was holding 2 eggs in each hand. The eggs were spinning and rubbing in her palms. Long Wanqing carefully controlled her strength so that the eggs wouldn't break. She was familiar with the strength of her body. Suddenly, a series of buzzing sounds rang out. Pop. Irritated, Long Wanqing lost control of the power in her hands. Immediately, all 4 eggs exploded. What's going on? Long Wanqing's face darkened. She looked up at the sky, only to see countless mosquitoes suddenly appear and surround the entire limitless celestial capital. However, there was a barrier blocking the mosquitoes. Longevity Temple. At a huge palace complex. The unborn man was also attracted by the sound. He looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Mosquito Dauren? Stepping forward, the unborn man rushed toward soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Gu Hai? Come out. A loud shout came from the sea of mosquitoes outside. Everyone looked over and saw that in the center of the rolling black mosquitoes, in the densest area, there was a black shadow. Although the black shadow did not reveal its figure, it was cold, causing everyone who saw it to tremble in their hearts. At the entrance of the soaring palace, Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall, followed by a group of officials. Together with Gu Hai, they slowly walked to the plaza of the soaring palace hall. The unborn man also hurried over. Buzz. Suddenly, outside the barrier, a thin man in a black robe emerged from the center of the group of mosquitoes. The man's eyes were cold as he instantly stared at Gu Hai, who was wearing a dragon robe. You are Gu Hai? The man in the black robe said coldly. This demon is called Mosquito Dauren. I don't know where it came from, but 1,000 years ago, it was a tyrant in the southern region. It even went to Wanshou Taoism to provoke the Tongtian sect master and devoured a disciple of the Tongtian sect master. After that, it was hunted down by the Tongtian sect master and fled to the western sacred mountain. It was originally subdued by the present Buddha, but it refused to be disciplined. While the present Buddha was unprepared, it devoured 3 grades of the present Buddha's 12th grade golden lotus, turning it into a 9th grade golden lotus. It was hunted down by the present Buddha and fled to Dongfang. After that, it disappeared for 1,000 years. Mosquito Daoren? Gu Hai's eyes focused. To be able to survive until now despite being hunted down by the Tongtian sect master and the present Buddha, it was obvious that this mosquito was extraordinary. Why was it besieging the infinite celestial capital now? Mosquito Daoren? Why did you barge into my infinite celestial capital? Also, was it you who did that to Qinglu City Lord's mansion? Gu Hai asked with a cold expression. Mosquito Daoren narrowed its eyes and looked at Gu Hai carefully. These days, this Taoist has been investigating everywhere, so I have some understanding of you. Gu Hai, you've got guts. Don't think that this Taoist is afraid of you just because you have the Longjangua backing you. Humph, there's no one in this world that I'm afraid of. Running when you can't win? That's a good move indeed. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, why do you still want to fight when you can't win? However, it's more than enough to deal with your infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai, I'm here today to ask you for someone. Hand over Changming. Mosquito Daoren said with a glare. Changming? Gu Hai's brows raised. But he did not expect that this Mosquito Daoren came for Changming. Humph, this Taoist has already investigated clearly. The vampire finally submitted to Changming, while Changming submitted to you in the past. Where is he? Leave it to me. Otherwise, I'll make your infinite celestial capital become a dead city. Mosquito Daoren said with a glare. You dare? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Do I dare or not? Won't you know if you look? Guarding the barrier? There's no barrier in this world that my Mosquito Sea can't break. Mosquito Daoren said coldly. While talking he reached out and waved. Boom. Rolling black patterns instantly pounced onto the infinite celestial capital's barrier. Reaching out with a straw, they rapidly absorbed the barrier's energy. Whoosh. In an instant the mosquitoes on the barrier rapidly grew in size. After absorbing the rolling energy, they rushed toward Mosquito Daoren in the blink of an eye. They rushed into Mosquito Daoren's body, as though they were imbuing the absorbed energy into Mosquito Daoren. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Swarm after swarm of black mosquitoes absorbed the barrier's energy. The barrier was visibly thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the suction of the black mosquitoes, it trembled as though it was about to break open at any time. Your Majesty, what should we do? Those people outside have been sucked until only a layer of skin is left. Countless people revealed frightened expressions. Gu Hai snorted coldly. He waved his hand toward the sky and a beam of red light shot out. Boom. Once the red light appeared, it suddenly turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the area outside the barrier. All the black mosquitoes that approached were instantly incinerated with sizzling sounds. The true Samadhi fire? Mosquito Daoren narrowed his eyes. The true Samadhi fire. Gu Hai said calmly. Mosquito Daoren's eyes suddenly became uncertain. What's your relationship with Wansho Taoism? Mosquito Daoren, you dare to barge into my imperial capital without investigating my situation? Gu Hai said coldly. So what if it's the true Samadhi fire? It's not like I haven't dealt with the 8 trigrams furnace when I was in Wansho Taoism. Mosquito Daoren glared. Boom. Mosquito Daoren waved his sleeves. Suddenly, countless blood-red mosquitoes appeared on the surface of his body. Once the blood-red mosquitoes appeared, they immediately rushed toward the true Samadhi fire. They were about to be buried in the sea of fire. Suddenly, the blood-red mosquitoes quickly extended their straws and sucked at the true Samadhi fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the outside world, the true Samadhi fire was visibly being sucked into the blood-red mosquitoes. When the blood-red mosquitoes absorbed the true Samadhi fire, they immediately emitted a dazzling light. After absorbing the true Samadhi fire, they rushed toward Mosquito Daoren and passed the absorbed fire to Mosquito Daoren. They can even absorb the true Samadhi fire? Guqin's expression darkened. Aha, true Samadhi fire? I can even absorb the true sun fire. Mosquito Daoren said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai, don't listen to him. He needs a long time to digest the pure energy he absorbs. In Wansho Taoism, he did indeed absorb the true Samadhi fire from the 8 trigrams furnace. However, after absorbing a certain amount, he couldn't bear it anymore, the unborn man shouted. Who are you? How do you know about Wansho Taoism? Gu Hai, you really are related to Wansho Taoism. So what if you know? Do you have an endless supply of true samadhi fire? Unless the 8 trigrams furnace is in your hands, your little bit of true samadhi fire is not enough. Mosquito Daoran said with a gloomy expression. Is that so? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He was about to release more true samadhi fire. Suddenly, a black river rushed out from behind Gu Hai. The sticks. The unborn man was slightly startled. As soon as the black river behind Gu Hai appeared, it suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The black river rushed toward the sky and rushed out of the barrier. It covered the sky and earth, forming a super black sea. As soon as the sea appeared, countless blood mosquitoes were immediately submerged and melted. The black sea rushed toward Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran seemed to feel an incomparably huge pressure from the black sea. His heart suddenly palpitated. What is this? Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. Try it and you'll know. Gu Hai sneered. Boom. A huge wave rushed toward Mosquito Daoran in an instant. Whoosh. Mosquito Daoran did not dare to touch it. He instantly shot into the distance. Gu Hai, I'll be back. This time I didn't investigate clearly. Next time I'll show you what's what. Mosquito Daoran's fierce words came from the distant horizon. In a flash, Mosquito Daoran disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai was slightly startled. Was this Mosquito Daoran? He ran away before the fight even started? Mosquito Daoran is a very treacherous villain. Moreover, he's a very strong villain. Usually he only likes to play tricks on others and rarely faces his enemies head-on. Today he confronted you head-on because he thought that the infinite celestial capital was too weak. He ran when he couldn't win. This is his instinct. The Tong Tian sect master and now even the Buddha can't do anything to him. The unborn man explained. Rumble. The rolling black water instantly shrank and flew back. In the blink of an eye, it flew behind Gu Hai and disappeared into thin air. Very few people knew that it was Long Wanqing who did it. Most people thought that it was Gu Hai who scared Mosquito Daoran away in an instant. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The cheers of countless officials and commoners immediately rang out from the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes as he watched Mosquito Daoran disappear into the horizon. You have to be careful. This Mosquito Daoran is the ancestor of mosquito demons. Mosquitoes are extremely cunning and never face people head-on. Only when you let your guard down will he appear and kill you. Moreover, he's an expert in Heavenly Palace. 1,000 years ago he wreaked havoc in the world, but he's still safe and sound. The unborn man frowned. I saw that. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Daoran was indeed troublesome. He couldn't hand over Changming, so he had to be more careful in the future. Chapter 642. 10 days after Mosquito Daoran left, Long Wanyu and her group arrived at the boundless celestial capital. Sister. Long Wanyu immediately pounced on Long Wanqing. Bam. Long Wanqing hugged Long Wanyu with tears in her eyes and a happy smile blossomed on her face. Not far away, the unborn man quietly stood in a corner, but he did not go forward to greet them. Everything was fine as long as his 2 daughters were safe and sound. What could be more important than that? In front of Gu Hai stood Sima Changkong Ao Shun, Long Outyin and Long Sanqian. Greetings, Hall Master. Sima Changkong and Ao Shun bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Greetings, Hall Master Gu. Long Sanqian also bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Long Outyin still had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai did not care about Long Outyin's attitude. Instead he smiled and said, Everyone, you have come from afar. Rest for a few days first. After a few days we will set off. Yes. Sima Changkong Ao Shun and Long Sanqian nodded thoughtfully. Set off? Where are we going? Long Outyin was slightly stunned. The 4 of them naturally did not know about the conversation between Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua. They were only assigned under Gu Hai and did not know why. Sima Changkong Ao Shun and Long Sanqian tactfully did not ask further. However, Long Outyin did not. Gu Hai smiled slightly and did not explain. Everyone this way please, Gu Qin said with a smile. Long Outyin snorted coldly, seemingly very uncomfortable. The Crown Prince of Gu Qin has improved so much in just a few days. Long Sanqian squinted his eyes and exclaimed. Sima Changkong and Ao Shun finally paid attention to Gu Qin. Gu Qin was one of Guanxi's 9 sons, and the news was not kept a secret. The Long Sanqian was also one of Guanxi's 9 sons, so he naturally paid close attention to it. The last time he saw Guqin he was still at the innate realm, and now he was already in the Yuanying state? Furthermore, the aura of the Yuanying state was at its peak? Breakthrough at any time? Guqin smiled and did not explain. Please. Everyone nodded. Only then did he follow Guqin to rest. Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu naturally had a lot of things to talk about. The two women quickly went to the harem to chat. Guhai, did you find these people from Deqian to go out? The unborn man asked curiously. Guhai nodded. I promised Long Zhanghua that I will go to the Dian dynasty. Oh. The unborn man squinted his eyes. I will depart in a few days. This trip to the Dian dynasty might not be very peaceful, so I found a few people to help me, Guhai said in a low voice. Represent Deqian to the Dian dynasty? Guhai, you must be careful. This Dian dynasty's Jiang Lianshan is a powerful figure. The unborn man said in a low voice. Oh, Dian, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan? How much do you know? Guhai asked in confusion. There are 3 great celestial dynasties in the world today: the Deqian celestial dynasty, the Dian dynasty, and the Great Yellow dynasty. You know about them, right? Yes. Guhai nodded. Do you know about the relationship between the Yan dynasty and the Yellow dynasty? The unborn man asked. I have heard a little, but it is not comprehensive, Guhai said in a low voice. In the Dian dynasty, Jiang Lianshan had 5 great emperors as his subordinates. They were the Qing Emperor, the Black Emperor, the White Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Red Emperor. The 5 great emperors fought for him, and the Yellow Emperor, when Jiang Lianshan was away from the court to renew his life, he used the name of fighting against the Nine Li dynasty in the south to establish his own faction and establish the Great Yellow dynasty. The unborn man explained. The Great Yellow dynasty matriarch Jianghu? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Matriarch Jianghu destroyed the Nine Li dynasty and obtained boundless luck, which led to the establishment of the Great Yellow dynasty. When Jiang Lianshan returned, everything was set in stone. At that time, many of the Dian subordinates wanted to suppress Jiang Lianshan, but they were stopped by Jiang Lianshan. Until today. The unborn man explained. Yan Huang? That sounds familiar. Was the ruler of the Nine Li dynasty called Qiyu? Guhai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Oh, that's right, he was called Qiyu. The Nine Li dynasty was incomparably powerful back then. It could be said that it was the strongest imperial dynasty in the world. One imperial dynasty was equivalent to 9 day one imperial dynasties. The Yellow Emperor fought with great difficulty, but he won in the end. Oh right, Jiang Yan and Ho Qing both participated in that shocking battle. At that time, Jiang Yan was the princess of the Dian dynasty, and Ho Qing was invited by Qiyu from the netherworld. They fought countless battles. And in the end, Jiang Yan discovered the Yellow Emperor's ambition and turned into a zombie. Ho Qing also cursed himself and turned into a zombie, becoming the ancestor of Ho Qing. The unborn man explained. Jiang Lianshan? Guhai's eyes turned heavy. How could those who could gather the heavenly empire be ordinary? Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Jianghu were not ordinary people. And this Jiang Lianshan was the most exaggerated. A subject could become the ruler of the heavenly empire, so how could he be an ordinary person? Dongfang Shou of the Dian dynasty is your enemy. I'll go with you. The unborn man said. Guhai shook his head. You don't have to go. Stay here. I'm going to let Wanqing oversee the limitless celestial capital to suppress the evildoers. Wanyu will naturally accompany Wanqing. The sisters have reunited and need to talk properly. I'm not worried about ordinary people, but now I've provoked a great enemy, Ho Qing. Guhai said. Back in the netherworld, before Guhai left, he still remembered Ho Qing's hateful gaze towards him. Unlike the Qing Emperor only targeted him. Wherever he went, his hatred would follow. Ho Qing definitely didn't know much about the Yang realm. If he came to the Yang realm, he would definitely find the limitless celestial capital first. At that time, he would definitely be the first to destroy the limitless celestial capital and compete with the Long Wanqing. Ho Qing? The unborn man said. That's right. Wanqing now controls boundless power, but she still can't control it completely. Although you're not Ho Qing's opponent, you're still very experienced. If you help Wanqing control it, even if you can't win, you can protect them. Guhai said. The unborn man looked at Guhai and smiled bitterly. You're more concerned about them than me. Guhai looked at the unborn man. You don't have to worry too much. People's hearts are made of flesh. One day they'll recognize you. I hope so. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Oh right, this jade talisman is for you. I hope it can help you when you face Dongfang Shou. The unborn man took out a black jade talisman. Gu Hai took it and nodded. You have to be careful of the Qing Emperor. Although that Qing Emperor wasn't a match for the Long Jianghu not long ago, his true strength is extremely strong. He belongs to the late stage of Heavenly Palace. Ao Shun and the others are definitely not a match for the Qing Emperor. The unborn man said solemnly. Qing Emperor? I'll be careful. A cold light flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. 5 days later. Gu Hai handed over the matters of the imperial court. Then he led Sima Changkong, Ao Shun, Long Sanqian, Long Outyin, Gaochen, Mu Qinfeng, and the other elite hall disciples onto the flying ship. Husband, you have to be careful when you go. Long Wanqing told Gu Hai gently. Don't worry. When have I ever had an accident? Gu Hai said with a smile. Also, when you go to the Dian dynasty this time, you will definitely pass by Solar Divine Palace. If possible, bring Bingheim back. She has a tough life. I have to thank her. She saved you. Long Wanqing said seriously. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and hugged her tightly. You have to be careful at home. Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai hugging Long Wanqing with envy in her eyes. After letting go of Wanqing, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu with a smile and said, Wanyu, after I leave, accompany your sister. Don't make her angry. I don't need you to tell me that. Long Wanyu pouted. Gu Hai smiled faintly and stepped onto the flying ship. We respectfully send you off, Your Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Go. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh. The elite hall disciples controlled the flying ship and quickly flew into the distance. Soon, the flying ship disappeared into the horizon. When the scouts of the various factions saw Gu Hai's flying ship leaving, they immediately left to report to their superiors. In a valley far away from the limitless celestial capital, Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. Leave the limitless celestial capital? It's good that you're leaving. You'll have a moment to relax. As long as you relax, I'll kill you. My chaos element bead must be captured to get back. Whoosh. Mosquito Dauren stepped forward and followed Gu Hai's flying ship. On the flying ship. Your Majesty, this is already the fastest speed. Mu Qinfeng said respectfully. In the past, Mu Qinfeng only addressed Gu Hai as Hall Master because Mu Qinfeng's heart was still with the Deqian Celestial Empire. She had always thought of herself as a Deqian person. However, after experiencing the baptism of the Azura realm's secret realm, Mu Qinfeng's heart completely followed Gu Hai. She also changed from addressing him as Hall Master to Your Majesty. The others didn't care about this tone, but Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes as he felt Mu Qinfeng's change. Maximum speed? Then fly at this speed. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Mu Qinfeng nodded. At this speed, when will we reach the Dian dynasty? Isn't this a waste of time? Long Outyin said immediately. The flying ship's maximum speed was the speed of the Celestial Palace. However, if Ao Shun carried it, it would be much faster, just like when they flew from the Celestial Court to the limitless Celestial Capital. At this moment, Long Outyin saw that Gu Hai didn't see eye to eye, so he naturally took the opportunity to nitpick. Mu Qinfeng glared as if he was about to explode. I'm the Hall Master of the first class, you're not, so you have to listen to me, Gu Hai said calmly. Long Outyin glared at him. What's so great about being a Hall Master? If you didn't use underhanded means, how could I, the great Marquis Outyin, come to your first-class hall? If you're so capable, you can disobey orders. Why are you shouting at me? Gu Hai said calmly. You. Long Outyin glared. He looked unconvinced. It's not impossible if you want to go faster. If you're so capable, listen to Gaochen sing 10 songs and I'll ask Ao Shun to carry us. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gaochen immediately showed his white teeth. Long Outyin's face sank. Although he didn't hear it personally, he remembered everything that happened during the Thousand Saints conference. Unpleasant? How unpleasant can it be? I don't believe that. Long Outyin glared. Gu Hai immediately took out a flying ship and asked Gaochen to take Long Outyin there to sing. After half an hour, Long Outyin returned and didn't mention speeding up anymore. The flying ship slowly flew toward the Dian dynasty. Chapter 643. The Deqian dynasty was in the north of the Divine Continent. The Dian dynasty was in the Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Gu Hai was now flying from the north of the Divine Continent to Dongfang. Along the way he had to pass by many sects and dynasties. Of course, the strongest was Solar Divine Palace in the northeast of the Divine Continent. This flight lasted for 2 months. On this day, Gu Hai and Long Sanqian were playing Go on the flying ship. Mr. Good, you are very good at Go. Long Sanchen praised. Little Lord, you are also very good at Go. However, you are always holding back. Are you looking down on my Go skills? Gu Hai said with a smile. How can that be? Long Sanchen raised his eyebrows. No more. Since Little Lord does not want to go all out, there is no point in continuing. Gu Hai shook his head and let go of the Go board. Long Sanchen smiled bitterly but did not continue arguing. Gu Hai stood up and looked into the distance. Although they were on a flying ship, the 2-month flight was extremely fast. In these 2 months they had crossed 2 imperial dynasties and 1 mid-level sect. However, when they arrived they saw more fiends. Every day they saw groups of fiend beasts. We have entered Solar Divine Palace's territory. Hall Master, should we be careful? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Long Sanchen laughed. Long Outyin sneered, what do we need to be careful of? We are the Deqian dynasty's envoy group, people from Solar Divine Palace. Do you think you can keep us here? We are fine. However, Outyin Lord, you should be careful. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah, what a joke. What should I be careful of? I did not offend Solar Divine Palace. It seems that you have a grudge with the great Myojin, right? Also, you have a grudge with the Taichu dynasty, right? You killed many angels. You're the one who should be careful. Long Outyin said with disdain. That's right, I have a grudge against the great Myojin, but I didn't kill any of his relatives or friends. I have a grudge against the Taichu branch, but I only killed a few Tongtian envoys. But you are different. It was your father who stopped Taichu, and your uncle killed Taichu's son. In other words, Yihua died because of your father. What if Taichu found out about your whereabouts? Perhaps. Gu Hai smiled. Long Outyin's expression froze. I almost forgot. Everyone, for the sake of safety, why don't we cover up a little? To avoid accidents. Gu Hai said lightly. Long Outyin snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Very soon Long Outyin put on a black robe. Ao Shun, Long Sanchen, Sima Changkong and even Gu Hai wore black robes. The flying boat continued to fly. At the peak of a mountain in the distance, Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes. We're in Solar God Shrine's territory? That's right, according to past investigations, Gu Hai seems to have a grudge against the great Myojin and the Taichu branch? Very well, we'll let that peacock and Taichu deal with him first. Mosquito Daoran snorted coldly. There was a huge floating city above the sea of clouds. White fog surrounded the floating city, and countless white buildings stood tall. Countless angels and seagulls flew around the floating city. It was a holy and peaceful place. There was a huge stone tablet in the center of the floating city with the words Heavenly City written on it. Countless holy white lights shone from the center of the heavenly city. The gentle white light came from a huge pool, and the pool water was milky white. There were angels standing all around, watching the bubbling water in the pool. He's out, he's out. Second young master, the second young master has revived in the resurrection pool. An angel exclaimed. A figure floated out of the pool. It was Yihua who was killed by Long Shenwen at the Sage Assembly. But now Yihua was no longer a 6-winged angel. He only had a pair of wings on his back. Welcome back, second young master. Countless angels bowed respectfully. Yihua seemed to be in a daze. After a while he remembered everything. Resurrection pool? I'm alive? I'm alive again. Yihua clenched his fists. A white-robed man stood at the entrance of the resurrection pool. He looked like Yihua but more mature. The surrounding angels were very respectful to him. Seeing Yihua come back to life, the white-robed man sighed softly. Yihua, remember this. The resurrection pool is not omnipotent. Every angel only has one chance to revive. The white-robed man said in a low voice. Big brother, my cultivation has been crippled. You have to avenge me. Yihua immediately rushed over. I know what happened to you in the Deqian Celestial Empire. Now, the Deqian Celestial Empire is at its peak. Father told us not to act rashly. The 3 Deqian crown princes are too secretive. You won't be able to avenge yourself for now. Eldest young master shook his head. Besides the Deqian, there's also that Gu Hai. Brother, that Gu Hai has humiliated me many times and... Yihua said anxiously. Alright, you've just been revived. Don't think about revenge. Think of a way to recover your cultivation first. Eldest young master said lightly. Yes. Yihua nodded. But it's strange. None of the angels killed by Gu Hai can be revived. Eldest young master was puzzled. That's why we have to avenge him. During the Thousand Saints Conference, Gu Hai humiliated Solar God Shrine. At that time, there were many sages representing Solar God Shrine. Yihua said anxiously. Father went to the East Emperor Tai. We'll talk about it when he comes back. Eldest young master said lightly. All right. Yihua said helplessly. Report. Suddenly an angel rushed in from behind. Eldest young master's face darkened. Eldest young master, an arrow just shot into the heavenly city's barrier. The subordinate took out an arrow with a letter tied to it. Oh. Eldest young master was puzzled. Shot into the heavenly city's barrier? Oh. Didn't you see anyone? Yihua asked. No. The angel shook his head. Eldest young master gently opened the letter and read it. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes. Guhai. What? Guhai is in our territory? Yihua leaned over to take a look and his expression turned ferocious. On a huge island, a large number of peacocks were flying around the island. Whoosh. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards the center of the island. Screech. The peacocks' faces changed and they screeched angrily. A large number of peacocks rushed towards the arrow. However, the arrow was too fast and could not be stopped. In an instant, it reached the center of the island and headed straight for a huge palace on the island. Boom. The arrow suddenly hit the barrier of the palace. Who's there? A cold snort came from the palace. Boom. The surrounding seawater suddenly exploded. A hurricane shot out in all directions from the center of the island, forming a huge wave of air. However, in the outside world the sky was clear and bright. No one knew where the arrow came from. The wind swept in all directions. In the sky above the island, the great Myojin stepped into the void and looked around coldly. Which fellow Taoist is here? Kong Xian, please show yourself. The great Myojin's shout spread in all directions. However, there was no response. The sea slowly calmed down. There was no demon aura in the surroundings. Humph, hiding the head but showing the tail. The great Myojin, Kong Xian, snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Whoosh. The arrow flew into Kong Xian's hand. There was a letter on the arrow. Kong Xian opened the letter. After reading it, Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Guhai's whereabouts? Who was it that deliberately sent me this letter? Kong Xian looked around coldly but there was no one. Umph. With a wave of his sleeve, Kong Xian returned to the palace below. Back in the palace, Kong Xian analyzed the letter carefully. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Or Guhai's enemy? Why use me for such a trick? Guhai's flying boat finally stopped. A group of eagle demons surrounded Guhai's flying boat. At the front was a four-winged angel and a golden-haired man. The man looked at Guhai's flying boat with cold eyes. He then looked at the four-winged angel with a fawning look. Angel Gammy, is this the flying boat? The golden-haired man fawned. Yes, it's them. The four-winged angel looked at the flying boat with hatred. A group of black-robed men stood on the deck of the flying boat. The group of ordinary subordinates stared at the four-winged angel. Oh, you're called Angel Gammy? The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Humph, didn't you hear what I said outside the city? Angel Gammy said coldly. I never remember the name of the four-winged angel. When you tried to rob my flying boat, I only punished you slightly. I didn't take your life, but you attracted this group of eagles? Gammy? You don't even know who I am and you keep finding trouble with me? The leader, Guhai, said coldly. Haha, I already felt it. There's a human soul elixir on your flying boat, right? If you didn't feel it, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Angel Gammy said with a glare. Oh, human soul elixir? Guhai frowned and looked at the crowd. Finally he locked his gaze on Long Outyin. How would I know he would find it? I just used it for cultivation. Long Outyin spread his hands. Humph, since you exposed it, shouldn't you solve the problem? Guhai said lightly. He asked you for it, not me. What does it have to do with me? Long Outyin acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Humph, we've entered the absolute beginning realm. You're courting death. Guhai said coldly. Humph. Long Outyin snorted coldly and ignored him. Hall leader, do you want me to? Ao Shun said with a frown. No need, they're just a bunch of rascals. You don't need to take action. Guhai shook his head. Who are you calling rascals? The blonde man glared at him. You're an eagle demon, right? Are you stopping us to curry favor with this angel? Guhai said lightly. The blonde man's face turned cold. Golden eagle, that human soul elixir is very useful to me. With it, I can become a six-winged angel. At that time, I will put in a good word for you in front of the first young master and ask for Bingheim's hand in marriage. Angel Gammy said. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Golden Eagle was also stunned. Ah, good. Angel Gammy, don't worry. If you want to flatten these people, I'll flatten them. If you want to make them round, I'll make them round. A group of people driving a flying boat, they're obviously not experts. That's what I thought too. Haha, Golden Eagle, you just entered Zhongtian Palace. They're definitely no match for you. Quick, take them down. Angel Gammy said with a ferocious expression. Release. Mu Chenfeng shouted coldly. A sky-shattering thunder instantly arrived in front of Golden Eagle. Boom. The Golden Eagle instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Angel Gammy. Chapter 644. One shot and the Golden Eagle died? The helper that Angel Gammy found with great difficulty was dealt with just like that? Kill? Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom. 50 Class 1 Hall members immediately flew out. These elite Hall disciples were all people who followed Gu Hai into the Azura Path's secret realm to kill. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, their killing methods had long been honed to perfection in the Azura Path's secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short while, the surrounding eagle demons were all slaughtered. Angel Gammy's expression changed as he turned around and fled into the distance. You're flying again? The cannon just now landed on you. Mu Chenfeng said with a cold look in her eyes. Angel Gammy's expression froze. Previously, this group of people had let him go because they were outside a city and many people were watching. Now, in the wilderness there was not a single person. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? You dare? I am Angel Gammy of Heaven City. If you dare to touch me, young master will not let you off. Angel Gammy exclaimed. Everyone's expression turned cold. Mu Chenfeng stretched out her hand, and the elite Hall disciples beside her aimed the sky-blasting cannon at Angel Gammy. No. Please spare my life. I am innocent. Gammy's face was filled with tears. Come here. Gu Hai said indifferently. Angel Gammy immediately flew onto the flying boat like a deflated balloon. Why am I so unlucky? At the side, Sima Changkong's expression changed. Elite Hall disciples? Back then, the highest level of this group of people was only at the Golden Core realm. Why are all of them at the peak of the Yuanying state now? How is this possible? Moreover, their killing methods are so experienced? Seniors, I really didn't know. Please show mercy. Angel Gammy said with a sad face. You said earlier that you were the one who acted as a lobbyist for the Golden Eagle to propose marriage. Who is it? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. It's Bingheim. Angel Gammy said carefully. Bingheim? What happened? Gu Hai asked solemnly. 3 years ago, Bingheim was brought back by Jianghu. She seemed to have been reprimanded by Dong Huang and locked up. I heard that Bingheim lost her virginity when she went to the Han Dynasty. Emperor Dong Huang wanted to marry her off. Many demons went to propose marriage, but they were not qualified, so... Angel Gammy said. Locked up? Where are they being held? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Angel Gammy shook his head. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. A murderous aura spread out. The murderous aura was bone-piercing. Immediately Angel Gammy shivered. Fear flashed in his heart. This murderous aura was clearly stronger than his own. Why was he so unlucky to have provoked this group of scourges? I really don't know. It's not my fault. Angel Gammy said anxiously. In the distant sky. However, the great light sovereign deity arrived quickly. Standing in the air, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying ship in the distance. Sky-piercing cannon? I can't be wrong. It is indeed Gu Hai. However, this aura is much stronger. I can't stay here for long. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Although the great Myojin wanted Gu Hai dead, he did not rush forward at this moment. Instead, he glanced around with an ice-cold gaze. After all, the arrow book came too strangely. The great Myojin wanted to know who was using him. The great Myojin looked around. In the forest in the distance, the mosquito Dauren also stared at Gu Hai's flying ship. When he saw the sky-piercing cannon on Gu Hai's flying ship, his face darkened. Do you have to be so mysterious to deal with a little guy? A trace of impatience flashed in the mosquito Doran's eyes. In the next moment, the mosquito Dauren looked up at the sky and saw the great Myojin. The moment he saw the great Myojin, the mosquito Dauren immediately hid his body. Don't you have a grudge against Gu Hai? He is right there, but you don't want to do anything? Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Suspicious people are the most troublesome. The mosquito Dauren said gloomily to himself. In the distance, Gu Hai continued to interrogate Angel Kami. The great Myojin did not interfere. However, at this moment, a ray of holy light suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as the holy light arrived, it suddenly exploded, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly suppressed Gu Hai's flying ship. The aura of Heavenly Palace? Ao Shun's face darkened. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Ao Shun. However, countless white feathers instantly filled the air. A large number of angels suddenly appeared among the feathers, covering the place and surrounding Gu Hai's flying ship. Angels? Could it be Taichu? Long Outyin was shocked and took a step back. However, he saw that in the most intense white light, there were suddenly 18 figures. Among them, 16 were six-winged angels. Their bodies emitted a strong aura. The two at the front had a pair of wings and the other was dressed in white. No wings could be seen. First young master, second young master, help. Angel Kami suddenly looked ecstatic and rushed into the sky. Yi Hua is resurrected? Long Outyin's face suddenly changed. Resurrection pool? Yi Hua's cultivation is gone? He only has 2 wings left? Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes. Hall leader? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai waved his hand and told Mu Chenfeng not to act rashly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Mr. Good? I've heard so much about you. First young master said lightly. Gu Hai, you won't be able to escape. Ah. Yi Hua laughed sinisterly at this moment. In the sky, great Myojin narrowed his eyes. Taichu's son? Gu Hai has made so many enemies. Mosquito Daoran was also anxious in the forest. What the hell? Where is Taichu? In Mosquito Doran's eyes, first young master was no match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly lifted his hat and looked coldly at Yi Hua and first young master. I've heard so much about you, first young master Yen Hua. It's a pity that I haven't seen you in the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too polite. You showed up in Heaven City but didn't enter. Wouldn't it be rude of me? Mr. Good, I'm here to invite Mr. Good to stay in Heaven City for a few days. I wonder if Mr. Good can do me this favor? Yen Hua said lightly. Brother, why are you being so polite with him? Who does he think he is? He's just a member of the Yuanying state. Who are you to talk to? Yi Hua glared at him. Yen Hua looked at Yi Hua. Yi Hua, you've been defeated by Mr. Good several times. Can't you see him clearly? So what if Mr. Good's cultivation is not high? Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to kill great Emperor Shiyu. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to defeat the great light sovereign deity multiple times. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to fight the 3 holy lands alone during the Thousand Sage Assembly. He could become Long Zhangguo's guest if his cultivation was not high. What about you? Yen Hua said lightly. But Yi Hua's expression changed. That's a coincidence. Yes, he has some tricks up his sleeve. But in front of absolute power, any tricks are useless. Yi Hua explained anxiously. Yen Hua smiled lightly and ignored Yi Hua. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Yen Hua invited him again. Heaven City? One of Taichu's palaces, right? I wonder if it's your idea to invite me or Taichu's. Gu Hai said indifferently. My father is going to Solar Divine Palace to meet Eastern Emperor Tai. Of course it's my idea. Mr. Good, do you want me to help you? Yen Hua said with a smile. Bus. Suddenly, the 16 six-winged angels behind Yen Hua moved and rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. It seemed that they wanted to use force to suppress Gu Hai and force Gu Hai to follow them. In the distance, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes and sneered. Gu Hai, I didn't provoke you this time. Yen Hua is kind on the outside but cruel on the inside. I think he won't let you have an easy time. Well, since he wants to deal with you, I won't interfere. No, I have to block this news. I can't let the news of you being captured by Yen Hua spread. I can't let Queen Hua know. On the other side, Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Which eye of yours thinks he's only from the Yuanying state? Are you blind? The second son of the Taichu family is stupid. He even looks down on Gu Hai. Is his brain on his butt? The eldest son is even more stupid. Taichu isn't at home and you're inviting a wolf into the house? And forcibly taking him to Heaven City? Mosquito Daoran was completely stunned. A group of angels rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Long Outyin glared and seemed to want to attack. Gu Hai reached out and stopped him. Don't move. Everyone was slightly stunned. Since young Master Yen Hua has invited us, how can we not go? Gu Hai said lightly. But Long Outyin seemed to be unconvinced. Am I the leader or are you the leader? I have the final say in this flying ship. Gu Hai glared. Umph. Long Outyin could only snort. In the eyes of outsiders, it was obvious that Gu Hai had the most authority on this flying ship. The others were his subordinates. Yen Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of black-robed men. He did not pay much attention to them. Gu Hai's subordinates? Or subordinates? That was nothing. Mr. Good, please? Yen Hua said with a smile. Lead the way. Gu Hai said in a low voice. A group of angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying ship and did not let Gu Hai's flying ship leave. Yen Hua and Yi Hua flew at the front while the angels surrounded Gu Hai and flew toward the distant sky. They flew further and further away and slowly disappeared into the horizon. Tai Chu's two sons, are they stupid? I had #Yen%, and... Mosquito Dowren looked depressed. After a moment of silence, Mosquito Dowren said coldly, we must spread the news as soon as possible and let Tai Chu come back. Otherwise the two of them will not be able to deal with Gu Hai. Are they looking for trouble? They made me come here twice for nothing. We must spread the news that Gu Hai has been captured and brought to Heaven City as soon as possible. After that, Mosquito Doran's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, the great Myojin watched Gu Hai leave with a cold smile in his eyes. Gu Hai's trip this time is very fierce and I don't need to do anything. It's a good thing. Even if Queen Hua wants to investigate, she will only investigate Tai Chu's two sons. What I need to do now is to block the news as soon as possible and make the news of Gu Hai's capture disappear as much as possible. It must not reach Queen Hua's ears. The great Myojin narrowed his eyes slightly. With a cold snort, the great Myojin also disappeared. Chapter 645. The heavenly city was not far away. Gu Hai's flying ship, surrounded by countless angels, slowly soared into the sky, heading for a huge sea of clouds. I remember that you mentioned the resurrection pool earlier. Is it because of Yeha's resurrection? Gu Hai looked at Long Sanqian. The resurrection pool is a treasure unique to the Tai Chu lineage. I heard my father mention it before. Tai Chu gathered the boundless power of faith to create it. Only the most important angels are qualified to store a trace of soul power as a source. This way, even if they die in the outside world, even if their divine soul is shattered, the power of faith will send the shattered soul back to the resurrection pool. Inside, the power of faith will nourish their divine soul, allowing them to recover and rebuild a new body. Long Sanqian explained. Oh, isn't that an extra life? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, it's only useful to angels. Otherwise, all the major factions in the world would have fought over it. Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. Why? I don't know either. Long Sanqian shook his head. You don't know, but I do. Long Outyin sneered. Big brother, you know? Long Sanqian asked in surprise. Of course. Why can only angels be resurrected? That's because angels are spiritualized humans. Their human souls were swallowed by the primogenitor, and a drop of the primogenitor's blood essence was injected into them to become spiritualized. The divine souls of angels are not for Tai Chu to eat, but for Apocalypse. Long Outyin said proudly. Apocalypse? The 10th most powerful treasure in history? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right, the 10-direction annihilation devoured the human soul of the angel, and absolute beginning gave it a drop of blood essence. Therefore the angel was created. When the angel died in the outside world, the 10-direction annihilation used their human soul as the source and consumed the power of faith to summon their broken souls back and reassemble them. Of course, there's only one chance. After that, the human soul will be shattered, and there's no way to recover it. Long Outyin said firmly. Then why can only certain angels be resurrected? Long Sanqian asked, puzzled. Soul Summoner, don't waste the power of faith. That's why they say that they can only revive the most important angels, and that they have a trace of soul power as the source. It's all a lie. No, it's a lie to the angels. It's just that those little angels aren't worth wasting so much power of faith. Long Outyin explained. Resurrection pool? Something to do with Apocalypse? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Mr. Good, you guys are really knowledgeable, aren't you? You even know the secrets of our heavenly city? Yen Hua suddenly turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai and the others. Erudite, you're too polite. Young Master Yen Hua, there's something I don't understand. May I know if you can enlighten me? Gu Hai smiled. I heard from that angel Gammy that Bingheim was imprisoned and wanted to be betrothed? Gu Hai asked curiously. Before Yanhua could speak, Yihua sneered and said, Guhai, I thought you forgot about Bingheim. Bingheim didn't complete the Eastern Emperor's mission and even ruined my father's plan. The Eastern Emperor is furious and wants to marry her off. My father will decide who she marries. My father wants to sell her off for a good price. Why can't you bear to part with her? Ah. Yihua looked at Guhai with a ferocious expression. So that's how it is. Guhai exhaled softly. Mr. Good, I heard that Bingheim is in love with you, and she even lost her virginity in the Han Dynasty? I'm sure. Mr. Good doesn't want to do anything? Yanhua smiled faintly. Want to do something? Yes, later. Guhai shook his head. Later? Yanhua looked puzzled. The angels soon arrived above the sea of clouds and saw the huge heavenly city. Countless angels flew in all directions. From afar it looked like a peaceful holy land. Whoosh! The angels flew into the heavenly city. Guhai's gaze instantly turned to the center in the distance. That place was emitting waves of pure white light. Is that the resurrection pool? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Activate the array. Yanhua shouted suddenly. Boom! There was a loud noise and the heavenly city formed a huge barrier, surrounding the entire city and preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Oh! Guhai smiled faintly. Guhai, how can you still smile? Aha, you don't know that you're about to die. Hand over the Book of Daoda, or don't blame us for using force. Yihua shouted angrily. The Book of Daoda? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the angels did not know that Guhai had torn the Book of Daoda. That's right, Guhai. I was worried that you would tear the Book of Daoda to escape, so I led you here. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. I'm curious, did you really think that I was just inviting you as a guest? Yanhua narrowed his eyes. Young Master Yanhua, I was a little embarrassed at first, but now I'm relieved. Guhai smiled. Relieved about what? Yihua's face darkened. Yanhua's face darkened as if he found that something was wrong. But he could not see what was wrong. His father had said that Guhai's cultivation was only in the Yuanying state, and these were all his subordinates. Did he tear the Book of Daoda? Angel Gami said that Bingheim was imprisoned. I was thinking about how to save her, but now it seems that there's no need to save her. There's no need to look for her. Guhai smiled coldly. What did you say? Yanhua's face darkened. Guhai, what's wrong with you? Yihua stared at him in confusion. Ao Shun, take Yanhua down. I want her alive. Guhai said in a low voice. Huh. Long Sanqian and Long Outyen were stunned. What was Guhai going to do? Come to someone's house and make a move? Yes. Ao Shun answered. Ao Shun. Yanhua's face suddenly changed as if he felt that something was wrong. Ao Shun moved and appeared in front of Yanhua in an instant. Boom. The two of them attacked at the same time, and the void shook violently, creating a huge storm. Yihua was suddenly sent flying by a strong force. What? Guhai, are you faking it on purpose? Yihua exclaimed as he was sent flying by the storm. Taichu is not at home. Why should I be worried? You sent yourself here so you can't blame anyone. Guhai said coldly. Long Outyen, use all your strength to take Yihua down. Guhai ordered Long Outyen. Long Outyen? Yihua's face darkened. Long Outyen did not move. Huh. Guhai looked at Long Outyen with a dark expression. My feud with Taichu was because of Yihua. Now that Yihua is alive, what should I be worried about? Haha, Guhai, don't drag me into this if you want to die. I'm just watching. Long Outyen laughed. Brother? Long Sanqian's face darkened and said anxiously. Shut up, Sanqian. This is none of your business. Long Outyen said disdainfully. On the other side, Ao Shun and Yanhua were fighting fiercely, while a large number of angels protected Yihua. Initially they were worried about Long Outyen. Now Guhai had betrayed them. Yihua's face turned ferocious. Haha, Guhai, you deserve this. Go and take down Guhai. Quick. I want the Book of Dao. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of angels rushed toward Guhai. Release. Mu Chenfeng bellowed. Bam. All of a sudden, the dozen or so angels at the very front of the group exploded into pieces. Another sky-piercing cannon? Yihua's face changed. There's only one sky-piercing cannon. All of you go and take down Guhai. Capture the rest. Yihua glared at the angels. Yes. Suddenly, a group of 6-winged angels flapped their wings and flew toward Guhai's airship. All sky-piercing cannons fire. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Rumble. Instantly, 18 sky-blasting cannons appeared and aimed at the six-winged angels. Fake, why are there so many sky-blasting cannons? Impossible, catch them. Yeha glared and roared. Yes. The group of six-winged angels immediately pounced over. Release. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of explosions, 9 of the six-winged angels were instantly blown to pieces. The remaining six-winged angels were also sent flying. What? Is it true? Yi Hua's expression changed. Again. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, the angels that were surrounding them were blown to pieces. The sky-piercing cannons fired again at the injured six-winged angels in all directions. How could this be? How could this be? Yi Hua's expression changed drastically. Long Outyan's expression darkened. He originally wanted to see how the angels would deal with Gu Hai, but he did not expect Gu Hai's sky-blasting cannons to be so powerful. In the sky, Yan Hua, who was fighting with Ao Shun, was also shocked. Let the wolf into the house? Not good. Grand Elder Lufa, heaven is in danger. Come out of seclusion now. Yan Hua shouted. Rumble. More than a dozen buildings in Heaven City suddenly shook, and a large amount of black gas seemed to be spewing out of them. Not good. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mu Chenfeng, protect me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom. Gu Hai stomped his foot and rushed toward Yeha. Stop him, stop him. Yeha's expression changed and he fled into the distance. A large number of angels rushed toward Gu Hai. Rumble. 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 In an instant, a large number of sky-blasting cannons blew up all the angels that were rushing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so fast that he was not far away from Yeha. Chapter 646. With the sky-shattering cannon protecting Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Yi Hua. Soon Yi Hua was about to be caught by Gu Hai. Impudent! How dare you create havoc in heaven? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant palace that was emitting black gas. Swoosh! In an instant, hundreds of black angel feathers shot toward Qin Fan. They were so fast and powerful that they looked like hundreds of arrows. Each of them had the power of a strike from the Middle Heaven Palace. Your Majesty, be careful. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as he exclaimed. Elder Lufa, save me. Yi Hua roared in ecstasy. The hundreds of black feathers were about to kill Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned cold. World of vines. A vine suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's back. Once it appeared, it turned into hundreds of thousands of vines that formed a super shield. Rumble. The hundreds of black feathers instantly hit the rattan shield and were blocked. Gu Hai, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and slapped Yi Hua's body. Blarg. Yi Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai pulled Yi Hua to his hand. Rumble. In an instant, 10 figures appeared in the sky above Gu Hai. The 10 figures were all emitting surging black gas. They were the complete opposite of the ordinary angels that were emitting holy light. 8 wings? All of them have 8 wings? Sima Changkong was shocked. Black wings? Why would angels have black wings? Long Sanqian's face darkened. Fallen angels? Am I right? Gu Hai sneered as he grabbed Yi Hua. How dare you capture second young master? The 10 8-winged angels glared at Qin Fan. 6 wings represented the Middle Heaven Palace while 8 wings represented the Upper Heaven Palace. The moment the 10 8-winged angels appeared, they exuded a powerful aura. Ao Shun, who was fighting in the sky, was shocked. Humph! Yan Hua sneered. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and the battle came to an abrupt end. This was because several 8-winged angels were already glaring at Ao Shun. Grand Elder Lu F, sorry for disturbing your seclusion. Solemnly, Yan Hua said to Lu Fe. Among the 10 8-winged angels, the leader had long hair. He looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression, then turned to Yan Hua and asked, Yan Hua, what happened? That person is Gu Hai. I'm sure all of you understand, right? Yan Hua sneered. Oh. Lu Fe looked at Gu Hai coldly. In a flash, Ao Shun appeared in front of Gu Hai. Hallmaster, your subordinate is incompetent. I couldn't. It's fine. I didn't expect there to be so many fallen angels, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Fallen angel? Grand Elder Lufa narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Angels have always prided themselves on being pure and holy. All of you are surrounded by evil aura. If this isn't self-destruction, then what is it? Gu Hai said coldly. Hallmaster, I can feel that all of them have the aura of Heavenly Palace. However, they seem to be in the early stage. Ao Shun said. Fallen angel? Black Angel. Gu Hai, you've stirred up trouble. These angels have cultivated evil and forcefully raised their cultivation to heavenly palace. Moreover, it's a group of them. What should we do now? Long Outyin scolded. Long Outyin, aren't you capable? If you are, you should leave first. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyin coldly. Previously, Long Outyin didn't listen to his orders, but now he was scolding him. Gu Hai's eyes flashed coldly. Leave? You're not leaving? Long Outyin's face darkened. I have Yi Hua. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyin's face stiffened. Long Outyin did have a trump card. Otherwise, Gu Hai would not have asked him to attack. Long Outyin's trump card was Jiang Chen's zombie. He had shown up when he fought against Shiyu the Great. However, now that there was a group of black angels, it would be dangerous for him to escape even if he had Jiang Chen's zombie. Umph. Long Outyin snorted. Let me go or you'll die a horrible death. Yi Hua glared at him anxiously. Second young master? You're wrong. If I let you go, I'll die a horrible death. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Just as Gu Hai spoke, the nearby black angel blurred and vanished. That's right. Be careful, Hall Master. Ao Shun's expression changed. Two black angels suddenly appeared in front of Ao Shun. Boom. The two black angels instantly appeared in front of Ao Shun and threw a punch at him. Ao Shun took a step back. At the same time, Grand Elder Lu Fa appeared behind Gu Hai. He threw a punch at Gu Hai's back. Gu Hai had been killing in the Azura realm for 3 years. His soul power was extremely strong and his spiritual sense was amazing. He immediately sensed the threat behind him. The Vine World Gourd activated again. Countless vines formed a shield behind Gu Hai. Hong. His palm struck the vine shield with a loud bang. Even though the shield blocked the attack, the impact was huge. Blarg. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Ark. A blood-curdling scream resounded throughout Heaven City. It was not Gu Hai's scream but Yi Hua's. When Yi Hua vomited blood, Gu Hai tore off the 2 wings on Yi Hua's back. Yi Hua's wings were torn off. Bam. Gu Hai tossed out the 2 bloody wings. However, Yi Hua howled in despair. Second young master. The black angels cried out in shock. Bastard. Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at Yi Hua. His sneak attack on Gu Hai was blocked by the vine shield. He was shocked, but he did not expect Gu Hai to tear off Yi Hua's wings. Ah, Grand Elder Lu Fa? Let's try again. Once again I'll tear him apart. Once again I'll tear him apart. Just now it was his wings. Now it's his arms, legs and even his head. Let's see what I can tear him apart in the end. Gu Hai said with blood in his mouth. How dare you? Grand Elder Lu Fa glared. Gu Hai, let go of Yi Hua and I'll let you go. Yin Hua also glared. Don't listen to him. You can't trust his words. Long Outyin said anxiously, worried that Gu Hai would do something stupid. Go. Who said I was going to go? Back off. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The black angels looked at Gu Hai coldly, but they had no intention of moving away. You think I don't dare to tear it? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he reached out to twist Yi Hua's right arm. Move away. Yin Hua said anxiously. The black angels slowly moved away unwillingly. I'm warning you. Yi Hua has been resurrected once. If he dies this time, no one can be saved. Gu Hai said coldly. The black angels' eyelids twitched. They did not dare to risk Yi Hua's life, but they still surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat and did not let Gu Hai leave. What are you looking at? Go and inform Allah. Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at the 4 winged angels. Yes, yes. The 4 winged angels flapped their wings and left. Let's go, Gu Hai. They won't dare to do anything to us. You have Yi Hua, so no one will dare to touch you. Let's go. Long Outyin said anxiously. Once Tai Chu arrived, they would not be able to leave. They had to leave immediately. Gu Hai smiled faintly but ignored Long Outyin. Let's go. Gu Hai said to Mu Qinfeng. When Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai, he shivered and revealed a shocked expression. He seemed to understand what the emperor meant. He controlled the flying boat and brought everyone down slowly. The black angels and Yin Hua surrounded Gu Hai and did not let Gu Hai leave. Gu Hai did not leave. Instead, he flew to the center of Heaven City. What are they doing? Grand Elder Lu Fa asked in surprise. You don't know? Yin Hua was also confused. More and more angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. The chance of them escaping was getting slimmer and slimmer. Yin Hua, you want to save Yi Hua? Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Yin Hua stared at Gu Hai. If you want Yi Hua, give me Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. Bingheim? Yan Hua's expression changed. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai was so busy just to say Bingheim? Humph, what a love-struck man. Unfortunately, Bingheim is not in Heaven City. She is imprisoned in Sun God Palace. Yan Hua said coldly. Then go to Sun God Palace and get Bingheim. Use Bingheim to exchange for Yi Hua. Gu Hai said coldly. Do you think Sun God Palace is my home? If you say you can bring Bingheim, you can bring her here, Yan Hua said coldly. That's none of my business. I only want Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, the flying boat had arrived at the center of Heaven City. Gu Hai, you are crazy. You are provoking the entire Sun God Palace for Bingheim. Long Outyin exclaimed. Gu Hai ignored him and looked coldly at Yan Hua. Let Yi Hua go first. Yan Hua said coldly. We will wait here. We will let Yi Hua go when we see Bingheim. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Countless vines suddenly erupted from Gu Hai's back. In an instant, they covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Gu Hai in countless places below as if forming a huge vine barrier. Boom. In an instant, it wrapped around the resurrection pool below. Guard the 4 directions. They can't escape. Great Elder Lu Fa said coldly. Gu Hai, is he crazy? East Emperor has just thrown Bingheim into the heavenly prison. How can he change his order for Yi Hua? Another elder said anxiously. Don't worry. Gu Hai is digging his own grave. As long as he doesn't leave, he can forget about leaving. Yan Hua said coldly. In the vine world. A large number of vines suddenly bound Yi Hua tightly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Why are you waiting here? Tai Chu will be back soon. When he comes back, you won't be able to escape. Long Outyin exclaimed. Ao Shun was also slightly anxious. Long Sanchen and Sima Chongkong looked curiously at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, did you do that on purpose? But why? Your Majesty, I really... Mu Qinfeng said in disbelief. That's right. Long Sanchen told me before that the resurrection pool can store an unlimited amount of power of faith. Our divine souls are too strong, so we can't break the lower celestial palace. The power of faith here is the best. It can create the largest lower celestial palace for us. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. Long Sanchen was slightly stunned. Yes. The group of elite hall disciples said excitedly. This is the reason why I didn't dare to break through. I originally planned to wait for 3 to 5 years before breaking through. Now that we have the power of faith in the lower celestial palace, we can break through immediately. Mu Qinfeng said excitedly. Humph, do you think it's so easy for the Yuaning state to break through the lower celestial palace? Long Outyin said disdainfully. With this opportunity, it's that easy. Gu Hai said confidently. Chapter 647. Soon, the elite hall disciples cleaned up the angels around the revival pool. Gu Hai's group looked at the gigantic revival pool. The liquid in the revival pool was milky white and extremely viscous. A layer of white mist floated above it. It looked extremely pure and holy. Faith energy? What pure faith energy? This pool is a treasure from absolute beginning. It should have been there for 800,000 years. Long Sanchen sighed. The revival pool was in the shape of a cross. Although it was a pool, this pool was as big as Beijing on Earth. It was simply a huge lake. Long Sanchen scooped up a handful of faith energy, and it suddenly turned into a surging fog that surrounded Gu Hai. That's right. It can nourish the body. Mu Qinfeng, Gaochen, and the elite hall disciples start first. Gu Hai said. Yes. The elite hall disciples said excitedly. Humph. How can it be that easy to open a heavenly palace? Are you crazy? Long Outyin showed a disdainful expression. However, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanchen, and Ao Shun showed confused expressions. Gaochen and Mu Qinfeng quickly immersed themselves in the pool of 200 elite hall disciples. Boom. Suddenly Gaochen's body gave off a loud sound. The light of the 5 elements seemed to come out of Gaochen's body, forming a 3-meter-tall 5 elements palace. A 3-meter-tall blue Gaochen's figure seemed to sit in the palace, supporting the 5 elements palace. Buzz. In an instant, a large amount of faith energy surged into the 5 elements palace. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements palace grew until it was 30 feet tall, allowing the North Star's blue figure to sit peacefully within the palace. He opened it just like that? Long Outyin goggled in disbelief. Are you kidding? How can it be so fast? How can it be so fast? 3-meter-tall palace and a 10-meter-tall human soul? How can that be? Long Sanqian's face sank. 3-meter-tall palace? A 10-meter-tall human soul? Gaochen, you've just opened the Celestial Palace and you've already reached this level? Right now, I'm only 30 feet below the Heavenly Palace. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun was now at the upper Celestial Palace level of cultivation, but he had been nourishing the lower Celestial Palace all these years. However, even though he was a genius who had nourished countless geniuses, he was only able to reach the Celestial Palace 3 feet below. And this Gaochen who had just broken through had already achieved it? Crown Prince Ao Shun, how big was the lower Celestial Palace when you first established it? Sima Changkong frowned. Sima Changkong felt that this was unreal. When he opened the Celestial Palace back then, it was far worse than this. Why was the difference so big? Could it be that there was something wrong with his cultivation? Back then, I had a 1-foot palace and a 3-inch human soul. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Hearing Ao Shun's words, Sima Changkong let out a long sigh. At least he was normal. The one who was not normal was Gaochen. Gaochen? How did he cultivate? Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes, which flashed with anticipation. Long Sanqian, Long Outyin, and Ao Shun all stared at Gaochen. This Gaochen was too strange. How strange was his cultivation? In the future, they had to study Gaochen's cultivation method carefully. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the group led by Mu Qinfeng suddenly broke through in a strange rhythm. It was that easy, so easy that Ao Shun, Long Outyin, and the others could not accept it. Opening the Celestial Palace? Who knew how many people had died because of this? Countless people were stuck in the Yuanying state for their entire lives, unable to break through. Even if they broke through, it would take a long time. Yet they broke through together? What Sima Changkong and the others did not know was that if they had not suppressed their cultivation, they would have broken through long ago. Mu Qinfeng also has a 3-zhang palace and a 10-zhang human soul? How is that possible? Long Outyin's eyes widened. That elite hall disciple has a 2-zhang palace and an 8-zhang human soul? That elite hall disciple has a 25-zhang palace and a 9-zhang human soul? That side too. The breakthroughs of the elite hall disciples were far beyond everyone's expectations. All of the lower celestial palaces were more than 2 zhang. More than 2 zhang. This made Long Outyin, Sima Changkong Ao Shun, and Long Sanqian, and the other geniuses' expressions change drastically. How could it be so strange? The celestial palaces were not big enough. With the nourishment of the power of faith, everything was perfect. All the elite hall disciples exuded a strong aura. Is this the aura of someone who just entered the lower celestial palaces? Why do I feel that the middle-late stage of the lower celestial palaces? No, the peak of the lower celestial palaces is just this. Long Sanqian said with narrowed eyes. Buzz. All the cultivators opened their eyes. Master, I broke through. The first layer of the lower celestial palaces feels very comfortable. I feel my human soul. My human soul can absorb the spiritual energy of the Tongtian better. How comfortable. Gaochen said excitedly. Your Majesty, we succeeded. Mu Qinfeng and the others said excitedly. 200 lower celestial palaces? In such a short time? Sima Changkong showed a complicated expression. Unfortunately, ever since Zheng Fa Ming obtained Master's Great Compassion Mantra, he has been meditating and comprehending it. Otherwise, he would have had this opportunity like us, Gaochen said with a regretful expression. What opportunity? Long Outyin asked, feeling confused. Gaochen glanced at Long Outyin and realized that he had spilled the beans. He pursed his lips and ignored Long Outyin. Everyone consumed 10 cubic meters of faith power. It's not much. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. Protect me. I'm about to break through too. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone stood at the side respectfully. Gu Hai slowly stepped into the resurrection pool. Heavenly City. Yin Hua and the 10 black angels stared at the huge vine barrier in front of them. Is this the Vine World Gourd? Isn't this Qing Emperor's treasure? Why is it in Gu Hai's hands? A black angel said with a glare. If it weren't for this Vine World Gourd, Gu Hai would have died in my hands. Elder Lu Fa said coldly. Vine World Gourd? It's a good thing. When Father returns and takes the Vine World Gourd, it'll be a gain. Yin Hua said with a smile. That's right. The Vine World Gourd depends on who uses it. It's a pity that Gu Hai can use such a treasure. He can't even use 1,000th of the Vine World Gourd's power. Even this vine barrier can't use 1,000th of its power. What a pity. You want to exchange it for Bingheim? What a joke. Elder Lufa sneered. If it weren't for the fact that second young master is in his hands, we could have gone all out and killed them all. Another elder said coldly. The 10 black angels were all from Heavenly Palace. Even if they had just entered Heavenly Palace, Gu Hai's group could not compare to them. Naturally they dared to boast. The black angels waited for a group of 4-winged angels to report to them. 3 4-winged angels had already flown into the sky. One of them was caught by Mosquito Dauren. You trapped Gu Hai in the resurrection pool? Gu Hai wants to rely on Yi Hua to make the 8-winged angels hesitate. Then Gu Hai is dead for sure? Mosquito Dauren looked at the 4-winged angel in front of him. Yes, Senior, I dare not lie. I. The 4-winged angel said with an unsightly expression. Mosquito Dauren, on the other hand, had a dark expression. Are you kidding me? Huh. The 4-winged angel widened his eyes. With Gu Hai's strength, does he need to beat around the bush? And he's trapped by 10 8-winged angels with nowhere to run? And he wants to rely on Yi Hua? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm that gullible? Mosquito Dauren glared. No, I dare not. The 4-winged angel exclaimed. Anyway, there are 2 other 4-winged angels to report to Tai Chu. You can die now. Mosquito Dauren said coldly. Senior, please spare me. I'm innocent. Innocent my ass. You've seen my face, so you have to die. Mosquito Dauren said with a dark expression. He waved his sleeves. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded the 4-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, the 4-winged angel turned into a piece of skin amidst a series of screams. It was shattered by Mosquito Dauren's palm. Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. Could it be that I'm wrong? Then Gu Hai was lying to me? He doesn't have that much strength. Was he lying to me? No, I have to go and take a look. Mosquito Dauren's figure flickered, and he headed toward the heavenly city. At the same time, the other 2 4-winged angels were knocked unconscious by Great Myojin with a wave of his hand. The great light sovereign deity tossed the 2 angels into a forest. You want to report to Sun God Palace? Go to sleep. At this time, Queen Hua is in Sun God Palace. No one should think of reporting to Sun God Palace. Great Myojin snorted coldly. Mosquito Dauren slowly flew closer to the heavenly city. At this moment, Gu Hai also began to break through. Sitting cross-legged in his body, the fire god, wood god, earth god, gold god, water god, and the spirit mother god in his dantian emitted a powerful force, each pushing out a palm, as if they were rushing all their strength to the back of Gu Hai's head. Boom. The fire god pushed out, bringing with it the power of Samadhi true fire. The water god pushed out, bringing with it the power of absolute ice. The earth god pushed out, bringing with it the power of breathing earth. The gold god pushed out, bringing with it the power of cutting immortal blade. The wood god pushed out, bringing with it the power of vine world. The spirit mother god pushed out, naturally was the power of spirit mother. Buzz. Gu Hai's body surface emitted a burst of gorgeous colors. This is the aura of the Yuanying state? Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. The power of the 5 elements was too pure? No, there was also a purple aura of panic. What was that? Could it be that the nascent soul condensed in Gu Hai's dantian was not a type of 5 elements nascent soul? The rolling power, under Gu Hai's accumulation of power, rushed straight to the Naiwan Palace in his mind. Boom. There was an explosion like the sound of thunder on the ground. The explosion caused the faces of the people around to change, and the group of black angels in the outside world also quivered. The Naiwan Palace is broken, and the Heavenly Palace is opened? The power of the nascent soul can mold the 5 elements Heavenly Palace? Sima Changkong's eyes widened. Rumble. They saw that the surface of Gu Hai's body instantly emitted a variety of colors of light. The red light of the fire element, the blue light of the water element, the yellow light of the metal element, the brown light of the earth element, the green light of the wood element, the purple light of the spirit mother, and a mixture of black and white light. Suddenly, it surged out like a mountain flood eruption. The 7 kinds of 8 colors of light were not the Heavenly Palace condensed by Gaochun's 5 elements light. It was the Heavenly Palace of 7 kinds of light. As soon as the 7 kinds of light appeared, they immediately condensed into a super huge palace. It was extremely grand and majestic. The palace was 90 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it blocked the top of the vine barrier, and a majestic aura suddenly spread out. The powerful aura immediately made everyone's heart tremble. 90 feet tall? Really? Sima Changkong widened his eyes. That's not right. This isn't the five elements heavenly palace, why are there 8 colors? Long Outyin was also stunned. Master's heavenly palace is so powerful when it just appeared, and it's 9 times bigger than mine? Gauchen exclaimed. 9 times? This was just the beginning. Vaguely, they could see that there was a figure in Gu Hai's heavenly palace that seemed to be squeezed and unable to stretch its body. That was Gu Hai's human soul. How big was the human soul? No one knew. Gu Hai also did not know. He only felt that the moment the heavenly palace opened, his human soul was squeezed painfully. Ah, that was close, that was close. Fortunately, I didn't open the heavenly palace in the past or else. Gu Hai felt lucky in his pain. Gu Hai could have opened the heavenly palace long ago. He waited and waited. Finally, there were no mistakes. The heavenly palace was opened, but it was not big enough. However, it could absorb the power of faith to nourish and grow. Absorb. Rumble. The water of the resurrection pool suddenly formed countless whirlpools, which then turned into huge waves that rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's 90 feet heavenly palace expanded crazily. 90 feet, 100 feet, 110 feet. It grew taller and taller. Chapter 648. 90 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. It grew taller and taller. Rumble. Amid the loud booms, the huge palace had already passed through the vine barrier. It seemed to be illusory as the vine barrier did not stop it at all. It just rushed out. However, under the 8 colors, the celestial palace grew bigger and bigger. The people inside could no longer see how tall it was, but they felt that Gu Hai's human soul was still curled up. How big is Gu Hai's human soul? Long Outyin's eyelids were twitching wildly. It was still growing? It was still growing? One could see with the naked eye that the surging power of faith was rapidly sinking. That was an extremely large pool of power of faith. Rumble. As if a hole had opened in the sky, the pool of water rapidly poured into Gu Hai's celestial palace in a short time. The huge celestial palace kept growing. Outside, the expressions of the black angels changed. What is this? Yin Hua's face darkened. Back off, be careful. This is Gu Hai's scheme. Seal off the surroundings. Don't let Gu Hai escape. A black angel glared. Why does this palace have the aura of a celestial palace? Another black angel said in horror. What nonsense are you talking about? Which celestial palace is so big? It's still growing? Are you kidding? Don't touch it. Be careful of Gu Hai's trap. Elder Lufa glared. What a terrifying aura. The black angel's eyelids twitched wildly. What treasure is it this time? This Gu Hai really has a lot of treasures. Yanhua glared. All the black angels nodded. The 8-colored palace was still growing, as if it was triggering a phenomenon. For a time, 8 kinds of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Red, yellow, blue, brown, green, purple, white, and black. Every cloud carried surging spirit chi as it rushed towards the ever-expanding palace. The 8 colors were dazzling and magnificent. Rumble. The palace grew taller and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 20 feet tall. 20 feet was the height of a 20-story building. It was still growing and expanding. Vaguely, they seemed to see a curled-up figure. That can't be a human soul, right? Gu Hai's aura? Yin Hua exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Gu Hai is from the Yuanying state. Even if he opened the heavenly palace, how could he have such a huge human soul? Grand Elder Lu Fa asked in disbelief. This human soul gave Elder Lufa a very dangerous aura. When it stretched its body, the souls of countless angels trembled. Outside Heaven City, Mosquito Dauren, who had come to watch, glared and stopped in his tracks. Although I've only seen Gu Hai once, I can't be wrong about his aura. Is that the heavenly palace? It colors? Gu Hai's mortal soul is inside? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Just open the celestial palace? No, that was impossible. How could there be such a powerful human soul in the newly opened celestial palace? Bulsh *T the Yuanying state. Was that 4-winged angel crazy? Gu Hai was trapped? How could such a powerful human soul be trapped by the 2 useless sons of the primordial god? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. His heart trembled and his previous doubts about Gu Hai's strength disappeared. How could the human soul be from the Yuanying state with such a powerful aura? Mosquito Dauren shivered and quickly retreated. He cursed and became more and more afraid of Gu Hai. At this moment, the water in the resurrection pool was sinking rapidly. In a short time, only half of it was left. Ao Shun, Long Outyin, and the others opened their mouths wide. Although they couldn't see how high Gu Hai's celestial palace had risen, They were speechless when they saw the thighs full of human souls. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you said that when you opened the Celestial Palace, how high was it? Sima Changkong said with a stiff expression. 1 foot. Ao Shun said bitterly. 1 foot for me too. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Boom boom boom. In the outside world, Gu Hai's human soul attracted endless spiritual qi and rushed toward Gu Hai's body. The consumption of the nascent soul realm cultivators just now was quickly recovering. The human soul was fixed. The celestial palace was only 9 feet tall, but now it was expanding rapidly with the power of faith, giving the human soul a space to rest. As the power of faith was quickly extracted, Gu Hai felt that the human soul could finally stretch its body. Why was Gu Hai's mortal soul so large? Back then, in the human Dao secret realm, Gu Hai had absorbed at least 10% of the countless shattered souls in the sky. Furthermore, in the Azura Dao secret realm, he had killed countless Azuras and obtained boundless soul energy. Especially the Nether River Old Ancestors' soul energy, which was terrifyingly large. Although most of it filled the earthly soul, his mortal soul had also been greatly nourished, which was why his divine soul was so strong today. Boom. In the outside world. At this moment, the human soul finally stopped growing. The height of the human soul was 490 feet, which was 77 feet. But the 8-colored celestial palace was still expanding. Rumble. The power of faith of the resurrection pool, which was as big as Beijing on Earth, was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. I wonder if the Tai Chu will go crazy if he knows that his 800,000 years of accumulation is all gone? Long Sanxian said with an ugly expression. The Tai Chu. Everyone was shocked. Yes, it was the 800,000 years of accumulation of the Tai Chu. In the outside world, Gu Hai's 8-colored celestial palace finally stopped expanding. It was 1,000 feet tall and towered over the Tongtian. The 8-colored celestial palace exuded a majestic aura. In an instant, the souls of the angels below the 4-winged level trembled and countless angels knelt down unconsciously. What are you doing? Yin Hua stared at the angels. This power only worked on people below the celestial palace level. It didn't work on Yin Hua and the black angels, but most of the angels here were below the celestial palace level. Is this really the celestial palace? Grand Elder Lu Fa was shocked. Impossible, the black angels said in disbelief. In the distance, Mosquito Daoran kept retreating and his eyelids twitched as he looked at the 8-colored celestial palace in the distance. 8,000 feet celestial palace and a 490 feet human soul. What a monster. My human soul is only 300 feet now. Only 300 feet. Damn it. Phew. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally opened the celestial palace. Everything was over. Just as he was about to take back the image of the celestial palace, a red light suddenly appeared in the pool where he was sitting. The power of faith in the pool was empty, revealing what the bottom looked like. There seemed to be countless engraved patterns at the bottom, like a giant cross formed by billions of talismans. As if sensing the disappearance of the power of faith, the countless talismans gave off an extremely powerful aura. Suddenly, the talismans seemed to float from the bottom of the pool and stood upright, turning into a blood-red cross that was 1,000 feet tall, releasing billions of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, the entire heavenly city was enveloped in red light, and a strong bloody aura enveloped the entire city. The aura of Apocalypse? In the distance, Mosquito Doran's face darkened. This resurrection pool is a copy of Apocalypse, and it contains the murderous intent of Apocalypse? Hallmaster, be careful. Sima Changkong suddenly exclaimed. The blood-red cross was twice the size of Gu Hai's human soul. It was like a heavenly power was pressing down. Yin Hua and the black angels below immediately changed their expressions. Resurrection pool? Something happened to the resurrection pool? Grand Elder Lu Fa's expression changed. The copy of Apocalypse at the bottom of the resurrection pool was activated? Gu Hai, you lied to me? Yin Hua also exclaimed. Everyone knew that something had happened to the resurrection pool, because the blood-red cross would only be activated when the power of faith was gone. Now that it was activated, something big must have happened inside. As soon as the blood-red cross appeared, it immediately pressed down on Gu Hai's human soul. As if it could destroy heaven and earth, it rushed straight at Gu Hai's human soul. It's useless, this blood-red cross can be used to deal with someone who just entered Heavenly Palace, but that's Gu Hai, what use is it? Mosquito Daoran sighed self-righteously in the distance. Hall Master. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he also felt a great threat, as if he was about to make a move. But at this time, a scroll suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's human soul's hand, and the scroll suddenly opened, emitting billions of blue light. The blue light was like a blue ocean that covered the sky and earth, drowning the blood-red cross in it. Boom! A loud noise formed a monstrous tremor. The blue light disappeared and so did the blood-red cross. The human soul book was activated by the blood-red cross and automatically counterattacked? Gu Hai said in shock. Buzz. Gu Hai's human soul shrank and together with the heavenly palace, it instantly shrank back into his body. But the people outside were still shocked by the scene just now. Am I seeing things? Where's the blood-red cross? Grand Elder Lu Fa exclaimed. It's gone? How could it be gone? Yen Hua also exclaimed. Only Mosquito Daoren in the distance had an as-expected expression on his face as he fled into the distance. Human soul book? It wasn't so powerful back in the human Dao mystic realm, right? No, maybe the reincarnation king was blessed by the heavens to use some of the functions of the human soul book, but he didn't refine the human soul book himself so he couldn't use the power of the human soul book? This human soul book is actually a good treasure? Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. Gu Hai opened his eyes. Hall Master, was that your human soul just now? Sima Changkong asked with a strange expression. I was lucky to reach the first level of the heavenly palace. Gu Hai nodded. Sima Changkong Ao Shun Long Out Yin and Long Sanqian. Lucky? Can't you consider our feelings? Master, we've all broken through. Now, are we waiting for Tai Chu to send Bingheim over? Gauchen stepped forward and asked. No, I've broken through so I can use my human soul to control the Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai said. Oh. Gu Hai's human soul suddenly came out of the heavenly palace and instantly possessed Gu Hai's wood god. One soul and one spirit fused together. Suddenly, Gu Hai's body emitted boundless green light. The wood god had surpassed Tongtian's human soul and instantly absorbed boundless wood-type spiritual energy to control the Vine World Gourd. The small vine barrier that enveloped Gu Hai's surroundings suddenly expanded explosively. Walalala. Countless vines shot into the sky like whips of order, instantly blotting out the sky and covering the earth in all directions. What? Countless angels' expressions changed. Oh no, hurry up and get out, an angel exclaimed. However, the vines changed from 1 to 10, from 10 to 10, and from 10 to 10. Just like how the Qing Emperor had controlled it, the Vine World Gourd's power was fully activated in an instant. Rumble. In just an instant, the massive heavenly palace was enveloped by countless vines. Not a single angel managed to escape. They were all wrapped up in the endless vines and completely surrounded. The entire heavenly palace was like a giant vine egg, filled with a sea of green. In the distance, Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched violently. I knew it. This Gu Hai is a bastard. He's clearly a burly man, but why is he pretending to be a delicate young woman? Thank God I didn't fall for it. Chapter 649. Above the sea of fire, huge palaces floated, and the entrance to the largest palace. A large number of guards stood outside the door. The entire palace was on fire, as if the entire palace was burning. There was a plaque in the palace with the words Emperor Dong's Palace written on it. In the north of the palace, there was a throne shrouded in flames, and there seemed to be a hazy figure sitting inside. There were a large number of experts standing in 2 rows below, led by Tai Chu and Taiwa. Dong Huang, what did Immortal Six Paths say? Tai Chu asked in a low voice. Long Zhonghua is ambitious? But don't worry too much, a grasshopper after autumn won't be able to jump for long. A dignified cold voice came from the flames. Yes. Tai Chu nodded. You gathered us here just for this? Taiwa narrowed his eyes. The other experts in the palace did not dare to say anything. They only watched as Tai Chu, Taiwa, and Tai Yi conversed. There are a few empty spots there, and Immortal Six Paths wants to pick people. Dong Huang said lightly. There? The experts were slightly stunned. Suddenly the expressions of all the experts changed. Really? Even Taiwa's eyes lit up. Tai Chu's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he was about to speak. Buzz. A white light suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's arms, but it was in the shape of a cross, and it instantly lit up the entire palace. The experts in the palace looked at Tai Chu together. Something happened in Heavenly City? Tai Chu's expression suddenly changed. What happened? Dong Huang asked. I don't know, it might be a small matter, or else no angel would come to report, but... Tai Chu's expression was gloomy. Go, Go quickly and come back quickly, Dong Huang said lightly. Yes, I'll be back soon. Tai Chu was anxious. Buzz. In an instant, Tai Chu disappeared from the palace. Heavenly City. Gu Hai activated the Vine World Gourd with all his strength, and in an instant hundreds of millions of vines wrapped around the entire Heavenly City, surrounding all the angels. Not good. Yanhua's eyes widened. Vine World Gourd? Quick, rush out. There's poison on the vines. Grand Elder Lu Fa glared. All the black angels extended their hands and bombarded the sky almost simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of bombardments, a bunch of holes were blasted open. All the black angels dashed out of the vine barrier, but the holes that were blasted open were instantly covered by countless vines. Young Master Yanhua had also blasted a large hole and was preparing to leave. Young Master Yanhua? Is it too late to escape now? Gu Hai glared at him. Boom. All the vines rushed towards Yanhua, covering the sky like an ocean and drowning Yanhua in an instant. Break for me. Yanhua's expression changed as he attacked with all his might. The power of Open the Heaven Palace was enormous. In the blink of an eye, a large number of vines were shattered. Yanhua was about to rush out again. Ao Shun! Gu Hai shouted. Ao Shun immediately rushed towards Yanhua. Under Gu Hai's control, the surrounding vines assisted Ao Shun and interfered with Yanhua, but did not interfere with Ao Shun at all. Boom. Ao Shun and Yanhua exchanged a punch. In this punch, Ao Shun was only slightly suppressing Yanhua, but the surrounding vines instantly wrapped around Yanhua, and poisonous thorns suddenly appeared as they wrapped around Yanhua. Sizzle. Sizzle. A large number of poisonous thorns pierced through Yanhua's skin, and Yanhua shuddered. Get out of my way. Boom. Yanhua instantly exploded countless vines. However, the vines were endless and Ao Shun was also wrapped around Yanhua, making it impossible for him to escape. As the vines continued to attack and wrap around Yanhua, more and more poison appeared in Yanhua's body. Outside. 10 black angels rushed out, and in front of them was a rolling sea of vines that were wriggling crazily. How can Gu Hai suddenly control the Vine World Gourd? Vine World Gourd? He can control it, but he can't do anything to us in Heavenly Palace. He can only interfere. Where's the eldest young master? Oh no, the eldest young master didn't come out. Quick, quick, break the sea of vines. A group of black angels cried out in horror. They took out their weapons and treasures and quickly slashed at the sea of vines. Boom. Great Elder Lufa slashed down and in an instant the sea of vines exploded. However, the exploded sea of vines was covered by a new sea of vines in the blink of an eye, and only a few two-winged angels escaped. Boom. 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 The 10 black angels kept attacking, and the sea of vines kept breaking and recovering. More and more angels escaped. However, Yanhua was not there. Can't find the eldest young master? Quick, faster! A group of black angels was extremely anxious. The frequency of attacking the sea of vines was also increasing. However, there was no sign of Yanhua's whereabouts. Eldest young master, where are you? Great Elder Lufa shouted anxiously. However, the sea of vines was churning like the roaring sea. How could he hear Yanhua's voice? Just as the group of angels was extremely anxious. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. All the angels' expressions changed. Then, with a holy white light and a rolling auspicious aura, the angels immediately calmed down. The angels turned their heads to look. They saw Tai Chu standing in the air, his body emitting rolling holy light as he looked coldly at the huge sea of vines. What's going on? Tai Chu said coldly. Allah is back. The surrounding angels were overjoyed. Allah, it's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is wreaking havoc in Heavenly Palace City. The eldest young master and second young master are below. Great Elder Lufa said anxiously. Huh. Tai Chu's expression changed. In the distance, Mosquito Dauren was hiding in the forest. When he saw Tai Chu, he narrowed his eyes. You're finally here. Good. Tai Chu was high in the sky, looking coldly at the rolling sea of vines below. Qing Emperor's Vine World Gourd? Unfortunately, the Vine World Gourd isn't at the level of the 16 great treasures of history. Tai Chu said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his hand and drew a cross. A cross of white light suddenly appeared from Tai Chu's fingertip and shot toward the rolling sea of vines. When the cross of white light appeared, it suddenly magnified millions of times. The white light instantly illuminated the world, and it was so bright that countless people couldn't open their eyes. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Defend. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Hong. With a super loud sound, the cross of white light collided with the sea of vines. The huge explosion created a super airflow that instantly blew away the escaping angels. Countless vines instantly exploded in all directions. Rolling fragments shrouded the surroundings. After a while, everything below could be seen clearly. The sea of vines had been completely cleared. Heavenly Palace City was instantly exposed. However, Heavenly Palace City was also in ruins. Countless angels on the ground seemed to have been poisoned, and their faces were all green. Allah is here, Allah. Greetings, Allah. Allah save us. The living angel immediately began to shout. Tai Chu ignored the countless angels on the ground and looked directly at the resurrection pool. The resurrection pool is broken? Where is the power of faith inside? Grand Elder Lufa exclaimed. Gu Hai was lying to us, bastard. Another black angel glared. First young master? Oh no, first young master. The black angels exclaimed. They saw that Gu Hai was carrying a green gourd on his back. Two vines came out of the gourd, one wrapped around first young master Yen Hua, and the other wrapped around second young master Yi Hua. At this moment, first young master Yen Hua's face was green as if he had been poisoned. He was extremely weak. Yi Hua, on the other hand, was conscious. When he saw Tai Chu, he immediately shouted anxiously, "Father, save me, father." Tai Chu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Hey Gu Hai, how dare you act so presumptuously in Heavenly Palace City? Where is my power of faith? Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, we parted after the Thousand Saints Conference. How have you been? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Vine World Gourd? Why is it in your hands? Moreover, it is not easy to control such a spiritual treasure. Did you open a heaven palace? Tai Chu raised his eyebrows. Tai Chu, you forced Bingheim to kill me during the Thousand Saints Conference. I still remember that. Today's resurrection pool is to atone for your sins. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? Tai Chu glared at Yi Hua as a powerful aura pressed down on him. Suddenly, a vine came out of Yi Hua's chest. Yi Hua's eyes widened as he looked at his chest in disbelief. Gu Hai was controlling the Vine World Gourd to kill him? Yi Hua's injury made Tai Chu pause. Alright, that's all for today. I should be leaving. Tai Chu, you better not act rashly. My vines don't have eyes. If I am frightened, they will be torn apart immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. Are you threatening me? Tai Chu smiled coldly. So what if I am? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyen, Ao Shun, Long Sanqian and the others were anxious. This was Tai Chu. Hall Master wanted to use Yen Hua and Yi Hua to threaten Tai Chu? Kill them. If you kill them, I can revive them too. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Oh, right, I remember now. Resurrection pool? The reason for apocalypse, right? You have apocalypse and you can resurrect angels. But do you know? No one can revive the people I kill. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said coldly. Oh. Tai Chu narrowed his eyes. Cough cough. Father, it's true. None of the angels Gu Hai killed during the Thousand Saints Conference could be revived. Yen Hua said weakly. Tai Chu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the six-winged angels. Give me the list of angels. The six-winged angels quickly gave him a list of names. Tai Chu reached out and a small cross appeared in his palm. He sent his divine will into it, and soon Tai Chu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Mu Qinfeng, let's go. Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Mu Qinfeng answered and ordered the elite hall disciples to control the flying ship to fly up slowly. Chapter 650. The souls of the people that Gu Hai killed would be absorbed by the transformation pool and refined into heaven replenishing energy. Thus, even if Tai Chu passed the 10-direction annihilation inspection, he would not be able to find the heaven and earth souls of the people that Gu Hai killed. Gu Hai called out. Then Mu Qinfeng steered the flying ship and slowly flew up. In the distance, Mosquito Daoran was anxious. Fight? Quickly fight. Unfortunately, no one could hear Mosquito Doran's voice. Father, I sent an angel to find you long ago. Why, until now? Yen Hua looked weakly at Tai Chu. You sent an angel to find me? Tai Chu raised an eyebrow. Yes, True Lord, we sent one a long time ago. If True Lord had returned earlier, Gu Hai would not have broken through and would not have been able to control the Vine World Gourd and catch us off guard. Grand Elder Lufa said. Oh, Could it be that someone is helping me? Gu Hai frowned. Help you? Tai Chu's eyes turned cold. Reporting to True Lord, there were 3 four-winged angels, Jia Shi, Jia Nan, and Jia Dong. Grand Elder Lufa quickly reported 3 names. Tai Chu stroked the cross in his hand. Wang. The cross flashed with white light. At the same time, in a forest in the distance. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, 2 screams resounded in the forest. The 2 angels that had been knocked unconscious by the great Myojin suddenly woke up and cried out in pain. Bring them here. Tai Chu glared. Tai Chu blocked in front of Gu Hai's flying boat and did not let Gu Hai leave. Whoosh! Grand Elder Lufa's figure flashed and quickly found the 2 angels in the distance and brought them closer. Ah! True Lord. The 2 angels bowed respectfully. What happened? Why are you unconscious? Tai Chu asked coldly. It was the great Myojin. The great Myojin made us faint. The 2 angels said respectfully. The great Myojin is helping Gu Hai? Great Elder Lu Fa's expression changed. Great Myojin? Tai Chu's face sank. Gu Hai was also slightly taken aback. In a forest far away. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. The great Myojin? Didn't he have a grudge against Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? Damn it, I haven't come out for 1,000 years, so I really can't trust the news from the outside. There was no mistake. The great Myojin was definitely on Gu Hai's side. Otherwise, why didn't he kill Gu Hai when he saw him? This time he even helped Gu Hai? I was really blind to inform the great Myojin. This is like shooting myself in the foot. Mosquito Doran was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. On the other side, Tai Chu's expression was extremely dark. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that the great Myojin would help him. Gu Hai, let go of my son. Otherwise, I'll destroy your divine souls today. Tai Chu said coldly. Gu Hai, don't listen to him. If you let Yen Hua and Yi Hua go, we won't be able to escape. Long Out Yin said anxiously. Ao Shun, Sima Changkong, and Long Sanqian trusted Gu Hai, so they did not say anything. Oh, who are you? Tai Chu glared. Boom. A powerful will seemed to form an ice blade and rush towards Long Out Yin. Tisk. Suddenly, another vine pierced through Yi Hua's chest. Yi Hua screamed in pain. Gu Hai, how dare you? Tai Chu's expression changed and he stopped the will attack. Tai Chu, Bingheim is imprisoned and you're the one who arranged the marriage? Is that so? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh, you're still thinking about Bingheim? Tai Chu's expression changed and his previous worry disappeared. As long as Gu Hai cared about Bingheim, he would be able to save his 2 sons. I have something to do this time. I'll be back soon. However, before that, if Bingheim is arranged to be married, if Bingheim is hurt, I'll make Yen Hua and Yi Hua pay with their lives. Gu Hai said coldly. What did you say? You don't want to save Bingheim? Tai Chu glared at him. I want Bingheim. Are you willing to give her to me? Gu Hai shook his head. My heavenly city is not a place you can come and go as you please. Tai Chu glared at him. Tai Chu stroked the 10-direction annihilation with his palm. Don't move. Otherwise I'll kill one of you first. Gu Hai glared at him. I didn't move, did I? Tai Chu smiled faintly. With this smile, Gu Hai's mind seemed to blur. He seemed to see a gloomy world and he was in a super large graveyard. Suddenly there were loud rustling sounds in the graveyard. Rotten arms crawled out of the graves. Thousands of rotting corpses suddenly appeared, roaring and pouncing on Gu Hai. If Gu Hai had been in front of the Heaven Palace, he might have been confused by this illusion. However, now that he had opened the Heaven Palace, Gu Hai's human soul could clearly feel that it was all fake. His soul could communicate with the spirit. Now there was no spirit to speak of. Illusion? You want to trap me? Gu Hai smiled coldly. However, Gu Hai punched out. A 490 feet tall human soul appeared behind him and punched out as well. Honk. With a loud bang, the entire world exploded. The gloomy world suddenly turned into countless fragments. On the other side of the fragments was boundless light. The light was dazzling. However, in an instant, Gu Hai seemed to see Tai Chu's palm in front of him. He seemed to be taking advantage of the time when he was struggling in the illusion to destroy him. Zzz. Ah. Yen Hua and Yi Hua screamed at almost the same time. Several vines suddenly appeared on their chests. They were in great pain. If you move again, I'll explode them. Gu Hai glared. Boom. Tai Chu's figure paused. He gathered a gust of wind and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Soul illusion. How did you come out so quickly? Tai Chu said gloomily. In that illusion, Gu Hai only needed to be immersed in it for a short while, and he would have succeeded. However, how did Gu Hai wake up so quickly? His move could be said to be successful. Even when the Heaven Palace fell into it, it was very difficult to wake up. How did he wake up so quickly? Mu Chenfeng, Gao Chen, Sima Changkong, and the others broke out in cold sweat. That was close. They were almost done for. Tai Chu, remember what I said. Let's go. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh. The flying boat carried Gu Hai and the others and slowly flew into the distance. Tai Chu's expression was gloomy, but he did not chase after them. When Gu Hai's flying boat slowly disappeared into the sky, the angels had ugly expressions. True Lord, why didn't you chase after them? What about first young master and second young master? Grand Elder Lufa asked anxiously. As long as Bingheim is in my hands, the two of them will not die. Gu Hai? I knew he was a scourge. Tai Chu said gloomily. True Lord, should we? Grand Elder Lufa said worriedly. East King has something important to do. I can't free myself. Lufa, bring the angels to chase after Gu Hai and try not to expose yourself. If possible, try to save Yen Hua and Yi Hua. Tai Chu said in a low voice. Yes. Grand Elder Lufa replied. Whoosh. Tai Chu's body flashed and he went to the East King's palace. East King's palace? What is so important that True Lord doesn't even care about the lives of the two young masters? Grand Elder Lufa was confused. On the other hand, Mosquito Doran's eyelids were twitching as he watched Tai Chu leave. He cursed gloomily, damn it, why didn't you fight? Are you here to play? You let Gu Hai leave just like that? Bah. Mosquito Doran chased after Gu Hai. Lufa also brought the angels to chase after Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was already at the edge of the sky. It was not easy to find him. On Gu Hai's flying boat. That was close. Why is Tai Chu so easy to talk to? Long Out Yen said in surprise. Can't you see that? Gao Chen looked at him with disdain. What? Everyone looked at Gao Chen. Of course he's afraid of my master. Gao Chen said proudly. Everyone was speechless. No one believed what Gao Chen said. Even Gu Hai did not believe it. Originally I had other plans but I didn't use them. It seems that Tai Chu can't leave now? He has more important things to do. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. More important things? What can be more important than his two sons? Gao Chen asked curiously. Yi Hua and Yen Hua, who were seriously injured and vomiting blood, looked gloomy. They were the first and second young masters of the angels, but now they were prisoners? They thought about how they went to catch Gu Hai so aggressively, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai had turned the tables on them. Brother, what should we do? Yi Hua said gloomily. My cultivation was sealed by Ao Shun. I can't do anything. Yen Hua also looked gloomy. Gu Hai looked behind him and clenched his fists. Gu Hai wanted to save Bingheim, but this was Apollo Palace. Tai Chu had many tricks up his sleeve. It was lucky that he could break through the illusion earlier. If they continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. It was better to leave first. Now with Yen Hua and Yi Hua, at least Bingheim was safe. When they returned from the Dian dynasty, they would save Bingheim secretly. At the peak of a mountain. What? Gu Hai ran away? He took Yen Hua and Yi Hua away right in front of Tai Chu? The great Myojin's expression changed as he glared at the great demon in front of him. Yes, great Myojin. You asked me to keep an eye on him and this is the result. The great demon nodded. The great Myojin's expression turned ugly. Just now, Master asked me to go and told me that there were a few empty spots. He was going to give me one and I missed it. Tai Chu bastard trash. Gu Hai couldn't even kill him and he ran away? The great demon lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Where did Gu Hai go? The great Myojin asked coldly. That way and I don't know. The great demon pointed in a direction. No need, I will find him by following his aura. Gu Hai, let's see where you can run to. The great Myojin snorted. Whoosh. Suddenly the great Myojin turned into a ray of green light and shot into the sky, shooting into the distance. Soon he overtook a group of angels. The Mosquito Doran, who was following Gu Hai's airship, was thinking about how to deal with Gu Hai along the way. He suddenly became alert and turned his head to see a ray of green light shooting from behind. Great Myojin? You liar. You're obviously helping Gu Hai, but you're acting like you have a grudge against Gu Hai. You want to meet up with Gu Hai? Don't even think about it, watch me. The Mosquito Doran snorted. Whoosh. Suddenly, the Mosquito Doran released an aura that was very similar to Gu Hai's airship. With a pull, the aura changed direction and flew in another direction. The great Myojin chased after him, but he was indeed tricked by the mosquito Daoran. He avoided Gu Hai's airship and flew in another direction. Not only the great Myojin, but the angels behind him also quickly went astray. Gu Hai's airship flew leisurely in front, and all the threats behind were dealt with by the mosquito Daoran. Chapter 651. The great light sovereign deity chased after Gu Hai's flying ship. As he chased, he disappeared. The great Myojin's expression was ugly as he stood in the air. Gone? How could it be gone? Gu Hai actually managed to hide from me? The great Myojin's expression was extremely gloomy. It was as if he could not believe it. However, there was no trace of Gu Hai in the vast sky. Not even a trace of Gu Hai's aura could be found. Consider yourself lucky. If I see you again, you won't be so lucky. The great Myojin looked at the empty sky gloomily. Whoosh! A group of angels in the distance also chased in this direction. The great Myojin turned his head to look, and his expression darkened. A bunch of trash. With a flash, the great Myojin transformed into a green light and flew away. Among the angels, Grand Elder Lu Fa stared at the green light in the distance. Allah was right. It really is the great Myojin. He's with Gu Hai. Hurry, go back and report to Allah. The great Myojin flew to the Emperor Dong's palace, which was surrounded by flames. Reporting to Emperor Dong, the great Myojin requests an audience. A guard reported. Come in. The Emperor Dong's voice came from the main hall. The great Myojin stepped into the main hall. At this moment, the 2 rows of great demons were looking at the great Myojin with furrowed brows. At the very front were Tai Chu and Taiwa. At this moment, Absolute Beginning was looking at the great light sovereign deity coldly. Clearly, he blamed the great light sovereign deity for knocking out the 2 four-winged angels, causing him to be unable to rush back in time and resulting in his 2 sons being taken hostage. On the other side, Taiwa also looked at great Myojin coldly. Tai Chu had just returned and had already reported to Taiwa. Although Tai Chu had such thoughts, Taiwa understood what great Myojin meant. Killing Gu Hai without letting him know? Great Myojin, how capable? Tai Chu coldly said. Absolute Beginning? The great Myojin was slightly stunned. Tai Chu swung his sleeves and no longer looked at the great Myojin. Instead, he looked at Dong Huang, who was surrounded by flames. Dong Huang, Kong Xian is your subordinate, so it's not my place to interfere. However, this time, it was him who caused my resurrection pool to dry up. Because of him, my 2 sons were captured. Dong Huang, please help us. Tai Chu shouted. Kong Xian, is this true? Dong Huang asked in a low voice. My lord, I did stop the 2 four-winged angels, but I do not admit to any other crimes. Everything is because of Yen Hua and the others' incompetence, but they framed me. Kong Xian immediately said. Taiwa laughed coldly at the side. Ha ha, Kong Xian. You're getting bolder and bolder now. You've already extended your hands to Tai Chu Palace and Taiwa Palace? The surrounding demons did not dare to make a sound. Tai Chu was slightly stunned. This was clearly done to harm the Tai Chu bloodline. What did it have to do with Taiwa? In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression changed as he understood everything. He looked at Taiwa in surprise. Taiwa's tone was cold, murderous intent shooting out from his eyes. Dong Huang, who was sitting on the throne, immediately understood what Kong Xian meant. He had only wanted to hide it from Taiwa, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Taiwa, although Kong Xian is in the wrong, he did it out of goodwill. Furthermore, this is not the time to talk about this. Those few positions must be filled immediately. You'd better prepare early, Dong Huang said in a low voice. Taiwa turned his head and looked at Dong Huang, who was in the center of the fire, with narrowed eyes. So you're saying that this was your idea? Taiwa said coldly. Taiwa's rebuke to Tai immediately made Tai unhappy. Taiwa, don't you want to be unreasonable at this time? Don't you want to fill one of the positions? Dong Huang said coldly. I don't want to do what I want. Even if you give me the world, I don't want it. Taiwa said coldly. Presumptuous. Dong Huang said coldly. Presumptuous? I, Taiwa, don't want those positions. You can keep them for yourself. Taiwa snorted coldly, flung his sleeves and flew out of the hall. In an instant, many powerful monsters in the hall left with Taiwa. Seeing Taiwa and Tai quarrel, Kong Xian's face stiffened. He lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Tai snorted coldly. In the midst of the fire, he slapped the armrest of his throne angrily. Boom. In the hall, the monsters did not dare to speak. Tai Chu took a deep breath and did not say anything. After a while, Tai looked at Taichu. Taichu, what did Gu Hai want from your 2 sons? What did he want? He wanted Bingheim to be fine. However, Taichu did not want to make a big deal out of this. After all, his 2 sons were still in Gu Hai's hands. Don't worry, Dong Huang. I can handle it, Taichu said lightly. Okay. Dong Huang nodded. Clearly he did not need to worry about this anymore. Solar God Palace in an extremely dark canyon. A large number of monster soldiers stood around the canyon, guarding a huge prison at the bottom of the canyon. Bingheim was sitting cross-legged in the prison. Bingheim sat cross-legged. Wisps of cold air emitted from her body. The cold air gathered above her head, slowly forming an ice crow that radiated cold air. At this moment, a man in a yellow robe slowly walked into the prison. The man wore a yellow robe and carried a huge yellow gourd on his back. He walked over slowly. Greetings, Crown Prince. The surrounding monster soldiers said respectfully. The man ignored them and slowly walked to the prison. The monster soldiers immediately opened the prison and let the man in. The man's eyes were cold, as if he was constantly emitting a vicious aura. He stood in the prison and looked down at Bingheim. Since you're already awake, stop pretending, the man said lightly. Boss. Bingheim opened her eyes and looked coldly at the man in the yellow robe and the gourd. Luya? What are you doing here? Bingheim glared at him. The yellow-robed Luya said coldly, Gu Hai came just now. What? You lied to me? Bingheim's expression changed. Lied to you? What's there to lie about? Gu Hai caused a huge commotion in Heaven City, captured Yi Hua and Yen Hua, and forced Taichu to not arrange a marriage for you. It looks like your Lang Jun is not completely useless? Luya said lightly. Why are you telling me this? Bingheim said coldly. Nothing. You and I are both father's children. I can do whatever I want because I am strong enough. You are at his mercy because you are too weak, right? Luya said lightly. What are you trying to say? Bingheim said coldly. You are a miracle of the Golden Crow bloodline. You actually formed the Yin soul of the jackdaw. We are all Yang souls, but you have become the Yin soul. Although you can't cultivate it, you are special. Father doesn't care about you, but I do. Follow me and I can take you out of this prison. Listen to my orders in the future, and I will help you break through the sky. Luya said solemnly. Listen to your orders? Because of Mother, I listened to Taichu's orders and did things I didn't like. Now listen to your orders? What's the difference? Can you revive my mother? Bingheim said coldly. Revive? Taichu lied to you. You believe him? Your mother's soul was swallowed by Father long ago, and he refined himself. Luya said lightly. Bingheim bit her lip. Pain flashed in her eyes. Father made you do things you don't like and used your mother to threaten you. You are really loyal. I wonder if that Gu Hai can make you loyal again? Luya said coldly. That's right, Gu Hai. What did you say? Bingheim's expression turned cold. I said if you don't listen to me I will kill Gu Hai. Do you believe me? Luya said indifferently. Bingheim's eyelids twitched. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Luya was not in a rush. He waited patiently. Why do you want me to listen to you? Bingheim asked, biting her lip. Extreme Yang is Yang and Extreme Yin is Yin. This is the great Yin-Yang Tao, a primal chaos technique. If I study it thoroughly I can create a solar divine palace. So what? Luya said indifferently. Bingheim's pupils constricted. Have you thought it through? Luya looked coldly at Bingheim. I don't believe you. Bingheim shook her head. Oh. I don't believe in your ability. If you can capture Gu Hai alive, I will listen to you. How about that? Bingheim's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth. It settled then. Luya smiled. He turned around and walked out of the prison. The surrounding demon soldiers did not dare to say anything. They did not even dare to report Luya's arrogant words. Luya was ranked 6th among the 10 princes of Solar Divine Palace. However, he was the most vicious and cruel Golden Crow prince. He had once destroyed 2 imperial dynasties by himself. Luya left. Bingheim suddenly collapsed to the ground. Bingheim clenched her fists, her eyes filled with worry. Your Majesty, it's not that I made an enemy for you, but Luya will definitely kill someone once he sets his eyes on them. He has countless demonic techniques that are impossible to guard against. I asked him to capture you, not kill you. I gave you a chance to find out about him. You will definitely be able to deal with him. I firmly believe that you will be able to deal with him. Due south of the Divine Continent. The land of Wanshou Taoism. In the middle of a lush mountain forest. Xuanan led a few Taishang Taoism disciples to a palace on a mountain in the distance. Xuanan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Absolutely. Elder Schwanen, when you were in seclusion we did not dare to do anything. A month ago Juzi was already like a mortal. At that time, a wolf demon went berserk and pounced on Juzi. Juzi was no match for it and fell pathetically. If not for Saintus One, Juzi would have been killed by that wolf demon. Someone said. That wolf demon was only at the Khanate realm. Even I could kill it with my bare hands. However, Juzi was so pathetically facing it. Elder, this. The Taishang Taoism disciples recalled the scene from a month ago. Her Tao heart was broken and her cultivation dropped? Juzi? She is no longer suitable to be a Juzi. Schwanen narrowed his eyes. That's right. Juzi is no longer suitable to be a Juzi. Elder Schwanen, shouldn't you take another step? A Taishang Taoism disciple's eyes flashed coldly. Schwanen naturally understood what the disciple beside him was saying. However, for some reason he suddenly thought of Gu Hai's murderous look. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. Wait a while more. Schwanen clenched his fists. On the mountain in the palace. Fairy Wana looked at Taishang Taoism disciple who was sitting cross-legged. Master, how do you feel now? Fairy Wan looked worriedly at Taishang Taoism disciple. I don't know. The more I resisted, the faster I lost my cultivation. A month ago it was almost gone. If you hadn't intervened, I might have. Ju Zi of the Taishang path said with an ugly expression. But these 2 days I feel like Master's cultivation has. Fairy Wan said blankly. That's right. I've recovered to the golden core stage. Furthermore, I'm recovering rapidly every day. Taishang Taoism disciple frowned. Why is that? Fairy Wan asked curiously. Taishang Taoism disciple shook his head. One, bring me my harmonica. Taishang Taoism disciple instructed. Okay. Fairy Wan nodded and stepped out of the palace. Taishang Taoism disciple was left alone in the palace. He sat on a cushion and looked at the blue sky outside. Taishang Taoism disciple smiled bitterly. My cultivation is recovering rapidly? That's because I've already accepted my fate. I'm no longer resisting the demonic shadow in my heart. But why is my cultivation slowly returning when I'm no longer resisting it? Could it be that I've been cultivating wrongly? Taishang Taoism disciple. Isn't Taishang heartless? Chapter 652. Fairy Waner took out a green guqin. Taishang sat at the entrance of the hall and played the guqin softly. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the guqin was quite strange. When he played, there was no strange phenomenon. Master, now that the Wen Dao has been taken away by the heavens, guqin music is useless, right? Fairy Waner asked curiously. Taishang shook his head. No, this Taishang sound of longevity doesn't need the principle of guqin. But I don't understand. Fairy Waner frowned. If you don't understand, how can I? Taishang sighed slightly. I don't understand. Fairy Waner was puzzled. Taishang looked at the guqin in his hand and felt very complicated. Because someone had understood it before. It was Gu Hai, the person who made him feel like he had fallen into a demonic abyss. He understood it? When he understood it, he actually created the Tao Te Ching. The Taishang Sutra of the Taishang lineage could only be written about the Taishang, but the Tao Te Ching was deeply engraved in the Taishang's mind. At that time an old man condensed 1 qi into 3 pure ones? What was the secret of this Taishang sound of longevity? Taishang sound of longevity is the secret of my Taishang lineage. Only each generation of Taishang knows how to play it. Waner, I will now teach you the Taishang sound of longevity. And some of the inheritances of Taishang's Tao, Taishang said solemnly. Master, you can't. How can you? Fairy Waner's expression changed. Before Fairy Waner finished speaking, Taishang suddenly poked her forehead with his fingertip. Buzz. A green light came out of his fingertip and went into Waner's forehead. Waner closed her eyes and meditated. After a while, Taishang suddenly loosened his fingers, and Fairy Waner suddenly woke up. Master, what is this? Waner asked anxiously. I'll pass the inheritance to you first in case of any accidents. Taishang shook his head. But there is no need. Master's cultivation is recovering at a rapid pace. That day the wolf demon was just an accident. As long as we live here, who would dare to disturb Master? One smiled bitterly. Taishang sneered, those old guys can't hold it in anymore. A month ago that wolf demon, do you really think it was an accident? Did someone do this on purpose? Fairy One's eyes turned cold. Even Xuandu wants to overstep his authority. But, humph, as long as I'm around, the position of a tycoon will never be theirs. Taishang said coldly. Yes, master, don't worry. This disciple will definitely support master. Fairy Wanner solemnly looked at Taishang. Wanna, did you lose your virginity when you went north last time? Taishang asked in a low voice. I didn't. I didn't. Fairy Wanner's face stiffened and she stuttered. You didn't? Oh, remember this. You never lost your virginity. At least, your cultivation is improving at a rapid pace now. This explains everything. I trained you to be a tycoon of the Taishang Way. You are now the saintess of the Taishang Way. No one dares to do anything to you. Taishang said in a low voice. Master, I. Fairy Wanner said bitterly. Taishang shook his head and stroked Wanner's hair. Wanner, no matter who asks, you must deny it. You didn't lose your virginity. You are the purest successor of the Taishang Way. Yes. Fairy Wanner was confused. Go, I want to rest. Taishang said after taking a deep breath. Oh. Wanner nodded blankly. Wanner left. She felt that her master was a little strange today. He watched Wanner leave. Taishang sighed slightly and walked back to his hall. Bang. The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the same time, in another hall not far from the hall, a group of men and women wearing Tai Chi robes stood respectfully in front of a young man in white. Eldest senior brother, the tycoon has lost his Taoist heart. He is no longer qualified to be the tycoon. Please succeed him. Xuanan suddenly said. Yes, eldest senior brother. Who in the Taishang Way doesn't know Master Xiandu? Everyone knows Xiandu, but they don't know who the tycoon of the Taishang Way is. Eldest senior brother inheriting the Taishang Way is well deserved. Another disciple of the Taishang Way shouted. If it weren't for eldest senior brother, the Taishang Way wouldn't have the status we have today in Wanshou Taoism. Eldest senior brother, please don't decline. Everyone was flattering the young man in white. The young man in white had a red cinnabar mark in between his eyebrows. He opened his eyes slightly and listened to everyone, but his expression didn't change. Eldest senior brother, the tycoon isn't even in the Khanate realm now. Xuanan said softly. Eldest senior brother Xiandu took a deep breath and said, the Taishang Way is passed down in an orderly manner. You can't go against it. But eldest senior brother, she doesn't deserve to be the tycoon. The tycoon of the Taishang Way has always been a man. When did he become a woman? Moreover, when she looked for a disciple, she found a woman. Saintess Wanner? Is she trying to turn the Taishang Way into a female sect? Xuanan frowned. Xiandu narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this is the change of Taiji. Xiaoyang gives birth to Taiyin. Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. Is this the Taiji way of Yin and Yang? No, the Taishang bloodline, how could it change? The group of disciples immediately cried out. Yes, I only admire eldest senior brother. I also admire eldest senior brother. Master was muddle-headed back then. Master Immortal, you must have made a mistake. Everyone urged Xiandu to usurp the throne, but Xiandu shook his head. Others thought that Xiandu was unwilling, but Xiandu thought that it was not the right time yet. Speaking of which, I think I noticed that the tycoon's cultivation has increased a few days ago. A disciple of the Taishang Way said with a frown. Xiandu narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked at him. A month ago, the tycoon couldn't even deal with a demon wolf. However, a few days ago, 6 days ago, I saw the tycoon kill a tiger demon with a beam of sword energy. He should be in the Golden Core realm now. The disciple said. He's recovering? Everyone was taken aback. Xiandu's previous indifference disappeared, and his expression darkened. He was going to wait for the tycoon to lose his cultivation before he abdicated. How could there be such a change? 3 days later. Tycoon, we have something to report. A group of disciples of the Taishang Way broke into the palace where the Taishang lived. Fairy Wanner rushed over. How dare you? What are you doing? How dare you break into the tycoon's palace? Wanner glared at them. Boom. The disciples of the Taishang Way ignored her and broke into the palace. How dare you? Wanner's expression changed and she stopped them. At this moment, everyone stopped. He saw that there were 2 scrolls and a jade tablet in the main hall at this moment. The Taishang scripture? That's a Tai Chi diagram? Xuanan's expression changed. The 2 scrolls emitted waves of Tai Chi. One of them was emitting waves of black and white Chi. It spun slowly and formed the shape of a Tai Chi diagram. This is the Taishang Way's tycoon's token. The Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram? What? Warner asked in surprise. That jade tablet. That's the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy? Xuanen's expression changed. However, he saw a large number of names densely written on the jade tablet. When he reached the last name, it was Lin Warner. The name before Lin Warner's name was Zhang Yulian. The tycoon's name seems to be Zhang Yulian? If this is the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy, then the one behind it is Lin Warner? Xuanen's expression changed. Wow. Everyone suddenly turned to look at Lin Warner. What? Master, what are you doing? Warner's expression changed. The tycoon passed his position to Lin Warner, and only the tycoon can carve the words on the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy. No one can change it. Another Taishang Wei's disciple's expression changed. How can that be? How can the tycoon pass his position to her without permission? She is Lin Warner. How strong is the Taishang Wei? I don't believe it. Quick, informed senior brother. The Taishang Wei's jade tablet was in chaos. When the news reached Xuandu's expression changed. Boom. Immediately, Xuandu arrived at the main hall. Warner was collecting the 3 items, but Xuandu reached out his hand. Suddenly, the Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram were swept into his sleeve. However, the jade tablet seemed to emit a bright light that resisted Xuandu. Uncle Xuandu, what are you doing? This is Master's. Warner glared. Where's the tycoon? Xuandu asked coldly. How would I know? Master passed the position to me. I am now the tycoon of the Taishang Wei. This jade tablet of legacy is the best proof. Warner shouted. As she spoke, she reached out according to the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy left by Zhang Yulian. Instantly, the jade tablet shrank and landed in Warner's palm. Instantly, Warner's body emitted a Tai Chi light. I don't know why Master is doing this, but none of you can touch Master's things. And the Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram. Give them back to me. Warner glared. There were also some disciples that Xuandu didn't like. They immediately bowed to Warner. Greetings, tycoon. She passed the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy to you? Xuandu's expression was frighteningly dark. Return the Tai Chi diagram and the Taishang scripture to me. Otherwise, I will inform the Tongtian sect master and ask the Tongtian sect and Yuanshi sect to clean up the Taishang sect. Warner glared again. Humph, since you are the new tycoon, you should improve your cultivation. You can't protect the Taishang Wei's treasures. I will help you keep them first. Greetings, tycoon. Xuandu's expression was gloomy. You. Warner glared. Greetings, tycoon. Xuanen and the others imitated Xuandu and bowed slightly to Warner. However, their expressions were cold. Warner's expression was gloomy, but she felt helpless. Although her cultivation was constantly improving, she was still far behind Xuandu. She couldn't do anything about it. The noisy Taishang Wei only calmed down after a few days of arguing. Xuandu was in the main hall. Xuandu's expression was gloomy. In front of him stood a group of followers of the Taishang Wei. The Taishang Wei's internal strife has attracted the attention of the Tongtian sect and Yuanshi sect. They have started to thoroughly investigate the situation of the Taishang Wei. It is inconvenient for me to leave this place. Xuanen, take some people to the east and find Zhang Yulian. Xuandu said coldly. East? That's right. Zhang Yulian? I underestimated her. She actually guessed what we were up to. However, I figured out some things after these days of divination. She's headed east in the direction of Great Yen's celestial dynasty. Go find her and secretly bring her to me. That jade steel of legacy can't be passed down again without 100 years. However, the previous generation's great son can change the legacy. That's why that girl Warner can't change it. We can only find Zhang Yulian. Yes, eldest senior brother, don't worry. We will always be on your side. The group of Taishang Wei disciples immediately shouted. Xuandu nodded. Chapter 653. Gu Hai had arrived at the Dian dynasty. Through the officials of the Dian dynasty, the news quickly spread to Shenong City. Following that, a large number of officials came to welcome him. After all, Gu Hai was representing the Deqian celestial dynasty. He was the envoy of the celestial dynasty. Deqian envoy, you have come from afar. Rest in the Gan district first. Your Deqian palace is there. There is also a group of Deqian officials who have been here for 3 years. You can meet them. An official from the Ministry of Rites said courteously. Thank you for your trouble. Gu Hai nodded. The flying boat slowly moved towards Shenong City. From afar, Gu Hai's flying ship could already see the city under the scorching sun. It was a huge city that stretched endlessly, yet was clearly divided. There were countless clouds and mist in all directions. This Shinong city isn't smaller than the Celestial Court? Gu Hai revealed a trace of surprise. Although it was only one city, its total territory was even larger than the 33 cities of the Celestial Court combined. Shinong City, to be precise, is a combination of 64 cities. Sima Changkong explained. Oh, 64 cities? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, but here they are called 64 districts. Each district is the size of a large city. Hallmaster, can you see it? Sima Changkong smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Indeed, the 64 districts had their own city walls. They were clearly separated, each one was the same. Every zone is a hexagram and it is the sign of 64 hexagrams. His Majesty has created a Tao of heaven and earth called Lian Shanii, and these 64 zones are arranged according to the arrangement of Lian Shanii. They are not inferior to the 36 cities of the Celestial Court at all. These 64 hexagrams also form a great formation. No one knows how strong they are. However, they are recognized as the top 3 in the world. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Oh, publicly recognized as the top 3 in the world? Yes, this is taking into account all kinds of formations. If we were to count from the perspective of the 64 hexagrams formation, this would be the first. Back then, Old Man Guanxi also used a chess formation to fight against this Lianshan formation, but in the end he couldn't win. Sima Changkong solemnly said. He didn't win? Yes, neither victory nor defeat. Sima Changkong nodded. In the sky above Shinong City, there was also a sea of fate. In the sea of fate clouds, there were statues of Dian, His Holiness, and the statues of all the officials and generals. There were also countless diagrams around them. Qin hexagram, Kun hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Zhen hexagram, all kinds of hexagram. Each of them corresponded to a district below. Gu Hai's flying boat was flying towards the Qin hexagram land. Lian Shanii? How familiar. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Familiar? Hallmaster also knows Lian Shanii? Sima Changkong was puzzled. A little, but not much. Gu Hai shook his head and fell into deep thought. Sima Changkong and Long Sanqian were at a loss. This Lian Shanii was created by Jiang Lianshan himself. He didn't tell anyone at all. No one has inherited Lian Shanii's legacy. How could you possibly know it? Long Outyin said in disbelief. He thought Gu Hai was just putting on a show. However, Gu Hai did know a little about the 64 hexagrams. Back on Earth, he had flipped through the Book of Changes, but he couldn't understand most of it back then, so he didn't take it seriously. After coming to this world, Gu Hai's memory improved tremendously due to his cultivation. He could recall all the Book of Changes that he had read in the past. When he was immortal, he had also studied Book of Changes. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew a little. However, Book of Changes and Lian Shanii were different. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge Shinong city. It's really similar. Tai Yi Mosquito Daoren, Kong Xian and Tong Tian Sect Master? Could it be that the immortal firmament is the same? Even some people can be a coincidence? If people can be the same, perhaps some of the laws of heaven and earth are the same? So, since Lian Shanii appeared on earth, does this world also have Lian Shanii? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He looked at the 64 hexagrams pattern in the sky. Gu Hai pondered for a moment. The 64 hexagrams were said to be passed down by Fuxi on earth in the past, but there were changes later on. It was divided into 3 categories: Lian Shanii, Guizhong Yi and Book of Changes. This was a process of time. Lian Shanii appeared and was slowly replaced by Guizhong Yi. Finally, it was replaced by Book of Changes during the Zhou dynasty on earth. As a result, there was no inheritance of Lian Shanii and Guizhong Yi on earth in the future. They only knew their names. Now Gu Hai finally saw the real Lian Shanii. The 64 hexagrams were the same, but the arrangement was different from Book of Changes. Lian Shanii used the Zhen hexagram as the first hexagram. Book of Changes used the Qin hexagram as the first hexagram. Zhen hexagram? The palace of the Dian dynasty is in the Zhen district? Gu Hai looked at the official from the Ministry of Rites. That's right. The official from the Ministry of Rites nodded. That's right. It's just as I guessed. It's indeed the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Outyin rolled his eyes. Do you need to guess that the palace of the Dian dynasty is in the Zhen district? It was something that everyone knew. Hallmaster, don't pretend to know when you don't. Look at how these officials are laughing at you. The Dian official did not believe him. He looked at Gu Hai strangely. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that my master doesn't know. What is Lian Shania? Is there anything in this world that my master doesn't know? If you're so capable, why don't you write a book about Taoism? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. You're illiterate. Gao Chen said with disdain. I'm illiterate? What do you know? Long Outyin glared at him. Then why don't you write something better than Taoism? Gao Chen said with disdain. Long Outyin snorted coldly. All right, stop arguing. Gu Hai said calmly. The flying boat slowly moved towards the Gan district. Soon they arrived at a group of palaces. A large number of Deqian officials were standing at the entrance of the palaces. The one leading them was someone Gu Hai was familiar with. He was Ram Saint, the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Ram Saint led the team. He had arrived at the Dian dynasty a long time ago. When he heard that the Deqian envoys were coming, he immediately came out to welcome them. When he saw Gu Hai on the flying boat, Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. Mr. Good? It's you? Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. Mr. Ram, long time no see. Gu Hai said with a smile. An official from the Ministry of Rights said, Lord Ram, this is the Deqian envoy. You can arrange it. You know the rules. Thank you. Ram Saint nodded. The Dian officials from the Ministry of Rights slowly retreated. Ram Saint turned around and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Then he looked at the others on the flying boat. Outyin Ho, 3000 Ho, Sima Chang Kong and Ao Shun? Why are you with Mr. Good? Ram Saint asked in surprise. His Holiness ordered us to temporarily enter the elite hall and wait for the hall master's orders. Sima Chang Kong explained. Lord Ram. Long Sanchen smiled. Outyin Ho tilted his head and ignored Ram Saint. Ao Shun didn't say anything either. You're joining the elite hall? Mr. Good, is His Holiness dissatisfied with my incompetence and sent you to supervise me? Ram Saint said with a sour expression. Gu Hai shook his head. Mr. Ram, you worry too much. The Great Qin Empire's emperor asked me to go on a diplomatic mission to the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty. He already instructed me during the Thousand Saints Conference. I only rested at home for 3 years because of some trivial matters. Ram Saint, Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, and Ao Shun all turned to look at Gu Hai with their mouths wide open. You said? His Holiness ordered you to take care of him during the Thousand Sage Conference? You actually disobeyed the order? Long Outyin stared in shock. I had important matters to attend to and couldn't leave. Gu Hai shook his head. Gong Yangxing was speechless. Couldn't leave? He could be considered the first person in the Deqian who dared to ignore His Holiness's orders for 3 years and deal with his own matters. But at least it showed that Deqianxing didn't send Gu Hai because he was disappointed in him, but because he was disappointed in Gu Hai and sent him first. Mr. Good, you're here now. You're really leisurely. Ram Saint said coldly. It's all right. I was slightly delayed on the road, so I hurried over. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Delayed? Is there anything more important than coming to Shenong City? Ram Saint said in a low voice and seemed to be unhappy. We were stopped by the angels midway, so we went to Heaven City and killed some angels. We quarreled with Tai Chu. Gu Hai nodded. Ram Saint was slightly stunned, as if he didn't understand what Gu Hai said. After a while he came around. You quarreled with Tai Chu? Tai Chu let you out? Mr. Good, I respect you for saving me, but I'm not stupid. You better not use such low-level lies to lie to me. Ram Saint glared. Lie to you? Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. If you dare to go to Heaven City? Now the angels can't wait to catch you for revenge, and Tai Chu hates you to the core. If you go to Heaven City, can you still come out? That's one of Tai Chu's biggest palaces. How many angels are stationed there? Can you still come out? Can you still be safe and sound? Are you slandering my intelligence? Ram Saint glared and said angrily. Just as Ram Saint finished speaking, Mu Chenfeng's shout came from a hall in the flying ship. We're here, get out. Quick. Quang. The door of the hall suddenly opened. Then he saw 2 shackled men walking out from the front. This is young Master Yen Hua? Why is he handcuffed? And that Yi Hua, how come he's alive? Why is he also shackled? Ram Saint said in surprise. I told you I went to Heaven City. Ram Saint, why are you so stubborn? Long Outyin said impatiently. Ram Saint rubbed his eyes, and the subordinates behind him also rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't accept this fact for a while. Gu Hai went to Heaven City and captured 2 of Tai Chu's sons in front of him. In the end, Gu Hai was unharmed? Did I remember wrongly? When did Solar God Palace become so easy to talk to? Gu Hai, our cultivation has been sealed by you, and you still want us to wear shackles. Do you want to humiliate us? Yan Hua glared and said angrily. I remember that day you said that when Bingheim just returned, it was you who shackled her? Gu Hai said lightly. Yan Hua glared and was very angry. Gu Hai turned to look at Ram Saint. Lord Ram Saint, can you arrange some accommodation for us, and give me a place to imprison Yan Hua and Yi Hua? Gong Yangxing was speechless. Chapter 654. In the Qing Emperor's residence, the Qing Emperor was sitting cross-legged. He was meditating. Boom. Suddenly, with the azure the arch as the center, a green light surged. Phew. The Qing Emperor let out a long sigh. Emperor, how is it? Do you still need me to concoct a great restore pill? The King of Elixirs asked carefully. No need. My injuries are all healed. Long Zhanghua? He is indeed powerful. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. What about Gu Hai? The King of Elixirs asked softly. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes, and hatred flashed across his eyes. Emperor. Suddenly, Qisha's voice came from outside the room. Come in. The Qing Emperor said solemnly. Soon, Qisha walked into the room with a ball of paper in his hand. Emperor, I was resting in the room when an arrow was shot at me. I immediately went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him. Qisha said solemnly. Oh, you couldn't find him with your hearing? The Qing Emperor raised an eyebrow. Yes, there was a letter on the arrow. Qisha handed over the arrow and a letter respectfully. The Qing Emperor took the letter and read it carefully. Gu Hai is in Shenong City? Why didn't anyone report to me? The Qing Emperor stared. Maybe Gu Hai is too far north and the people from the Board of Rights don't know Gu Hai. Also, Gu Hai might not have reported his name. Besides, Gu Hai has many people with the same name. Qisha guessed. Qisha. The Qing Emperor looked at Qisha coldly. Qisha's expression turned solemn. Emperor, it's true. I was filtering the sound just now. Gu Hai is really in the Deqian Palace. The Qing Emperor raised an eyebrow. Emperor, the person who sent the letter has ulterior motives. The King of Elixirs said solemnly. Qing Emperor nodded. Obviously, the person who delivered the letter knew about the grudge between him and Gu Hai and wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. Emperor, are we going to make a move? Seven Kills asked, puzzled. Emperor, they are Deqian emissaries after all. They represent the Deqian Celestial Empire. If we go there rashly, will we? Qing Emperor said coldly. Deqian emissary? Humph, this is the Dian dynasty after all, and I am the Qing Emperor of the Dian dynasty. Whoosh. Qing Emperor stood up and walked outside. Gan region, Deqian Palace. After settling down, Ram Saint held a banquet to welcome everyone. However, he still had a strange feeling about Yi Hua and Yan Hua being captured. Lord Gongyang, we came late. What is the attitude of Dian and His Holiness? Gu Hai asked curiously. Ram Saint smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I came 3 years earlier than you, but in these 3 years, I only saw Jiang Lianshan once. I haven't seen him since then. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. And that was a hurried meeting. Jiang Lianshan gave His Holiness some face by meeting the Deqian emissary. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to know what I was going to say, but he kept avoiding me. After that, I asked to see him many times, but... Ram Saint smiled bitterly. If you can't see Jiang Lianshan, you can't talk about anything. Gu Hai frowned. Yes, in these 3 years I kept making friends with Dian officials, hoping to find a way to meet Jiang Lianshan. Ram Saint took a deep breath. What was the effect? Gu Hai was confused. Effect? They were willing to attend the banquet, but when it came to meeting Jiang Lianshan, they all avoided talking about it. No one dared to take the risk when Jiang Lianshan decided on something, not even the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Red Emperor. Ram Saint frowned. Today we came here. Can I still see Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. No, the officials of the Ministry of Rights led you here, which is equivalent to 2 diplomatic missions meeting. They won't let us see His Holiness. Ram Saint shook his head. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It's a pity that my literary skills were taken away by the immortal of the 6 paths, otherwise, with my literary talent, I could have written some remonstrances. Ram Saint sighed slightly. Then do you have a way to meet Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai was confused. Meet Jiang Lianshan? There are only 2 ways now. First, find the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Red Emperor to recommend you. However, the 3 of them are not willing. Ram Saint sighed slightly. What's the second way? Second remonstrance. Ram Saint said in a low voice. Remonstrance? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's this Lianshan Yi, also known as the Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan is most proud of his achievement. However, he is still not satisfied. He wants to find the flaws in it and make it more perfect. Therefore, as long as someone points out the flaws in the Book of Changes, he can make an exception to meet them. Ram Saint said in a low voice. Point out the flaws in Lianshan Yi? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, although this Book of Changes has been selected by Jiang Lianshan and all the Gathas have been announced to the world, and even placed in the center of every district, we still don't understand the Book of Changes. Without Jiang Lianshan's inheritance, how can we point out the flaws if we don't understand the Book of Changes? Ram Saint said with a bitter smile. But how can Jiang Lianshan know if this is the truth? What if he points out the flaws randomly? Gu Hai was puzzled. In the center of every city, there is a giant monument that is connected to the Lianshan formation. Those who have ideas can write on the giant monument. If it is really compatible with the Lianshan formation and points out the flaws in Lianshan Yi, the giant monument can sense it and then show it through the Lianshan formation. However, I heard that it has been 1,000 years, and no one has found a single flaw in Lianshan Yi, Ram Saint said with a bitter smile. No flaws in 1,000 years? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it has been 1,000 years and Lianshan Yi has been perfected day by day. 1,000 years ago, old man Guanxi came and used the chest Dao formation to deduce. He triggered a reaction from the giant monument and pointed out a flaw. However, I heard that Jiang Lianshan did not accept this flaw, so it was left unsettled. Ram Saint said with a bitter smile. Old man Guanxi used the chest Dao formation to deduce the Lianshan formation? Found a flaw? Yes, I heard that old man Guanxi completely overthrew Jiang Lianshan's Lianshan Yi. Old man Guanxi deduced that the Zhen hexagram was the first hexagram of Lianshan Yi. Like the myriad phenomena in the world, the Kuan hexagram should be the first hexagram. Kuan is the earth, the origin of life. He argued with Jiang Lianshan for a long time, and Jiang Lianshan also verified with him for countless days. However, in the end, old man Guanxi cultivated the chest Dao so he could not find a reason for these 64 hexagrams. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Ram Saint recalled. Gu Hai frowned deeply. The Zhen hexagram was the first hexagram so it was Lianshan Yi. The Kuan hexagram was the first hexagram so it was Guizhang Yi. Old man Guanxi used the chest Dao formation to deduce Lianshan Yi? Deduce Guizhang Yi? Mr. Good, don't think about the second method. Think about the first method instead. The Qing Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Red Emperor. Ask them to recommend you. I remember that the Qing Emperor seemed to value Mr. Good a lot. How about? Ram Saint said expectantly. Ram Saint did not know that Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor had fallen out, so he asked Gu Hai to look for the Qing Emperor. However, how could Gu Hai look for trouble now? Ram Saint, you underestimate the clan leader. You don't know the Book of Changes but the clan leader does. Isn't that right, clan leader? Long Outyen said with a cold smile. Not long ago, Gu Hai said that he knew a little about the Book of Changes, but Long Outyen did not believe him. Now that he had the chance he would naturally mock him. Mr. Good, is what Long Outyen said true? Ram Saint asked with a look of disbelief. Long Sanqian Ao Shun and Sima Changkong looked at Long Outyen with furrowed brows. Obviously they were blaming Long Outyen for undermining the clan leader. It was too much. I know a little. Gu Hai nodded. Sima Changkong and Long Sanqian's expressions froze. Did I hear wrong? Ram Saint also looked at Gu Hai with wide eyes. How is that possible? Jiang Lianshan's Book of Changes has never been passed down to anyone. Could it be that Mr. Gu has obtained the inheritance? Gong Yangxing glared. Inherit? I only know a different version of the Book of Changes. Gu Hai shook his head. Aha, Gu Hai, do you really know the Book of Changes? You're still boasting at a time like this? Long Outyen said gloomily. I'm just mocking you. How dare you say that? Since there's a sensing stone tablet for the Great Array formation in every district, if you don't mind, Mr. Ram, take me there. I'll write down some of the contents of the Book of Changes that I know and see if it's effective. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai had indeed studied the Book of Changes, but he did not know it well. Even so, Gu Hai had a complete version of the Book of Changes, so it was fine to try. Maybe it would be useful? However, everyone mistakenly thought that Gu Hai was really confident. If it were someone else they would never believe it, but Gu Hai was different. First of all, Gu Hai's chess playing was perfect. Old man Guanxi could find flaws, so Gu Hai might be able to do it too. Second, Gu Hai could write a scripture like the Book of Taoism. Maybe he could really do it? Then when Mr. Good? Ram Saint asked with a strange look in his eyes. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. What do you think? Gu Hai asked. So soon? Mr. Good, don't you want to study Lianshanyi first? After all, Shenong City's Lianshanyi is different from the outside world, except for the content. Mr. Good, why don't you read it carefully before you start writing? Ram Saint asked. Study Lianshanyi? Gu Hai thought about it and finally gave up. He had studied the Book of Changes for so many years, but he only understood a little. He definitely would not understand Lianshanyi, so it was better to forget about it. No, just take me there. There's no need to waste time. Gu Hai shook his head. Ram Saint nodded. Okay, Mr. Good, come with me. Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, and Ao Shun all looked at Gu Hai with strange expressions. You're lying, right? Long Outyin cursed in a low voice. Chapter 655. It is indeed the first gen hexagram. Gu Hai squinted his eyes. A large number of people were walking around the square, but no one approached the giant tablet. Perhaps they had given up on the Lianshanyi on the tablet. A large number of soldiers were guarding around the giant tablet. Gu Hai looked at the Lianshanyi on the giant tablet. The first gen hexagram was followed by the second Kuan hexagram. Arranged one by one, there were 64 of them. Mr. Gu, there are 64 giant tablets in Shenong City. On each tablet there is a piece of Lianshanyi. The handwriting of each piece is different, but it seems that the artistic conception of each piece is different. Mr. Good, don't you want to look around? Ram Saint asked. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. He wouldn't understand even if he looked at it. Then Mr. Good, do you see any flaws? Ram Saint asked. Flaws? Gu Hai only knew a little about the 8 diagrams. How could he understand them? The 64 hexagrams were a combination of the basic 8 diagrams. They were the superposition of 2 8 diagrams. The gen hexagram was the superposition of 2 normal gen hexagrams. The gen hexagram was? There was a long horizontal line at the top, 2 short horizontal lines in the middle, and 2 short horizontal lines at the bottom. The long horizontal line was called the yang line, and the 2 short horizontal lines were called the yin line. The yang line was called 9, and the yin line was called 6. The hexagrams had to be looked at from the bottom to the top. The gen hexagram was the superposition of 2. Therefore, there were 2 short horizontal lines at the bottom called 6. The order of the hexagrams was 6 6 2 9 3 6 4 6 5 9. Gu Hai knew a little about the hexagrams and the others knew how to look at them. However, they didn't know how to look at them in depth. At least, Ram Saint didn't understand. Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, Ao Shun, and Sima Changkong didn't understand either. Hall leader, do you see any flaws? Long Outyin sneered. At this moment, all eyes were on Gu Hai. You're saying that I can write on this stone tablet? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Oh, that's right. This stele is a part of the Grand Mountain Linking Formation. As long as you write something on it, it will react. If you write something that's not important, then there will be no reaction. Mr. Good, are you really going to write it? Did you really find a flaw? Ram Saint asked curiously. Yes, it's not a small problem. Gu Hai nodded. Gong Yangxing was speechless. I'm just asking. Can't you be more humble? Everyone looked at Gu Hai speechlessly. They didn't know if Gu Hai really saw the problem or if he was just pretending. The result would be revealed soon. No one said anything. Ram Saint stepped forward and explained to the soldier guarding the monument. The soldier looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Heck, could it be another scammer? His Holiness's Lianshanyi has been perfected. How can there be a flaw? And it's a Deqian person? The soldiers thought about it. However, Dian had strict orders from His Holiness, so they were not worried. However, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Gu Hai walked closer. Ram Saint took out a brush and said, Mr. Good, this is a special brush. Use this spirit stone to grind the golden liquid and write on the stele. Gu Hai picked up the brush, dipped it in the golden liquid and nodded. Gu Hai stood in front of the giant monument and attracted the attention of countless people around. What are those people doing? Why are they going to the Lianshanyi tablet? Are they going to change it to Lianshanyi? Are you kidding? 1,000 years ago, even old man Guanxi couldn't change a single word. Where did these people come from? The people didn't believe it, but they all stopped to watch. Ram Saint and Long Outyin suddenly smiled bitterly. They suddenly realized that they shouldn't have come. More and more people were surrounding them. If Gu Hai couldn't write anything later, how embarrassing would that be? Among the crowd stood a group of people with gloomy expressions on their faces. It was Qing Emperor and his subordinates. They were looking at Gu Hai, who was standing in front of the monument. Oh, changing Lian Shanyi? What a joke. Qing Emperor said coldly. Emperor, when I was listening earlier, I already said that Gu Hai doesn't know his place. 7 Kills said softly. King of Pills frowned and said, Emperor, there are too many people here. Should we move to another place? Another place? The Gan district is under my jurisdiction. I can even control part of the Lian Shanyi array here. Why should I care so much in my own place? Qing Emperor said coldly. But they are still the Deqian envoys. King of Pills said worriedly. So what if they are the Deqian envoys? This is the Dian dynasty. Besides, after this, who will know that I'm the one who did it? Qing Emperor said coldly. But, don't worry, I have a plan. The one who dealt with the Deqian envoys wasn't the people of the Dian dynasty. It was Gu Hai who dug his own grave. Qing Emperor said coldly. Huh. 7 Kills heard it, right? That's Yi Hua and Yen Hua? Qing Emperor looked at 7 Kills again. Your Majesty, that's right. I was listening when they were talking. Gu Hai and his group caused a ruckus in the heavenly city and captured Tai Chu's 2 sons. They even said that Lian Shanyi had a problem and wanted to reprimand them. 7 Kills said confidently. Alright, if that's the case, then it's not our problem. It's Tai Chu who came to find trouble with them. It's Tai Chu. Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor reached out and grabbed the air. Buzz. Endless fog appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding void. Your Majesty, are you controlling Lian Shanyi? Will His Holiness find out? King of Pills was still worried. This is under my jurisdiction. His Holiness won't care. Besides, I'm just using the Lian Shanyi array to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to set up another array. Qing Emperor said coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, the rolling fog shrouded the entire central square in an instant. What's going on? Why is there fog? Such a powerful aura. Why? Countless people were shocked. A powerful aura came from the fog. What's going on? Let's fly out and take a look. A soldier guarding the monument said in shock. He had just flown into the sky. Boom. A loud sound was heard as he was knocked down. A scream echoed in the surroundings. The people were in a panic. At the same time, Gu Hai's brush stopped in the air. Sima Changkong and the rest looked at the thick fog in front of them in shock. What's going on? This is Shenong City. Who dares to be presumptuous here? Ram Saint's face changed. Gu Hai. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed in the fog. Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked at the direction of the roar in shock. However, the roar was too loud and he couldn't figure out where it came from. Let's get out of here first. Long Outyen shouted. As he spoke, his body flashed and shot into the distance. Bam! Dragon Outyen was sent flying back, and in front of him stood a 6-winged angel. The 6-winged angel held a long sword in his hand and looked at Long Outyen coldly. Angel? The angel is here? Ao Shun's face darkened. As he spoke, Ao Shun moved closer to Gu Hai. Boom! At this moment, a rain of hundreds of millions of arrows appeared at the edge of the fog and shot toward Gu Hai and the rest. The rain of arrows was extremely fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Long Sanqian, Ram Saint, and Sima Changkong's faces changed. Boom boom boom. Everyone dodged quickly. Ao Shun waved his hand and broke a large number of arrows. Suddenly, countless vines appeared around Gu Hai, instantly wrapping around all the soldiers and citizens guarding the monument. Many thanks. The expressions of the soldiers guarding the monument changed as they looked at Gu Hai gratefully. At this moment, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Heavenly Palace? Ao Shun's face darkened. However, thousands of angels suddenly flew out from the surroundings. Among them there were dozens of 6-winged angels. All of them were holding weapons and bows as they surrounded a white figure. As soon as the white figure appeared, a powerful aura surged and created a storm. Tai Chu. Ao Shun's face changed. Tai Chu is here. Does he not want Yi Hua and Yen Hua's lives? Sima Changkong's face darkened. Tai Chu, I have asked Gao Chen to keep an eye on Yen Hua. He can hear me. If you dare to do anything, you will never see your 2 sons again. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha. Kill them. Tai Chu laughed coldly and ignored them. Kill? Thousands of angels rushed over. Ah, help. The civilians' faces changed. Kaboom! Gu Hai wrapped the vines around the civilians and protected them. But the angels rushed over. Ao Shun rushed forward. Boom! Ao Shun punched dozens of angels away. Ao Shun? Ao Tianhuang indeed gave birth to a good son. However, you can only blame your bad luck for being with Gu Hai. None of you will be able to survive. Tai Chui snorted coldly as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ao Shun. Boom! Tai Chu punched. Although Ao Shun was an elite from Heavenly Palace, he was no match for Tai Chu. Tai Chu punched and created a storm. Ao Shun flew back 30 feet. Sand and pebbles flew around. If not for Gu Hai's vines, all the civilians would have been killed. Unfortunately, the angels were getting fiercer. When the angels were about to hit Long Outyin decided not to hide anymore. Jiang Qin, protect me. Long Outyin waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a zombie wearing an emperor's robe appeared and sent a group of angels flying. Little thing, you're courting death. Tai Chu's eyes turned cold. He rushed forward and punched the zombie. Boom! Just like Ao Shun, the zombie retreated 100 feet. Break! Tai Chu waved his hand again. Boom! The tremendous power instantly blew up all the vines, and countless aftershocks instantly rushed towards everyone. A large number of civilians and soldiers were exposed, including Ram Saint and Sima Changkong. They were chased by the angels. Screams were heard. Some people were killed. Ao Shun and the zombies were from Heavenly Palace. They rushed toward Tai Chu. But Tai Chu was too strong. They were no match for him. Everyone was about to die under the angels' attacks. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. No, this isn't the real Tai Chu. Is this the 32 Skies array? A condensed cloud beast, Tai Chu? Gu Hai's expression changed. Chapter 656. The six-winged angel stabbed at Long Sanqian, seemingly leaving Long Sanqian with nowhere to run. However, Long Sanqian suddenly stepped forward. He faced the blade head-on. Buzz. Bang. The angel's saber missed its target. Long Sanqian, who should have been cut open, was unscathed. It really is the 32-line pair world formation? One of Guanxi's 9 sons? Long Sanqian's eyelids twitched. The Go laws had already been collected by the heavens. If one wanted to set up a Go law formation, they either needed the heavenly Go chess or an endless amount of energy. Gu Hai used a huge amount of spirit stones to support the formation in the past. However, Qing Emperor controlled the connecting mountains formation and connected the world to obtain endless spirit energy to support the 32-line pair world formation. All the angels charged at Gu Hai's group, killing everyone in their way. Ao Shun charged at the very front. Naturally, he started fighting with the strongest, Tai Chu. Although Long Outyin's Jiangchen zombie was strong, it was no match for Tai Chu. Even if it joined forces with Ao Shun, Tai Chu still managed to suppress it. Boom, boom, boom. Under the huge impact, the powerful shockwaves were absorbed by the fog formation and could not spread to the outside world. To the other people in Divine Farming City, this place was only shrouded in fog. No one knew that a fierce battle was taking place inside. Divine Farming City, Zhen District, Imperial Palace. Jiang Lianshan, Dian's His Holiness, was reviewing memorials. Dian's His Holiness suddenly paused and turned to look in the direction of the Gan District. After taking a look, the Great Flame Emperor frowned. He seemed to be deep in thought, but in the end he ignored it. At the central square of the Gan District, Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, and Ram Saint were all surrounded by a large number of angels. A large number of vines emerged from Gu Hai's Vine World Gourd, but they were all shattered by Tai Chu's palm. Now the three of them were surrounded by angels. In the blink of an eye, Sima Changkong and Ram Saint were drowned by the angels. In the face of the countless attacks from the angels, Gu Hai stepped forward and dodged them. Gu Hai could understand the 32 great formations, and sometimes even faced the angel swords head-on, but just like the Long Sanqian, he strangely avoided all the angels. At the border of the fog, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Humph, this Gu Hai's Go skills have increased again. To think that he can comprehend the 32 great formations so deeply. Unfortunately, you can only hide for a while. The common Tong Tian has to follow the rules on the chessboard, but the Cloud Beast Grand Beginning doesn't. Once we deal with Ao Shun and the others, it will be the time of your death. Ah! Not far away, Long Outyin screamed. Jiang Chen's zombie and Grand Beginning were in a deadlock. Long Outyin was immediately surrounded by a large number of angels, slashing at him repeatedly. Long Outyen's body was covered in blood. Long Outyen was severely injured and was about to be killed by the angels. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a green vine wrapped around Long Outyen and pulled him. Whoosh! Long Outyen was immediately pulled out of the angels' encirclement. In an instant he arrived in front of Gu Hai. I'm not dead. Long Outyen looked at his own body in horror. If you don't pay attention you'll die, Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyen quickly turned his head and saw Gu Hai dodging the angel. A vine wrapped around Long Outyen's waist from Gu Hai. Did Gu Hai save me? Long Outyen's expression froze, but he immediately gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen, are you dead? This marquis was almost killed. Whoosh! Jiang Chen arrived in front of Long Outyen in an instant. Now that Grand Beginning was free, he immediately punched Ao Shun. Ao Shun was sent flying and vomited blood. Ah! Not far away a scream suddenly came. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Gong Yang Sheng's head fly into the air. Boom! Another angel flew over and shattered Gong Yang Sheng's head with a single punch. Lord Gong Yang. Sima Changkong's expression changed as he exclaimed. Ah! Sima Changkong's body had also been pierced by a few angel swords. Long Outyen's expression changed. What do we do? What do we do? Oh! All Master, what do we do? We can't deal with Grand Beginning. This is not Grand Beginning, this is one of Guanqi's 9 sons, this is the 32 formation. Long Sanchen shouted anxiously. What? Not Grand Beginning? Long Outyen's expression changed. My father is Dragon God Ing, my grandfather is Long Zhanghua. I don't care who you are, if you dare to kill me, my father and grandfather will avenge me. Long Outyen roared. In the fog far away. Qing Emperor sneered and ignored them. Hall Master, what do we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. We are the Deqian emissaries, Qing Emperor? It's you, right? You want to kill us? This is openly making an enemy of the Deqian Celestial Empire. Gu Hai suddenly roared. In the fog, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai guessed it was him? So what if he guessed it? As long as he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. Later all of you will die. Qing Emperor? Qing Emperor? Jiang Lianshan doesn't care? Long Outyen asked in horror. Within the 32 great formations, no sound can be heard. Long Sanchen said anxiously. Then what should we do? What should we do? Long Outyen asked in horror. You guys block for me, I will inform Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Ao Shun shouted. Damn it. Long Outyen was also very depressed. Jiang Chen's zombie immediately blocked in front of Gu Hai. Grand Beginning came again with a large number of angels. Boom boom boom. The battle inside was extremely fierce. The ground of the square was already full of stones and storms. 32 great formations enveloped everyone's power within. They couldn't get out, they couldn't escape, they stubbornly resisted. Gu Hai suddenly used a brush dipped in gold to write under Lianshan Yi, and compared the arrangement of the Lianshan Yi one by one. Lianshan Yi, Gen hexagram first. Gen the back, not the body. Walking in the courtyard, not seeing the person. Book of Changes, Chen hexagram first. Qian Yuan Heng Li Zhen. The stone tablet suddenly lit up slightly, as if it was responding to this sentence. But there was a conflict. Qing Emperor in the distance narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was not only looking for flaws, but also seemed to be rearranging. Book of Changes? Lianshan Yi is also called the Book of Changes. What do you mean by writing another Book of Changes? Do you want to fight against Lianshan Yi with your fabricated Book of Changes? Ignorant, ridiculous. Qing Emperor shouted coldly. But his eyes were fixed on the 2 symmetrical words of the Book of Changes. Just one sentence could not show anything. Gu Hai continued to write. Lianshan Yi Mountain Gen, a gentleman's thoughts are not out of the ordinary. Book of Changes, heaven is vigorous, a gentleman is self-improvement. Heaven is vigorous, a gentleman is self-improvement. It seemed to be indicating something, but it made the stone tablet suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Rumble. The stone tablet trembled as if it was resisting this sentence. At the same time in the upper study room, Jiang Lianshan's brush suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowed. Jiang Lianshan looked in the direction of the Qian district again with a trace of surprise. In the Qian district, Gu Hai continued to write without stopping. Lianshan Yi 6th Gen Qiji Wujiu Li Yongzhen. Book of Changes 9th Hidden Dragon. Hidden Dragon? Although it was written simply, the moment the hidden dragon was mentioned, there seemed to be a low roar of a dragon under the stone tablet. Roar. The dragon's low roar seemed to be awakening something. At the same time, the entire stone tablet began to tremble. Gu Hai continued to write. Lianshan Yi 6 Gen Qifei not following, his heart is unhappy. Book of Changes 92, See Dragon in the Field. Li sees the Lord. Lianshan Yi 93 Gen Qifei, Lianshan Yi, Li Sun Xian. Book of Changes 93, A Gentleman Works All Day Long Li Yongzhen Wujiu. Lianshan Yi 64, Gen Qifei Wujiu. Book of Changes 94 or Leap into the Abyss Wujiu. Long Outyin didn't understand what was written, but as Gu Hai wrote, not only did the stone tablet in the Qian district square tremble, but all the stone tablets in the 64th district also trembled. Rumble. 64 stone tablets trembled, suddenly triggering the Lianshan formation. For a moment, rolling fog roared through the entire Shinong city. In the fog, a dragon's might was emitted. For a moment, all the people in the city suddenly paused and looked up at the sky. In the fog, one could vaguely see a golden Tongtian light shining in the direction of the Qian district. In the golden light, there seemed to be a giant golden dragon that was about to rush out. In the upper study room, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and slowly stepped out of the study room. First in the Qian trigram? Ridiculous. The Jian hexagram represents the mountain. It is unmoving like a mountain. It is the foundation of heaven and earth. It should be number 1. Back then, Guanxi said that the Kuan hexagram was number 1 because the earth was real. It was the origin of all living things. Only then could it be argued with. But this Qian hexagram? Number 1 in the Qian hexagram? Qian represents the heavens represent the void. There is nothing in the void, so how can heaven and earth be defined? Qian hexagram? Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Although he rejected the Qian hexagram as number 1, as Gu Hai wrote sentence by sentence, he described a new principle of heaven and earth from a different perspective. This principle of heaven and earth wasn't looking for flaws in the Lianshan Yi, but completely overthrowing the Lianshan Yi. Lianshan Yi 6-5 Gen Qifei Order, Death of Regret. Book of Changes 9-5 Flying Dragon in the Sky, Li Sun Xian. Roar. In the Qian district, the golden dragon suddenly flew out and rushed into the sky. The dragon in the sky immediately formed a powerful dragon's might that rushed towards the Jian district. The Jian district was the head of the Lianshan Yi. As if there was the Lianshan formation, a huge black mountain rushed into the sky. It grew taller and taller, as if to prove that the mountain was the foundation of everything. The golden dragon roared, but it couldn't move the huge mountain. The golden dragon's efforts were useless. However, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Number 1 in the Qian hexagram? This is a person who knows about gossip. Is he a reincarnated person from 800,000 years ago? The first 9 in the Lianshan Yi Dungenji. The first 9 in the Book of Changes, Proud Dragon, Regret. Roar. In the sky, the golden dragon that was competing with the huge mountain roared loudly. After roaring, it suddenly turned its head, as if it couldn't win against the Jian mountain. It seemed to be regretting its actions. You scared me. If you want to challenge the Lianshan Yi? Dream on. Qing Emperor let out a long breath and laughed coldly. Countless Qian officials and commoners in the city also let out a long breath. Just now, if it wasn't Chang Ming, it was someone who was challenging the Lianshan Yi. Furthermore, this challenge was so fierce that it forced the Lianshan Yi to reveal the first Jian mountain. The golden dragon represented the Qian hexagram. The person who challenged the Jian hexagram was using the Qian hexagram to challenge the Jian hexagram. To fight for the first place, to mess with the Lianshan Yi. However, after the 6 trigram lines were completed, the golden dragon couldn't win against the Jian mountain. It lost in the end. The Lianshan Yi of the Dian dynasty was indeed the most powerful. Once the Proud Dragon Regrets was written, Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. That's not right. The Proud Dragon Regrets? Not the Qian hexagram? As expected, Gu Hai added another sentence. Using 9, see the dragons without a leader, auspicious. After the sentence was written, the dragon that turned its head and regretted its defeat suddenly exploded. Boom. With a loud sound, the golden dragon didn't explode. Instead, it suddenly turned into thousands of dragons. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with golden dragons. Previously, there was only one dragon, but it was already enough to challenge the Jian mountain. Now, thousands of giant dragons were roaring at Mount Jian. Roar. Rumble. The huge Zhen mountain shook violently. While it was shaking, the Dian dynasty's imperial palace seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. Ah ah ah. A large number of officials and commoners suddenly staggered and cried out in panic. The dragon's might was deafening, as if the heavens were about to destroy the world. Disperse. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. The 64 stone steels suddenly stopped moving. Jiang Lianshan immediately dispelled the linked mountain's grand array. In an instant, the golden dragon and the fog in the sky suddenly disappeared. The huge Zhen mountain also disappeared. At the same time, in the central square of the Gan district. As Jiang Lianshan dispelled the linked mountains array, the Qing Emperor could no longer use the linked mountains array to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 32 arrays suddenly disappeared. When the 32 arrays disappeared, Ao Shun, Jiang Qin, and the countless angels that were fighting against Tai Chu and the zombies also disappeared. Boom. Suddenly all the cloud beasts disappeared. Ao Shun, Long Sanqian and Long Outyin were shocked when they saw nothing. It's over. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. At this moment, the central square of the Gan district was a mess. The ground was full of corpses. Countless commoners and soldiers had died. Even Ram Saint's corpse was cut into pieces. Sima Changkong collapsed on the ground. His body was covered in blood and he seemed to be on his last breath. Ao Shun, Long Outyin and Long Sanqian were all covered in blood. On the opposite side, the Qing Emperor and the others were also shocked. The Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. Wow! When the commoners saw the tragic scene, they were shocked. Chapter 657. As soon as the great formation of linked mountains was removed, the central square of the Gan district was exposed. In an instant, the people around the Gan district were in an uproar. Boom! The uproar seemed to be contagious. The voices grew louder and louder, spreading further and further. Everyone who could see it was shocked beyond words. Big brother, how are you? Immediately, people from the outside rushed into the square and held the corpses of their loved ones. The bloody scene instantly filled the people around with fear. This was Shinong City. How could something like this happen? Was that the Qing Emperor? And who were these people? The Qing Emperor was exposed after the Great Formation was removed. The moment he was exposed, the Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and seemed to want to speak. However, Gu Hai's reaction was faster. Dian, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty came to Shinong City as a diplomatic envoy, and we were well-mannered. You, Dian, have repeatedly neglected the Deqian diplomatic mission for 3 years. The Dian didn't care about the Deqian visit, so the Deqian Celestial Dynasty wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stay for too long. Since our paths are different, we can't work together. Today, the Qing Emperor slaughtered the Deqian diplomatic mission with the great formation of linked mountains. The first batch of Deqian diplomatic mission leaders were even dismembered and died without a complete corpse. Is the Dian dynasty going to kill us as a sacrifice to officially declare war against the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Gu Hai's shout made the Long Sanqian instantly react. That was close. If the Qing Emperor had shouted in front of them, they would have been in big trouble. As expected, the Qing Emperor glared at him. Although everything was done by the Qing Emperor when no one was clear about the situation, as long as they shouted at Gu Hai, everyone would think that this disaster was caused by Gu Hai and his group. But now, Gu Hai's shout was almost a foregone conclusion. Did the Qing Emperor do it? In the square there were many corpses, including the Deqian emissary. The emissary of the Deqian Celestial Empire, which Deqian Celestial Empire dared to challenge the heavens. The commoners suddenly quietened down and turned their gazes towards the imperial palace of Zhen district. In the Zhen district, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. In the central square of the Gan district, Qing Emperor snorted coldly. Humph, in my Dian, you're misleading the public with your lies and slandering His Holiness. Even if you're a Deqian emissary, you still deserve to die. Qing Emperor shouted coldly and sent a palm strike in the direction of Gu Hai. Qing Emperor made his move, and the void was instantly filled with a green light. Ao Shun and Long Outyin's expressions changed, and they were about to attack. Don't move. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ao Shun's expression changed, and his hand that was about to attack stopped. Long Outyin frowned slightly, but this time he didn't talk back to Gu Hai. Buzz. Qing Emperor's palm struck toward Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't retaliate. Instead, he looked coldly at the incoming palm. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Gu Hai, the surrounding commoners were confused. Stop. Suddenly an angry shout sounded. A flaming bird suddenly flew out from the stone tablet in the Gan district square. It instantly crashed into Qing Emperor's palm. Boom. Qing Emperor's palm was blasted away by the flaming bird. His Holiness. In the Gan district, countless officials and commoners bowed respectfully in the direction of the voice. Qing Emperor looked up and saw Jiang Lianshan standing in the Gan district, looking coldly at him. His Holiness. Qing Emperor took a deep breath and bowed slightly in that direction. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He was quite muscular and his eyes were extremely deep. He had a beard on his chin and he looked like he had been through a lot. At this moment he was looking coldly at the Gan district as if he was angry. Although he was very far away, Gu Hai felt a strong sense of pressure. It was similar to when he saw the Longzhangwa in the past. The Great Flame Emperor looked at the square in the Gan district coldly. Gu Hai only glanced at him for a moment before shifting his gaze to the square where he was. Long Sanqian Long Outyin Ao Shun, collect Lord Gong Yang's corpse. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them answered. While guarding against Qing Emperor's next attack, they took out a coffin and gently collected Ram Saint's corpse into a huge coffin. Gu Hai went to where Sima Changkong was. Sima Changkong still had one breath left. There were dozens of huge bloody holes on his body, and his dantian was completely broken. He was in a daze and only had one breath left. Tang? Sima Changkong couldn't speak clearly. He spat out blood every time he said a word. No matter who saw this, they would feel that this was too much. Moreover, there were innocent dying civilians and soldiers around them who had died. For a moment, countless people looked at Qing Emperor with strange gazes. Gu Hai placed his hand on Sima Changkong's dantian. Immediately, a strand of heaven-mending energy entered Sima Changkong's body. Buzz. Sima Changkong trembled and became much more clear-headed. Hall Master, thank you, Hall Master. Sima Changkong said gratefully. Gu Hai nodded. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice, Qing Emperor, what happened? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Lianshan asked about the Qing Emperor first. It seemed like he was trying to cover for him. Could it be that Jiang Lianshan knew about the Qing Emperor's attack just now? His Holiness, this person is Gu Hai. He stole my Vine World Gourd. I just wanted to take back my Vine World Gourd. However, Gu Hai resisted fiercely and caused an accident. The Qing Emperor said solemnly. Oh. The surrounding civilians were slightly stunned. After all, the Qing Emperor was from the Dian dynasty. The civilians naturally sided with the Qing Emperor. After hearing the Qing Emperor's words, many civilians frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Oh, is there such a thing? Jiang Lianshan turned to look at Gu Hai. If you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them. The 5 billion civilians of Divine Agriculture City are watching. We are the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's envoys. We represent the Daqianxing. Today the Qing Emperor lost his gourd. You can blame us, but we represent the Daqianxing. The Daqianxing's heaven-splitting axe was also lost. Doesn't that mean the Qing Emperor also took it? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Humph, Gu Hai, you're spouting nonsense, the Qing Emperor said with a glare. Spouting nonsense? You're the one spouting nonsense. Right now we represent the Daqianxing. You set up a formation to ambush us, which is equivalent to assassinating the Daqianxing. Is this your personal action, or was it instructed by His Holiness of Dian? Gu Hai shouted. The Qing Emperor snorted coldly. I have my reasons for saying so. Is the Vine Realm Gourd on you? Do you dare to search my body? Gu Hai? Is the Qing Emperor telling the truth? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. That's right. Do you have the guts to search Qing Emperor? Humph, it seems that the Qing Emperor is right. Instantly, countless voices sided with the Qing Emperor. Gu Hai turned to Jiang Lianshan and said, Dian, His Holiness, is the Deqian's heaven-splitting axe on you? Can I search your body? How dare you? The angry shouts of Dian's countless officials, soldiers, and civilians could be heard from afar. Searching Jiang Lianshan wasn't a question of whether or not he could search Jiang Lianshan. It was an insult to Jiang Lianshan. That's right. How dare you? It's impudent for me to search Dian, His Holiness. Then is it reasonable for him to search Daqianxing? Gu Hai shouted coldly. What a load of nonsense. 7 Kills, who was standing behind the Qing Emperor, glared at him and shouted. We are representing Daqianxing. If you search my body, you will search Daqianxing's body. What? Your Dian's His Holiness is noble, but our Deqian's His Holiness is inferior to yours? I, Deqianxing, once killed Tianmie and defeated Tianmie with his heaven-splitting axe. I was the most powerful person in the world. Do you, Dian, have His Holiness made any achievements that shook the world? Gu Hai shouted. How dare you? What right do you have to criticize me, Dian? The Pill King and the others shouted. I don't have the right, but do I not have the right to represent Deqianxing? During the Sage Conference, the Dian dynasty sent an envoy to the Deqian, and the Deqian treated him with respect. The Qing Emperor caused chaos in the heavenly court and sent his subordinates to assassinate the Deqian princess, causing the heavenly court's army to surround and arrest him. When the Deqianxing found out that he was the envoy of the Dian dynasty, he let bygones be bygones because he was a guest from afar. Ha, the Dian dynasty, what great prestige, what great qualifications. The envoy came to Yen for 3 years and didn't see the Deqian envoy for 3 years. Because of a groundless crime, you set a trap to kill the Deqian envoy. What great qualifications, what great capabilities, what great prestige of the Dian dynasty. Gu Hai shouted angrily. The Pill King, 7 kills, and the others stared at Gu Hai. The faces of countless commoners and officials froze. They didn't know what to say. They had heard about what happened during the Sage Conference. The Qing Emperor's formation master, Miyata, had indeed tried to kill Princess Wanyu. Although she failed, the Deqianxing didn't say anything. Even when Tai Chu and the future Buddha went against the Deqian, the Deqianxing didn't make things difficult for them. He was very polite. But now, aren't you still alive? The Qing Emperor said coldly. I'm still alive because of my ability. That's because the Dian dynasty's Lian Shania isn't worth mentioning. It's full of flaws and **t. I can casually write a sentence or two and dismiss it as worthless, Gu Hai said seriously. The Qing Emperor stared at Gu Hai. How dare you? Bastard, how dare you slander the Dian Lian Shanii? Instantly, countless officials and people glared at Gu Hai. Lian Shanii was the pride of the Dian dynasty. How could it be slandered by Gu Hai? Did I say anything wrong? Lian Shanii is led by general. Since I'm the Deqian envoy, I'll be led by Qian. How did your Lian Shanii array react? Lian Shanii? That's all there is to it. What I wrote is the authentic book of changes. Gu Hai shouted coldly. You. Countless officials and people stared at Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Dian and His Holiness, I'm very disappointed in being sent to the Dian dynasty. Since the Dian dynasty doesn't want to see the Deqian envoy, then the Deqian envoy can just go home. However, there are some things that I need to know now. I need to go back and report to the Deqianxing that today, the killing of the Deqian envoy was done by the Qing Emperor alone. It was done by the Dian and His Holiness. Was it the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill us, or was it His Holiness who wanted to kill us? Gu Hai looked into the distance and shouted coldly. With this shout, the surrounding commoners and officials all quieted down, revealing doubtful and worried expressions. He was interrogating His Holiness. How would His Holiness react? Not far away, the Qing Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy. Some of the more knowledgeable people were also surprised. This Gu Hai went around in circles and actually put the Qing Emperor and His Holiness against each other? Chapter 658. Shenong City on a Floating Island. At this moment, the Deqian emissary was interrogating Dian His Holiness, Jiang Lianshan. For a moment, the whole city was shocked. Everyone stared at Gu Hai in the distance. However, from Gu Hai's words, they could not find any flaws. After all, the Qing Emperor was the one who committed the crime. For a moment, the people in the city were conflicted. At this moment, a group of people was standing on the floating island. The leader was a woman dressed in white and wearing a white hat. Her appearance was exactly the same as Gu Hai's wife, Chen Xianer. The only difference was that her eyes were filled with a fierce aura. The one standing next to her was Gu Hai's adopted son, Gu Tang. However, he had betrayed Gu Hai and changed his name to Tangut. Tangut stood in front of the woman in white and looked into the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Old man, you're still so fierce. Emperor Gu Hai is here." The woman in white was the White Emperor of the Dian dynasty. The White Emperor stared at the center of the square in the distance. Yes, he's here. Tangut stared at the White Emperor and found that the White Emperor's expression did not change at all. Tangut, do you think the Qing Emperor did something stupid this time? The White Emperor said calmly. Tangut took a deep breath and said, "This subordinate guesses that His Holiness should know what the Qing Emperor did, but he did not do anything. Therefore the Qing Emperor did not do anything wrong. Now the Longzhangwa is on the path to death, but he wants to drag His Holiness along to rebel against the heavens. His Holiness is unwilling, but his attitude is vague, as if he is waiting for the world situation to settle. Now that the Qing Emperor has made a move, His Holiness can use him to completely reject the Longzhangwa. Therefore His Holiness knows but does not ask. After this, even if it is found out, it will be the Qing Emperor's doing. His Holiness will have nothing to worry about. As for the Qing Emperor, if I'm not wrong, he wants to kill Gu Hai for you, Tangut said in a deep voice. For me? The White Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, ever since the 5 emperors tried to subdue the Dian dynasty, they have been fighting openly and secretly. Gu Hai has a grudge against the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor can no longer be subdued by him. The only one who can subdue Gu Hai is you, the White Emperor. Therefore he wants to kill Gu Hai. Even if he can't get it, he can't let you get it, Tangut said in a deep voice. Yes. The White Emperor frowned and nodded slightly. The Yellow Emperor established the Great Yellow Dynasty with a successful example. Therefore the Qing Emperor is even more confident. Even if the Black Emperor fails, it won't extinguish the Qing Emperor's heart. Whether he can break away from the Dian dynasty and break through the Heavenly Dynasty is closely related to the struggle between the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor. Therefore he is determined. Moreover, he guessed that His Holiness wouldn't interfere, which is why he dares to do this. His Holiness is borrowing the hands of the Qing Emperor, and the Qing Emperor is also borrowing His Holiness's name. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Gu Hai would be able to find the flaw in Lian Shaniai, Tangut said in a deep voice. Qing Emperor? He thinks too highly of himself. The White Emperor said coldly. Yes. Tangut nodded. Gu Hai? He is still so powerful. It's a pity that this emperor didn't recruit him back then. Tangut, didn't you respect Gu Hai the most in the past? Now that Gu Hai is here, what do you have to say? The White Emperor looked at Tangut. Emperor, this subordinate only recognizes the emperor. Gu Hai is already a thing of the past. Tangut shook his head. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai in the distance. If he doesn't die, this emperor wants him. Yes. Tangut frowned and nodded. In the distance, Gu Hai questioned Jiang Lianshan. Regardless of what everyone thought, now that Gu Hai had said this, Jiang Lianshan had to give an answer. Was it the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill Gu Hai, or was it Jiang Lianshan who incited him? In truth, it was the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, Jiang Lianshan wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, what would the Dian citizens think? Moreover, it felt like Gu Hai was dragging down the tempo of the entire situation. Jiang Lianshan naturally wouldn't fall for Gu Hai's trap. De Qian envoy? You are indeed eloquent. De Qian is sending an envoy to Dian. How could this emperor not know what Longzhangwa is planning? Jiang Lianshan said indifferently from the entrance of the imperial palace. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jiang Lianshan. Although they were extremely far away, their voices were amplified to the entire city. Dian and His Holiness, you didn't answer the question, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Didn't answer the question? No, you just said that this emperor's Lianshan wasn't worth mentioning, that it was full of flaws, and that this was bullshit? And that this book written by you is the orthodox version of the Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan asked indifferently. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Why this emperor hasn't seen the De Qian envoy for 3 years? Don't you know De Qian envoy? Do you have the intention to drag the Dian dynasty to eternal damnation? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Drag the Dian dynasty to eternal damnation? Countless citizens were shocked. The heart of heaven is in chaos, causing chaos to the Dian dynasty. However, this emperor has been patient and didn't get rid of the demon heart for 3 years. Yet, you want to take a yard when given an inch? If the Qing emperor made a mistake, this emperor will punish him. Since when did this emperor have the right to criticize this emperor? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The nearby Qing emperor sighed softly. The surrounding citizens looked at Gu Hai with cold gazes. Dian and His Holiness, do you have any basis for saying that the De Qian envoy is causing chaos to the Dian dynasty? Or is it groundless? Today our lives are on the line. Do you have any basis? Gu Hai said coldly. If the Dian dynasty wants you dead, he won't give you a chance to escape. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. Gu Hai's expression darkened. The nearby Qing emperor's expression also changed. He felt that Jiang Lianshan's tone wasn't right. This emperor knows why the Longzhangwa sent you to the Dian dynasty. However, have you ever thought about the countless lives of the Dian dynasty? Using the lives of the Dian dynasty to satisfy your arrogant demands? What a joke. Ridiculous. Ignorant. Arrogant. Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Dian and His Holiness are exaggerating. How do you know that I, the Deqian dynasty, am bringing stability to the Dian dynasty, bringing peace to the world, and bringing freedom to the world? Oh, bringing freedom to the world? Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. The bird in the cage, the eagle in the sky, Dian and His Holiness, what are you willing to do? Of course there's no point in saying more now. We're about to return to the Deqian dynasty and we'll leave today. So I'll ask you one last time. Was it your intention to kill us today, or was it Qing Emperor's intention? Gu Hai said coldly. It was impossible that Jiang Lianshan didn't know that the Qing Emperor wanted to kill him. However, he didn't do anything at the beginning. Gu Hai understood Jiang Lianshan's intention just now. The will of an emperor couldn't be changed with just a few words, especially by the ruler of a heavenly dynasty. From the situation just now, Gu Hai knew that it was useless to persuade Jiang Lianshan. Because he was unwilling, it was useless to say more. Instead, he was putting himself on the brink of death. It was better to give up and leave the Dian dynasty as soon as possible. Before leaving, he interrogated them in order to find a protective talisman for himself to leave. He used their hearts to hold them hostage so that he could leave safely. Jiang Lianshan stared at Gu Hai for a while, then looked at the words on the stone tablet that Gu Hai had written. He narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lianshan suddenly smiled. The Book of Changes? First in the Qian hexagram? The Orthodox Book of Changes? You want to overthrow my Lianshan? What arrogance! Gu Hai, I'll give you a chance. If you can use your Book of Changes to overthrow my Lianshan, create a perfect Book of Changes, and prove to be the first in the Qian hexagram, I'll agree to Long Jianghu. What's wrong with that? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. On the floating island in the distance. What? His Holiness wants to agree to Long Jianghu? Now why would he agree? White Emperor was also surprised. Tangut revealed a trace of surprise. Long Outyin looked at Gu Hai. Hall leader Dian killed Ram Saint, which is equivalent to declaring war on the Deqian. Why should we care? Gu Hai ignored Long Outyin. Gu Hai understood Long Jianghu's meaning. Jiang Lianshan's attitude was much more important than Ram Saint's. Dian, His Holiness, did you agree to fight Deqianxing? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan with a trace of doubt. Because just a moment ago, Jiang Lianshan's attitude was still drawing a line with Long Jianghu. But now, why did his attitude suddenly change? You're not being modest. Do you think you can overthrow Lianshan? Jiang Lianshan squinted his eyes. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized the reason behind Jiang Lianshan's change in attitude. The Book of Changes? His attitude changed because of the Book of Changes? If I can do it, what is Dian, His Holiness's attitude? Gu Hai asked again. A monarch does not joke. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Good. If Dian, His Holiness, can do it, I will make a private decision to temporarily suppress the matter of Qing Emperor killing Envoy Gan. In the future, Deqianxing will personally seek justice for Ram Saint. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I will give you 10 days to sort out your Book of Changes. After 10 days, I will allow you to enter the palace and hand over your Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Gu Hai agreed. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. 10 days to sort out a complete Book of Changes? After 10 days if you can't write a proper Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. The Deqian celestial dynasty will never disturb the Dian. At the same time, Ram Saint's death will be forgotten. Today's assassination will also be forgotten. The Deqian celestial dynasty and I will not pursue this matter anymore. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Jiang Lianshan replied. As long as Gu Hai couldn't write the Book of Changes, the Deqian celestial dynasty would have no reason to rebel with the Dian dynasty. Long Sanqian looked anxious. However, Gu Hai was firm, so he couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Qing Emperor squinted his eyes. What did he mean? If he couldn't write the Book of Changes, he wouldn't pursue this matter? If he wrote it, he would pursue this matter to the end? Would he still find trouble with him? Qing Emperor looked coldly at Gu Hai. The other officials looked at Gu Hai with disdain. They didn't think that Gu Hai could write a better Book of Changes. However, Qing Emperor didn't think so. Qing Emperor had seen Gu Hai write the Book of Tao with his own eyes. The Book of Future, the Taishang Book, and the Book of Taichu were the best books in the world. At that time, Gu Hai wrote the Book of Tao on the spot, and it completely destroyed the Taishang Book. This Gu Hai's writing of scriptures had a sinister air to it. The first Qian hexagram just now was an evil start. What if he wrote it in 10 days? Qing Emperor's murderous intent intensified. Chapter 659. The first of the Qian hexagram, Qian Yuan Heng Li Zhen. Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. In the palace of Dian, Jiang Lianshan was chewing on the first hexagram written by Gu Hai. Although he didn't believe in Gu Hai's Book of Changes, the more he chewed on it, the more he found it interesting. On the second day of the court assembly, a large number of officials were blocked outside the court. The door of the main hall wasn't closed, and one could vaguely see Jiang Lianshan sitting on the dragon throne. A circle of golden hexagram floated around him. It was Lianshan Yi's 64 hexagram. However, at this moment the hexagram was constantly changing its arrangement. His Holiness is meditating, the court assembly will be suspended. My lords, please return. A guard at the door reported to the officials. All the officials were surprised and nodded their heads. This matter quickly spread among the officials of Shenong City. On the floating island where the White Emperor was. His Holiness is meditating? The White Emperor frowned. Yes. It's already the third day, a few officials said respectfully. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Book of Changes? Could Gu Hai's Book of Changes really overturn Lianshan Yi? That's ridiculous. A look of disbelief flashed across the White Emperor's eyes. Tangut frowned and said, Emperor, you can't be so sure. The White Emperor looked at Tangut. During the Thousand Saints Conference, no one believed that Gu Hai could write the Holy Book of Changes, but in the end, Tangut said in a low voice. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Book of Changes? That's right, Gu Hai? He might really be the reincarnation of a powerful person from 800,000 years ago. I think so too. How many people in the world can understand the 64 hexagram? Perhaps ordinary people haven't even heard of it. I wonder. Tangut frowned. 64 hexagrams. You don't understand. This was passed down 800,000 years ago by a person called Fuxi in ancient times. It's a pity? Anyway, this 64 hexagrams is very special. It's said that the 64 hexagrams come from Tong Tian. Whoever grasps the 64 hexagrams will be able to grasp all things in the world. Master everything in this world. Emperor White said. Ah. Tangut was surprised. Of course this is just a theory. If it was true, the ancient Fuxi wouldn't have died. That was why His Holiness cared so much about the Book of Changes, but he did not expect that Gu Hai could also write it. Was it someone from Fuxi's era? Or are you making it up? Wait, that's not right. White Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. What's wrong? Tangut asked. White Emperor's eyes suddenly became cloudy. I remember. Gu Hai couldn't make the 64 hexagrams when he was immortal. Yes, that's right. At that time Chen Xian'er was grinding at the side. Gu Hai wrote it. He wrote it. But Chen Xian'er didn't look at it carefully. She didn't? When he was immortal. Tangut was surprised. My memory can't be wrong. The Book of Changes was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. He had studied it for a long time. What a strange Gu Hai. I can't see through him anymore. White Emperor said in a low voice. Tangut, get ready. We're going to see Gu Hai. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yes. Tangut nodded. In the Qing Emperor's residence. His Holiness has been in seclusion for 3 days? Is he meditating? Qing Emperor stared at an official in front of him. Yes. The official said respectfully. The Book of Changes? It seems that what Gu Hai wrote was not nonsense. Is it true? Qing Emperor's face darkened. The Book of Changes has 64 hexagrams. This is only the first one. How can His Holiness spend so much effort on it? What's wrong with Gu Hai's brain? King of Elixirs said. Emperor, His Holiness is in seclusion. Gu Hai is in the Deqian Palace. Should we? 7 Kill's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No. Now that His Holiness is watching Gu Hai, we can't touch him for the time being. Moreover, White Emperor is watching him too. Qing Emperor said gloomily. Then we just wait? 7 days later. 7 Kill said worriedly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Let me think about it. In the Deqian Palace in the Gan district. Gu Hai and the others gathered in the main hall. Ram Saint's body was placed in the center of the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Master, I'm sorry. When the fog came up, I couldn't hear your voice. I didn't dare to leave Yi Hua and Yen Hua, so I asked Mu Qinfeng to go. However, it was too late when we got there. Gao Chen said bitterly. Your Majesty, it's my fault. I didn't expect this to happen. Otherwise, I would have bombed the central square of the Gan district earlier. Perhaps. Mu Qinfeng said bitterly. Forget it. No one knows what happened in the 32 great arrays. It's not your fault. Gu Hai shook his head. Cough cough cough. But Master Gong Yang. I fought with him in the past, but I didn't expect him to die. Moreover, he took a stab for me before he died. Sima Changkong's injuries hadn't healed yet. His face was pale and bitter. The Deqian messengers who followed Ram Saint were also very emotional these 2 days. Some of them wanted to go back to the Deqian palace, while others wanted to find Jiang Lianshan. It was very crazy. However, it was fortunate that Long Outyen and Long Sanqian were there to suppress them. With the 2 holy emperors' grandsons speaking, the Great Gan Empire's envoys calmed down and listened to Gu Hai. Hall Master, you'll be meeting Jiang Lianshan in 7 days. Do you want to think about the Book of Changes? Ao Shun frowned. No need. I've already thought about the Book of Changes. Gu Hai shook his head. You've thought about it? Then you can take revenge on the Qing Emperor in 7 days? I almost died in that Qing Emperor's hands. Long Outyen said with a ferocious expression. Long Sanqian's expression was also cold. Thinking about what happened before, he was also scared. Revenge? Easier said than done. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai understood that even if he helped Dian and Deqian form an alliance, Ram Saint's revenge wouldn't be avenged. Long Zhonghua needed the power of the Dian dynasty, so he couldn't kill the Qing Emperor for Ram Saint. Jiang Lianshan protected the Qing Emperor, so he couldn't kill the Qing Emperor. Sima Changkong's expression was gloomy. However, the Qing Emperor must die. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. As long as the Qing Emperor is alive, we won't be safe. Also, we can't let go of Ram Saint's revenge. Cough cough cough. Sima Changkong said with a cold expression. But we're no match for the Qing Emperor, right? Long Sanqian frowned. Sometimes you don't need to be strong to kill. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Everyone was slightly surprised. Mr. Sima, you know the situation of the Dian dynasty better than I do. You know the hearts of the 5 emperors better than I do. I'm sure you know a lot of information in the Grand Preceptor's residence better than I do, right? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hall Master, what do you mean? The Qing Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Red Emperor all wanted to learn from the Yellow Emperor. They wanted to break away from the Dian dynasty and establish their own dynasties. The Black Emperor failed to learn from the Yellow Emperor and lost his life. However, the Qing Emperor definitely didn't give up on this idea. All these years he's been recruiting people and forming his own faction. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Qing Emperor wants to rebel? But the Qing Emperor won't rebel for the time being. Jiang Lianshan should know that too. However, as long as the Qing Emperor doesn't rebel, Jiang Lianshan won't do anything to him. Sima Changkong said with a frown. If he doesn't rebel, we can force him to. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. This time we'll need Mr. Sima's help. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Me? Sima Changkong said in surprise. That's right. Before I came, I had a secret order from the Deqiansheng. All the undercover forces in Shinong City and the Deqian dynasty are to follow my orders. I have a password. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The password wasn't given in the past. In the past 2 days, Gu Hai had sent a message to the Long Zhonghua through the Guqin figurine. The Long Zhonghua had promised to give the password. What should I do? Sima Changkong asked in a daze. However, he didn't doubt Gu Hai's words. Only if you agree, sir, can we make a long-term plan, Gu Hai said in a solemnly manner. But why doesn't the hall leader personally? Everyone here is being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Only Mr. Sima. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Me? I'm injured to the core and can't move. My nascent souls are all shattered and my divine palace is broken. I'm like a disabled person. I can't even leave the palace alone. How can I? Hall leader, you are? Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up in the middle of his sentence. Yes, you can't move freely. Everyone knows that you're resting in the palace. However, I can heal you immediately. Although I can't restore your cultivation, I can at least restore the power of the golden core state. Gu Hai said in a solemnly manner. Oh. Everyone was surprised. Only I can leave the palace without arousing suspicion? Sima Changkong's expression changed, but he didn't suspect Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Okay, I'll listen to the hall leader. Sima Changkong nodded in response. Hall leader, what should we do then? Long Sanqian frowned and asked. You have something to do but not now. Everyone, I'll need your full cooperation when the time comes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone nodded with a hint of doubt on their faces. Force the Qing Emperor to rebel? How could they force him? The Qing Emperor wasn't stupid. He had endured until today. How could he rebel immediately? However, since Gu Hai had spoken, everyone could only listen. Lord Gu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the main hall. Gao Chen immediately opened the door. It was one of the Dechen messengers. Lord Gu, the White Emperor is here to see you. He's waiting in the side hall. The Dechen messenger said respectfully. Oh, the White Emperor? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, the White Emperor brought someone with him. I think his name is Tangut. The Dechen messenger said respectfully. Tangut? Gu Hai sneered. Tell them that I'm thinking about the Book of Changes. Tell them not to disturb me. I don't have time to see them. Yes. The Dechen messenger left in a daze. Chapter 660. Shenong City, Qing Emperor's residence. Gu Hai didn't go out these few days? Qing Emperor asked. Yes. Not only did he not go out, but he also rejected all visitors. He said that he was meditating and couldn't be disturbed. King of Elixirs nodded. What about the others? Qing Emperor asked. Sima Changkong has been crippled. He has been recuperating. Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, Ao Shun, Gaochen, Mu Qinfeng and the rest didn't come out. They are all guarding Gu Hai in Dechen Palace. Qisha replied. Oh, so quiet? Qing Emperor frowned. White Emperor went, but he didn't see Gu Hai at all. King of Elixirs recalled. Humph, it's good that he didn't see him. Qing Emperor sneered. Emperor, I heard that His Holiness is still meditating? Can Gu Hai's Book of Changes really defeat Lian Shaniai? King of Elixirs asked. I don't know. Gu Hai's Book of Changes is really fierce. His Holiness might have wavered. Qing Emperor frowned. Dechen and Dian forming an alliance? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. King of Elixirs sighed. Qing Emperor frowned as well. He couldn't see the future clearly. Just as everyone was talking, a voice came from outside the palace. Emperor. The Lotus the Arch turned his head and saw a servant walking in. Emperor, there is a man in a black robe outside the palace. He wants to see you. The servant said respectfully. Man in a black robe? Who is that? Qing Emperor was puzzled. With the Azure Emperor's current status, not just anyone could meet him. Furthermore, the servants would not report to the Azure Emperor at all. This lowly one doesn't know. He only gave me a box and this lowly one checked it. The servant took out a box and handed it to Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor gently opened it. Inside the box there were 5 tokens. Seeing the token, Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. This is? Dan King asked in surprise. Black Emperor? The former Black Emperor's deployment token? 7 Kills said in shock. The Black Emperor's token? Wasn't the Black Emperor already dead when he rebelled? Is his token still useful? Dan King asked in surprise. It's useful. We, the 5 emperors, were originally part of the imperial dynasty. Later on we joined the Dian dynasty. However, our subordinates have always been loyal to us. The White Emperor was able to return after his last reincarnation. Although the Black Emperor is dead, before he died he said that he would return. His old subordinates must still be waiting for him. Qing Emperor raised an eyebrow. Then these tokens? Dan King asked in surprise. Now that Black Sovereign is dead, his tokens have disappeared. I brought Ziwei and Changxing back. On one hand, I want to obtain their abilities. On the other hand, I want to borrow their hands to find these tokens. I can mobilize Black Sovereign's old subordinates. However, these 2 pieces of trash know nothing and have nothing, Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Ziwei and Changxing? Emperor, where are they now? 7 Kills asked curiously. Them? I sent them to the East Sea. They should still be thousands of miles away. Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Then these tokens? 7 Kills asked in surprise. Qing Emperor took out each token and checked it carefully. They're real. There's no mistake. What about the black-robed man? 7 Kills asked immediately. I've brought him to the side hall. The servant said respectfully. Bring him here. Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Yes. The servants quickly went forward to invite them in. Meanwhile, the Azure Supreme the Arch and the others looked at the black tokens with surprise in their eyes. Emperor, the Black Emperor's tokens? They can mobilize the Black Emperor's old subordinates? Together with the Emperor's old subordinates, won't the Emperor be able to mobilize 2 forces? 7 Kills said in surprise. Qing Emperor nodded. However, he was still very confused about the origins of the tokens. Who was the black-robed man? As everyone waited, a black-robed man was slowly brought into the main hall. Qing Emperor looked carefully. The black-robed man did not seem to have any cultivation. He had the aura of a golden core. His strength was not worth mentioning. However, since he could deliver the black tokens, Qing Emperor had to be careful. Ah! 7 Kills suddenly screamed in shock. The black-robed man walked closer. 7 Kills was shocked by the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was full of pustules. It was extremely disgusting. His face was full of pustules and he could no longer see his past appearance. Who are you? Why don't you bow to Qing Emperor when you see him? The King of Elixirs glared. Bow? You can't accept my bow. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse as if his throat was torn. How dare you? The King of Elixirs glared. Qing Emperor waved his hand and stopped the King of Elixirs. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Qing Emperor, you should recognize the 5 tokens. The black-robed man said in a low voice. You're sent by the Black Emperor? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Black Emperor? He's not qualified. These are just 5 stepping stones, the black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Who was this person? He had the strength of a golden core, but he was so arrogant? Yet he could take out the 5 Black Emperor tokens. Those who have no business here, please leave first. There are some things that are better left unknown to them. The black-robed man said calmly. You. 7 Kills glared. They are all my trusted subordinates. You can speak freely. Qing Emperor said in a low voice. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. They will listen to my words about killing Jiang Lianshan? Qing Emperor glared, and a murderous aura shot out from his eyes. 7 Kills, the King of Elixirs, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Who was this person? How dare he? A strong murderous aura rushed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately retreated, as if he was no match for the murderous aura. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked coldly. Qing Emperor, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise I'll look for the White Emperor or the Scarlet Emperor. The black-robed man was unmoved. I'll ask you again. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the person behind me wants to make a deal with Qing Emperor. The black-robed man said calmly. The person behind you? Who is it? What kind of deal? Qing Emperor retracted his murderous aura with a cold expression. After all, this golden core realm cultivator was definitely only a puppet. The black-robed man glanced at the crowd. Speak. You don't have to hide it from them. Qing Emperor said in a low voice again. The black-robed man nodded. Fine. If you let them listen, I won't interfere. I won't beat around the bush with you. This time, the person behind me will help you establish the Heavenly Empire. You have to help him destroy the Qian and Yen alliance. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The crowd behind him did not dare to say anything at this moment. Destroy the Qian and Yen alliance? Ah, why? How can the Qian and Dian form an alliance? Qing Emperor said coldly. Why not? Didn't Jiang Lianshan agree? The black-robed man said calmly. You know quite a lot. However, how can you be so sure that the Qian and Yen alliance will form an alliance? Based on the Book of Changes written by Gu Hai? Qing Emperor said coldly. The Book of Changes? Do you really think that it was written by Gu Hai? The black-robed man said calmly. What do you mean? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Do you really think that Gu Hai can write the Book of Changes? Or do you think that the Book of Taoism was written by Gu Hai? How can a person less than 100 years old have such experience? The black-robed man said calmly. The Book of Taoism was written by Gu Hai on the spot during the 10,000 Saints Conference. Qing Emperor suddenly paused. He seemed to think of something. The 10,000 Saints Conference is just one of Long Zhangguo's tricks. Gu Hai is just Long Zhangguo's puppet. This is the first time the Book of Taoism appeared. However, this is only the first time it appeared in this world. It might not be the same in other immortal domains, the black-robed man said calmly. You're saying that the book of Taoism that Gu Hai wrote came from Long Zhanggua's immortal domains of the warring states, and that Long Zhanggua gave it to him on purpose? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. What do you think? The black-robed man said seriously. But why would Long Zhanggua do that? Qing Emperor was confused. Let's not talk about that first. Jiang Lianshan Yi, first in the Zhen hexagram. What? The black-robed man said calmly. Lianshan Zhen is a mountain. Jiang Lianshan cultivated as a mountain, so naturally Zhen is the first. Gu Hai in the Han dynasty, water was respected and Qin was water. If Gu Hai wrote the Book of Changes, why is it not the first in the Qin hexagram? The black-robed man continued. Qing Emperor's expression changed. The Book of Changes, first in the Qin hexagram. Qin hexagram? The Qin celestial dynasty Long Zhanggua? The Book of Changes that Gu Hai wrote was Long Zhanggua's? The surrounding crowd also revealed a look of astonishment. If it was before, they would not have cared. But now, after the black-robed man said it, everything seemed to be clear. Do you think that you could kill Gu Hai that day? Haha, Gu Hai is just using you to talk to Jiang Lianshan. The black-robed man said calmly. Why can't I kill Gu Hai? If it weren't for... The Lotus Emperor's eyes narrowed. You guessed it? The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. You said that Long Zhanggua has a strand of consciousness with Gu Hai? That's why he can tell Gu Hai how to write it? Qing Emperor's face darkened. A strand of consciousness? Haha, you underestimate the determination of Long Zhanggua and Dian to form an alliance. It's not just a strand of consciousness. Long Zhanggua's projection is in Gu Hai. Push too hard. Long Zhanggua's projection will appear and kill you. Do you believe it or not? The black-robed man said solemnly. Impossible. Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Impossible? If not for Long Zhanggua's projection in Gu Hai's body, do you think they could break into Heavenly City, capture Taichu's two sons, and retreat safely when facing Taichu? The black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor suddenly fell silent. Indeed, he found it strange. Why was Taichu so easy to talk to? It was simply impossible for Gu Hai to barge into Heavenly Heaven City and cause such a huge commotion. If it was Long Zhanggua's projection, then everything made sense. Do you think Jiang Lianshan stopped your killing array because of Gu Hai's face? That's because he saw Long Zhanggua. The black-robed man continued. Everyone's face fell. The Book of Changes was written by Long Zhanggua, so it makes sense. But who are you? Why do you have the Black Emperor's token? Also, why did you stop Qian and Yen from forming an alliance? Who is behind you? Qing Emperor said coldly. What do you think? The black-robed man smiled faintly. Is the person behind you Dong Huang Tai? Qing Emperor said coldly. Him? He's not qualified. The black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Dong Huang Tai was not inferior to Long Zhanggua and Jiang Lianshan. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. But the black-robed man said Dong Huang Tai was not qualified? But who didn't want to form an alliance with Qian and Yen? Yes. Qing Emperor thought of a possibility, but he didn't want to believe it. I'm the messenger of heaven. The black-robed man said calmly. Heaven? Immortal of 6 paths? Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 661. Immortal of the 6 paths? Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. In the hall, the others felt suffocated. The disdain they had for the black-robed man in the Golden Core realm had long disappeared. The messenger of the heavens had a stronger background than anyone else. The black-robed man nodded and did not refute. Qing Emperor was still rather calm. If that's the case, you were the one who gave me the information about Gu Hai? Qing Emperor stared at the black-robed man. He was referring to the letter that came suddenly when Gu Hai had just arrived. The black-robed man stared at Qing Emperor and smiled. It seems that you are still suspicious of me? But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't do it, someone from the White Emperor and the Red Emperor will do it. Qing Emperor's face darkened. We didn't send you a letter. If someone really did send you a letter, it can only be one person. The black-robed man said calmly. Oh. Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Qing Emperor was also curious about who gave him the information. Mosquito Daoran. The black-robed man said calmly. Mosquito Daoran? Qing Emperor was surprised. However, Qing Emperor's face turned cold in the next moment. With Mosquito Doran's strength, why would he be afraid of Guhai? Why would he need my help? The black-robed man stared at Qing Emperor without saying a word. Long Zhonghua's projection doppelganger? Qing Emperor's face darkened. Mosquito Doran was afraid of Long Zhonghua. The black-robed man nodded. Qing Emperor, are you willing to accept what I said earlier? Humph, messenger of the heavens? Do you think I will believe you? Do you think I will believe you just because you have the Black Emperor's token? Qing Emperor said coldly. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's fine if you don't believe me. Just pretend that I never came. The black-robed man turned around and left. Stop right there. Qing Emperor glared at him. A powerful aura pressed down. Oh, what? The black-robed man retreated slightly, but he did not seem to be afraid. The Black Emperor's token? Where did you find him? Qing Emperor said coldly. The black-robed man laughed disdainfully. This kind of token? There are as many as the heavens want. Isn't it easy to make this token? What a joke. The Black Emperor's token contains the will and blood of the Black Emperor. Apart from the Black Emperor, no one else can create it. Those 5 pieces belong to the Black Emperor. Qing Emperor said coldly. Since you think it's unique, go ahead and use it. If you don't want to, we will go to the White Emperor. You should be willing. However, Qing Emperor, remember this. If you dare to disturb the White Emperor when he is fighting, the heavens will punish you. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor coldly. The Azure the Arch felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. The Black Emperor's token is with me. How are you going to convince the White Emperor? Qing Emperor said seriously. The Black Emperor's token? The heavens have given us more than one set. The black-robed man said indifferently. As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Suddenly, 5 more tokens appeared in his palm. Qing Emperor's expression changed. He reached out his hand and waved. Whoosh! With the 5 tokens in his hand, he took out the previous 5 tokens at the same time. Waves of energy entered the tokens, and the 10 tokens gave off bursts of black light. That's impossible. How can they be exactly the same? Qing Emperor said in shock. These 10 tokens are yours. We still have more. Farewell. The black-robed man stepped forward, preparing to leave. You are not allowed to leave. Qing Emperor's figure blurred, blocking the black-robed man's path. Although Qing Emperor doubted the black-robed man's words, the black-robed man's words stirred a strong desire in Qing Emperor's heart. What if it was true? If he was really the heavens' messenger, wouldn't the heavens allow him to establish a celestial empire? What were the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor before the heavens? Oh, I'm not allowed to leave? The black-robed man said seriously. You can stay at my residence for now. Qing Emperor said coldly. Me? I don't mind. However, Qing Emperor, you better not interfere when the White Emperor makes a move. The black-robed man said coldly. What do you mean? Wait, did you just say, we? There's more than one of you? Qing Emperor said seriously. The black-robed man laughed coldly. Why did the heavens choose me? Qing Emperor said seriously. Do you believe it? The black-robed man laughed. Tell me first. Why did they choose me? Qing Emperor said seriously. The Scarlet Emperor is not in Shenong City. The White Emperor? He has something to do with Guhai after all. In Shenong City, you have the ambition and you have the ability. Who do you think is more suitable? The black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The subordinates behind him did not dare to interrupt. Stop the Ganyan alliance? Help me establish a celestial empire? How can I believe you? Qing Emperor said seriously. Do you think it's difficult for the heavens to help you establish a celestial empire? The black-robed man said seriously. Qing Emperor was silent. If the 6 Paths Immortal were to help, it would not be difficult. Fighting with the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor was a joke. But he still felt a little unsure. 800,000 years ago, Sun God Shrine, Wansho Taoism, and the spiritual mountain holy grounds could be passed down to this day. I won't say much. Now, the heavens have not fully awakened and have not regained all their power. But it will be soon. Even if we can't stop the Ganyan alliance this time, it's fine. Think about it yourself. The black-robed man said calmly. 800,000 years ago, the 3 holy grounds helped the 6 Paths Immortal succeed in defying the heavens. Therefore, after 800,000 years, the 3 holy grounds were still passed down. Qing Emperor was naturally envious. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. Should he take it? Mister, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that this matter is complicated. I need to think about how to do it. Why don't you rest in my place first? Qing Emperor's tone was much more polite. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor and nodded, "All right. Invite the mister to the Greenwood courtyard to rest." Qing Emperor ordered. "Yes." Immediately, one of Qing Emperor's subordinates behind him stepped forward respectfully. The Greenwood courtyard was the best courtyard in Qing Emperor's residence. Only the most distinguished guests were allowed to enter. At this moment, the black-robed man, whose face was full of pustules, was allowed to enter safely. After the black-robed man left, there was a burst of excitement in the main hall. "Emperor, it's true. Even the heavens are helping us. Emperor, this is a good opportunity. We just need to destroy the Ganyan alliance." "Congratulations, Emperor." A group of subordinates congratulated him excitedly. Qing Emperor's face suddenly darkened. "Qisha, keep an eye on this black-robed man. His every move must be under your surveillance at all times." Qing Emperor said coldly. Everyone was surprised. Qing Emperor shook his head. "I still can't completely trust him." As he spoke, Qing Emperor picked up the 10 black tokens at the side and carefully rubbed them for a while. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. "Yes." Qisha nodded. The others were also at a loss at this moment. Was the black-robed man telling the truth or not? There was an opportunity in front of them. Should they fight for it? Although Qing Emperor was still very doubtful, an extremely restless seed of desire had been planted in the depths of his heart. Perhaps it was true? "King of Elixirs," Qing Emperor said in a low voice. "Yes. Here are 10 tokens. Take 8 of them. Send people to send them to the Black Emperor's old subordinates. See if they are all real." The Azure Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes." King of Elixirs replied. After half a day, King of Elixirs returned. "Emperor, they are all true." The Black Emperor's most loyal subordinates saw the tokens and checked them for a long time. Then they accepted the order excitedly. King of Elixirs said excitedly. "It's true?" Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange look. Emperor, this is bad." Qisha rushed over immediately. "What's wrong?" That black-robed man muttered to himself today. He seemed to say that Emperor is not reliable and asked the heavens to make other preparations, Qisha said worriedly. "Oh." Qing Emperor's face darkened. But our people saw the heavens' response." Qisha heaved a sigh of relief. "Response?" "Yes." That black-robed man sat beside a stone table. After he muttered to himself, a watermark of a few words appeared on the stone table. The words on the watermark were, "No problem, the 8 tokens have been verified." Qisha explained. "Who knows?" King of Elixirs' expression changed. "Has anyone contacted him?" Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. "No, he is within our surveillance range. In the Xianwood Academy, there is also a formation set up by the Emperor. The secret sound transmission method cannot be used inside at all. Moreover, this subordinate has confirmed again and again that he is not a heaven-level zither and does not have the hearing power. No one can send a message to him, but it is impossible for him to know what we are doing. That leaves only one possibility." Qisha's eyes flashed with excitement. "The heavens know everything?" Qing Emperor's eyes lit up. However, he immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Emperor, it seems to be true?" King of Elixirs' eyes flashed with anticipation. "Send more people. If he has any requests, try your best to satisfy them." Qing Emperor ordered. "Yes." King of Elixirs replied. "Then, Emperor, we—" Qisha looked at Qing Emperor anxiously. Qing Emperor shook his head. "There is nothing wrong with being cautious. Wait a little longer." Qisha and the others were anxious. The seed of desire in Qing Emperor's heart had sprouted. However, since he had reached this stage, how could Qing Emperor lose his cool? He suppressed it and suppressed it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone in Shinong City turned to look at the palace of the Great Qin dynasty. On this day, Gu Hai finally came out of his seclusion. He held a box in his hand and was carefully led by the Dayan officials to the main hall of Shinong City, the Infernal Shrine. At this moment, countless officials of the Dayan dynasty gathered at the Infernal Shrine. They were all solemn, but their eyes flashed with anticipation and disdain. Gu Hai brought his book of changes today to challenge His Holiness's Lian Shaniai? Most people did not believe in Gu Hai's book of changes. They were all looking forward to seeing Gu Hai make a fool of himself. When the 5 emperors joined the Dayan dynasty, Jiang Lianshan gave them the greatest power and even allowed them to not enter the court. However, it was different today. On this day, even Emperor Bai and Emperor Qing came to the imperial court hall. They stood in front of the officials, one on the left and one on the right. Qing Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at the White Emperor. Although Qi Sha said that the other messengers did not contact the White Emperor, Qing Emperor was still very careful. Umph. The White Emperor snorted when he saw the Qing Emperor. In the infernal shrine, Jiang Lianshan had already come out of his seclusion. However, he came out just before the court. If it was not for Gu Hai's Book of Changes today, he might still be immersed in the 64 hexagrams. Summon the De Qian messenger, Gu Hai, to the infernal shrine for an audience. Chapter 662. Shenong City Flame God Hall. Gu Hai slowly entered the hall with a box in his hand. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court fell silent as they watched Gu Hai slowly enter the large hall. Gu Hai immediately felt the awe-inspiring aura in the hall when he entered. Jiang Lianshan sat on the dragon throne in his dragon robe in the north. He exuded an invisible pressure. If not for the fact that the celestial palace was open, Gu Hai would have lost his composure. However, at this moment, Gu Hai walked to the center of the great hall despite the pressure from Great Yan's ministers. White Emperor stared at Gu Hai with a cold look in his eyes. He was clearly blaming Gu Hai for not meeting him earlier. Qing Emperor stared at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. Apart from his hatred for Gu Hai, he also heard the words of the black-robed man in the residence. Chenyan alliance? He had to destroy it. He had to stop it. Jiang Lianshan sat on the dragon throne. Although he looked dignified, he looked at Gu Hai with more caution. De Qian envoy, Gu Hai greets Dian and His Holiness. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai, how is your Book of Changes coming along? Jiang Lianshan asked calmly. Dian and His Holiness. Before that, I would like to confirm something. Do the words that Dian and His Holiness said to the world 10 days ago still count? Gu Hai asked seriously. 10 days ago, Jiang Lianshan said that if Gu Hai's Book of Changes overthrew Lianshan Yi, he would agree to Long Zhangguo's alliance. How dare you? Qing Emperor glared at him. Qing Emperor, I am now representing Daiqianxing. What did I say? Was that presumptuous? Gu Hai stared at Qing Emperor. You are threatening His Holiness. Why did Long Zhangguo send you here? Why didn't you say it out loud? If the Long Zhangguo wants the Dian dynasty to commit mass suicide, do you think the Dian dynasty should all commit suicide? The Qing Emperor said coldly. Although he knew that the purpose of Long Zhangguo's trip was to form an alliance with Dian, he couldn't say it out loud. Once it was revealed, there would be endless resistance. They came from the officials, the common people, and the various powers in the world. It would cause trouble for the Dian dynasty. Therefore, when the alliance rebelled, it was enough for both parties to know about it, but they couldn't announce it to the world, especially when the alliance hadn't succeeded yet. If the Azure Emperor forced Gu Hai to say it at that time, there was no need to talk about anything else. All the officials would speak up to stop the alliance. Gu Hai glanced at Qing Emperor and sneered. He turned to Jiang Lianshan and said, Does Dian and His Holiness still count? Qing Emperor saw that Gu Hai was ignoring him and his face darkened. A monarch doesn't go back on his words. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. All right. Gu Hai nodded. What's the Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan asked in a low voice. Gu Hai didn't say much. He reached out and opened the box. The box was very ordinary and there were 2 large sheets of paper inside. The paper slowly spread out. The first sheet was a diagram with the order of the 64 hexagrams in a circle. The second sheet was the original text of the Book of Changes. It was Gu Hai's copy of the Book of Changes on Earth. The Book of Changes appeared. Everyone's eyes were suddenly fixed on the 2 pieces of paper. Qian hexagram first, Kun hexagram second, Tun hexagram third, Zhen hexagram 51st, Zhen hexagram 52nd, Jian hexagram 53rd. Looking at the order, all the officials' expressions changed. How dare you? Why is there only 52 in the Zhen hexagram? Qing Emperor's eyes turned cold. Why can't there be 52 in the Zhen hexagram? Gu Hai said indifferently. His Holiness, the De Qian emissary, deliberately insulted my Dian. Qing Emperor turned to look at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand and stopped Qing Emperor from continuing. Because most people couldn't understand the order. Jiang Lianshan's pupils shrank. In the past 10 days, Jiang Lianshan had been trying to arrange the 64 hexagrams according to the first one of the Qian hexagram. The more he arranged them, the more interesting they were. However, it was extremely difficult to arrange the 64 hexagrams. The order was also endless. Even so, the first 10 hexagrams were exactly the same as what he had deduced. Didn't this mean that Gu Hai's Book of Changes had a certain degree of truth? Gu Hai, this is your Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Yes. I think Dian and His Holiness are discerning people. You can see whether it's correct or not. You should also know whether it's orthodox or not. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Then tell us about the Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. White Emperor and Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. His Holiness wasn't angry, which meant that the Book of Changes was complete. The Book of Changes? He means change. The Book of Changes is a book that describes the changes of the world. Qin hexagram, Kuan hexagram, Tung hexagram, Meng hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Jian hexagram. This is a natural process of the changes of the world. Gu Hai explained briefly. Everyone waited for Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't say anything. Are you done? White Emperor had a strange look on his face. Gu Hai nodded. White Emperor. Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's understanding of the Book of Changes was limited. Perhaps he had some of his own research, but Gu Hai didn't dare to say too much. What if he said something wrong? He could only explain the Book of Changes in the simplest way. It was just the simplest way. It was all nonsense. This was the simplest way. The officials in the hall could roughly say it after looking at the order. Why did they need you to say something that could be understood at a glance? Everyone looked at Gu Hai strangely. Only Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Was this Book of Changes really not written by Gu Hai? Otherwise he wouldn't have said it so simply. Perhaps it was because of the black-robed man's description, but no matter how Qing Emperor looked at it, he felt that Gu Hai was pretending to know. However, the others only found it strange and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Lianshani is the first in the Zhen hexagram. Why is it ranked 52nd in your Book of Changes? I wonder if Emissary Gu can explain it? White Emperor said lightly. All the officials looked at Gu Hai, but Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He also looked at Gu Hai. The first in the Qin hexagram according to this order, is naturally the 52nd in the Zhen hexagram. Before the Zhen hexagram is the Zhen hexagram. Everything in the world is shaking and it can't keep shaking. Why is there a change in the shaking? Gu Hai looked at White Emperor. Whether it's an earthquake, war or shaking, the next change in the shaking of everything is to settle down. After the earthquake, it will be calm and settled. After the war, it will be calm and settled. After the shaking, it will be calm and settled. White Emperor said in a deep voice. That's right. This is the change in the Book of Changes. The Zhen hexagram is the mountain. It's motionless like a mountain, and the mountain indicates motionless. It's stop. Extreme movement leads to stillness. Extreme vibration leads to stillness. Zhen means stop. After things experience extreme shaking, they will return to an unavoidable state of extreme stillness. Just as Lianshani said, Zhen means that a gentleman's thoughts are in the same place. Therefore Zhen must follow behind Zhen. Therefore if Lianshani is wrong, Zhen will never be the first in the world, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ridiculous. Qing Emperor glared. On the dragon throne, Jiang Lianshan's face also darkened. According to Gu Hai's Book of Changes, Zhen followed Zhen. This was an indisputable fact of the changes in the world. Then Lianshani was wrong? My Book of Changes describes the truth of the world, including the change of dynasty. The Dian dynasty used Zhen as the foundation. Then what was the foundation before the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai looked at the officials. White Emperor's face darkened. I've checked the historical records. Before the Dian dynasty, Dongfang was a land of chaos. The 5 emperors of the past, the 5 imperial dynasties and the Dian imperial dynasty, were in chaos for more than 1,000 years. This kind of chaos was the Zhen hexagram of the Book of Changes. Then who could stabilize Dongfang? After the Zhen hexagram, there was the Zhen hexagram. Naturally the Dian dynasty calmed down. The Zhen hexagram replaced the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. According to what you said, the change of dynasty can be explained by the Book of Changes. Then, can the Dian dynasty be replaced? Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor's question was direct. The Dian dynasty being replaced was a rebellion. Would Gu Hai dare to say that the Dian dynasty would be overthrown? If you understand the Book of Changes, you will understand that there is nothing in the world that is unchanging. The Dian dynasty will change sooner or later. Gu Hai nodded. Presumptuous. Gu Hai, you dare to insult the Dian? You said that the Dian dynasty will be overthrown. Why don't you say that the De Qian celestial dynasty will be overthrown as well? Qing Emperor said angrily. Did I say that the De Qian celestial dynasty will always be unchanging? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Qian hexagram is the first, and the Kuan hexagram is the second. Qian is yang and Kuan is yin. Extreme yang gives birth to yin. This is probably not a big secret. If Qian changes, it will only become Kuan. Therefore, the Dacian celestial dynasty has already eliminated all signs of this. Kuan? The Dacian celestial dynasty did not confer a female vassal. There is no female power around the De Qian celestial dynasty. In fact, the De Qian celestial dynasty does not even have an empress. I wonder if Qing Emperor thinks that the De Qian celestial dynasty has taken precautions? Gu Hai smiled. Everyone was slightly stunned. What Gu Hai said was a situation that existed in many dynasties. However, when it was singled out, it seemed that the Jianghu celestial dynasty did it on purpose. In order to ensure that the De Qian celestial dynasty would never change, the Jianghu celestial dynasty would eliminate all signs of Kuan? What Gu Hai said was his own interpretation. However, everyone had different views when looking at the Book of Changes. Gu Hai's statement could not be said to be wrong. If the De Qian celestial dynasty stopped the development of Kuan, then what do you think of the Dian dynasty? Qing Emperor sneered. Qing Emperor hoped that Gu Hai would say more. This was because the Qing Emperor was sure that the Book of Changes was not written by Gu Hai. He could not say too much. As long as he exposed himself, he could refute the Book of Changes and stop the Chen-Yen alliance. Moreover, even if Gu Hai was right, whoever could overthrow the Dian dynasty would offend everyone in the infernal shrine. Naturally, everyone would reject Gu Hai. However, what the Lotus the Arch did not know was that Gu Hai had taken such a big detour just to wait for someone to ask. He only needed to use his own understanding and some sophistry to make others unable to refute the Book of Changes. The Zhen hexagram is 51, the Zhen hexagram is 52, and the Jiang hexagram is 53. The next hexagram of the Zhen hexagram is the Jiang hexagram. The Jiang hexagram will replace the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Jiang hexagram? Qing Emperor was puzzled. When the Zhen hexagram ends, everything stops. However, does it stop changing? No, it is still changing. However, this change is very small and you cannot see it. However, not seeing it does not mean that it does not exist. It is very small and is gradually changing. It is a quantitative change to a qualitative change. It is called the Jiang hexagram. Azure Emperor, do you think that I'm right? Gu Hai smiled. Humph. I don't know what quantitative change to a qualitative change is. Tell me clearly. What is a small change? Qing Emperor said coldly. Unmoving like a mountain. If Zhen Mountain does not move, what change will there be? That is the change of the vegetation growing on the mountain. It is very small, but it does exist. The Book of Changes states, there are trees on the mountain. Gradually, a gentleman lives in virtue and good customs. Gu Hai said with a smile. There are trees on the mountain that grow along the mountain, symbolizing gradual change. A gentleman observes this phenomenon and accumulates virtue, gradually changing backward customs. White Emperor said after some thought. After hearing White Emperor's words, the officials thought for a while and found them reasonable. So what? I'm asking you, what will replace the Dian dynasty? Qing Emperor asked. You. Gu Hai said indifferently. When Gu Hai said you, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. What? Did I hear wrongly? Gu Hai, how dare you slander me? Qing Emperor glared at him. Jiang hexagram, there are trees on the mountain. Doesn't that mean there are trees on Zhen Mountain? Among the 5 emperors, Qing Emperor's line is the Emperor of Wood Virtue, right? Qing Emperor's line in the Dian dynasty was trees on the mountain, right? After the Zhen hexagram there is the Jiang hexagram. After the Dian dynasty, will the Qing Emperor prosper? Gu Hai took a deep breath and asked solemnly. Gu Hai had studied the Book of Changes for a long time. There might be some misinterpretation here, but so what? How many people knew the Book of Changes? He had gone in a roundabout manner just to say this scene in front of everyone. When Qing Emperor heard Gu Hai's words, he suddenly thought of the black-robed man in his residence. He replaced Jiang Lianshan, established the Celestial Dynasty, and prospered? Could it be true? However, in the next moment, Qing Emperor suddenly panicked. He didn't know if he was worried about Jiang Lianshan's anger, or if he was worried that the black-robed man in his residence would leak the news, Or maybe he was suppressing the excitement in his heart. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Gu Hai, how dare you sow discord between the emperor and his subjects in the Dian dynasty? You should be killed." Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and hit him with his palm. Chapter 663. "Gu Hai, how dare you sow discord between the emperor and his subjects of the Dian dynasty? You deserve to die." The Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and threw a palm strike at him. The Qing Emperor threw a palm strike at him. The expressions of all the officials in the hall changed. The Jiang hexagram replaced the Zhen hexagram, and the Azure Emperor replaced the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty. Judging from the hexagram, this was an inevitable trend. Moreover, what Gu Hai said made sense. Could all of this be real? The White Emperor's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. However, his eyes lit up in the next moment. This was because Gu Hai had said a divination in front of everyone. His Holiness believed in the 64 divination the most. Moreover, what did Gu Hai just say? The Daiqianxing had killed all the signs of the Kuan hexagram in order to eliminate the Longzhonghua. Didn't this mean that the Dian dynasty had to eliminate the signs if they wanted to remain unchanged? Eliminate the Qing Emperor? No wonder the Qing Emperor was so angry and impulsive. No wonder the Qing Emperor was so impulsive. The White Emperor's eyes lit up and he was about to stop Shin Tian. Gu Hai didn't move at all in the face of the Qing Emperor's attack. He looked at the Qing Emperor and smiled. He was the envoy of the Deqian. How could he be killed in the Fire God Hall? Impossible. He represented the Longzhonghua. Who would dare to touch him in public? How dare you? A roar suddenly echoed in the hall. However, Jiang Lianshan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom. With a loud sound, the Qing Emperor's right hand that was about to hit Gu Hai was caught by Jiang Lianshan. "His Holiness, please calm down." The officials immediately shouted. The Qing Emperor's right hand stopped in front of Gu Hai. A gust of wind blew at Gu Hai's hair, but Gu Hai didn't even blink. The Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and turned to look at the gloomy Jiang Lianshan. "His Holiness, I was too impulsive." The Qing Emperor immediately apologized. Jiang Lianshan slowly let go of his hand. "Your Majesty, this person Gu Hai has deceived the public with lies, sowing discord between the emperor and his subjects, and causing chaos in the imperial court. Your Majesty, please punish him." The Lotus Emperor said respectfully. "Provoke the emperor and his subjects? Chaos in the court?" Jiang Lianshan carefully looked at Gu Hai. The Book of Changes? Perhaps Gu Hai was the first to write it, but in terms of understanding, no one in the Flame God Hall could understand it better than Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan had studied the 64 hexagrams for many years. Although this was the first time he saw the Book of Changes, he understood it better than anyone else. Gu Hai's words were all twisted logic. Using the Book of Changes to explain the Book of Changes seemed perfect, but it was very far-fetched. "I understand." Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan's confidence in the Saiyan Emperor was something that the Saiyan Emperor would have believed if it had been any other time. However, at this moment, the seed of desire in the Saiyan Emperor's heart had grown into a small tree. Although Jiang Lianshan had expressed his trust in the Saiyan Emperor, the Saiyan Emperor felt that Jiang Lianshan was just being perfunctory. Unless Jiang Lianshan denied the Book of Changes, this was what the Book of Changes meant. What Gu Hai said was exactly what he saw. Would he replace Jiang Lianshan? Moreover, the messenger of heaven in the residence proved everything. Would he be able to establish the celestial empire if he cooperated with heaven? Yes. The Qing Emperor took a step back and answered. "Gu Hai, you represent the Longzhonghua, so I am not in a position to punish you. However, what is your motive for deliberately distorting the Book of Changes today? Are you trying to cause internal strife in Dian?" Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Deliberately distorting the Book of Changes? Does this mean that the Book of Changes has other meanings in the eyes of His Holiness in Dian? Or does this mean that His Holiness in Dian approve of my Book of Changes? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan, refusing to back down. Gu Hai distorting the Book of Changes? At this moment, the officials couldn't believe it. The Book of Changes was written by Gu Hai, so Gu Hai must have a thorough understanding of it. How could he distort it? His Holiness was definitely trying to comfort the Qing Emperor. However, no one dared to expose him at this moment. The most important thing now was whether the Book of Changes made sense or not. Could all changes in the world be found in the Book of Changes? I haven't studied your Book of Changes in detail, but there is indeed a logic to it. As for overthrowing Lian Shaniai, I will know after I enter a meditative state. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. That's fine. I also believe in Dian and his holiness. I can wait. After Dian enters a meditative state, I will complete the Book of Changes from 10 days ago. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qing Emperor and White Emperor narrowed their eyes. How could Gu Hai be so sure that the Book of Changes could surpass Lian Shaniai? Although they didn't want to believe it, Jiang Lianshan's serious attitude forced them to believe it. After His Holiness enters a meditative state, he would fulfill his promise. Forming an alliance with Chen Yin? Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, his heart clenched. Because of the alliance with Chen Yin, the old grudge of Ram Saint's death was going to be brought up. Long Zhongguo was going to seek revenge on him. If the Book of Changes really overthrew Lian Shaniai, then what Gu Hai said just now, would Jiang Lianshan also kill him? Okay. Jiang Lianshan nodded. As for what I said just now, Qing Emperor overthrew the Dian dynasty just like what Dian and His Holiness said, it was just a misunderstanding. Dian, His Holiness and Qing Emperor don't take it to heart. Gu Hai said with a smile. His smile was very gentle, but in Qing Emperor's eyes, it was extremely vicious. Misunderstanding? Now you say it's a misunderstanding? Who would believe you? Even I don't believe it, so what's the use of you saying it? Moreover, you even emphasized it. Wouldn't this deepen everyone's impression of you and make you insist that I will replace His Holiness? Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. Jiang Lianshan frowned slightly and said, Misunderstanding? Why do you have to do that? My understanding of the Book of Changes is only the most superficial, so if I say something wrong, please forgive me. As for the specifics, I hope that Dian and His Holiness can figure it out themselves. I won't say more. Gu Hai said solemnly. You have a superficial understanding of the Book of Changes? All the officials in the hall looked at Gu Hai strangely. Do you think we will believe you? If you can write the Book of Changes, how can your understanding of the Book of Changes be superficial? Jiang Lianshan believed him because in Jiang Lianshan's eyes, Gu Hai was indeed like that. Jiang Lianshan nodded and didn't pay it any mind. He turned around and saw Qing Emperor's eyes spitting fire. Jiang Lianshan frowned slightly. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, Qing Emperor accidentally hurt you last time in the Gan district, and you slandered Qing Emperor just now, it can be said that there is an exchange between us. Let's put an end to this grudge, shall we? Jiang Lianshan persuaded. Put an end to this? Had Dian and His Holiness, I only said a few words about Qing Emperor, but Qing Emperor is the one who killed my Deqian diplomatic mission's mastermind, Ram Saint. This humble one can let this matter rest for now. Let's take it slow in the future. Gu Hai looked at Qing Emperor and revealed a faint smile. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened, seemingly unhappy. His Holiness, you don't have to worry about it. This humble one has a personal grudge with Gu Hai, and this humble one can solve it myself. Qing Emperor also said solemnly. Everyone could see that the two of them seemed to have an irreconcilable grudge at this moment. Take it slow? How do you want to take it slow? Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Obviously, at this moment he still had the intention of shielding Qing Emperor. If this matter was not resolved, the Qianyan alliance would eventually have its own agendas. How could I let you kill my courtier when we are in an alliance? Dian and His Holiness, if you are worried, how about this? The matter between Qing Emperor and I can be resolved as soon as possible. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai. In the past, Qing Emperor used Old Man Guanqi's 32 inverses heaven and earth formation. Obviously he is skilled in chess. Although I am not talented, I have some knowledge of chess as well. Why don't I play a game with Qing Emperor using the 32 inverses heaven and earth formation? We can use chess to determine life and death. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. Dian and His Holiness, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan. At the side, Qing Emperor suddenly narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. His Holiness, this humble one also thinks that this is the most appropriate method. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. He seemed to be puzzled and didn't know what Gu Hai was thinking. However, this was indeed the best method. The two of them had a personal grudge. Even if one of them died in the end, no one could be blamed, and the two dynasties would not lose face. A game of chess to determine life and death? That's fine. However, no matter what the result is, after the two of you play a game of chess, all grudges will be written off. Jiang Lianshan said with certainty. Good. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Good. Lord Ram Saint's grudge will also be written off after the game of chess. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with slight confusion. He didn't understand why Gu Hai wanted to play a game of chess to life and death with Qing Emperor. If Jiang Lianshan didn't understand, the White Emperor and the other officials naturally didn't understand either. In the 32 Heavens and Earth chess game, if one wants to determine life and death, one must set up a formation. Dian, His Holiness, Qing Emperor can control your linking mountains formation and use the energy of heaven and earth to set up the 32 great formations. However, I can't be fair. Dian, His Holiness, please teach me how to control the great formations. Gu Hai said solemnly. 32 great formations against 32 great formations? That was indeed fair. Qing Emperor didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan nodded and flipped his hand. A black jade token appeared in his palm. Black Mountain Token? Qing Emperor recognized it at a glance. In the past, the 5 emperors each had a Black Mountain Token. Black Emperor was confused, so this token returned to me. This Black Mountain Token can be used to control the linking mountains formation. You can use this token to compete fairly with Qing Emperor. Jiang Lianshan said with some regret in his eyes. Many thanks to Dian, His Holiness. Gu Hai took the Black Mountain Token. Then, 3 days later, at the Deqian Palace, I invite Dian, His Holiness, White Emperor, and Dian in the city to be our witnesses. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. Gu Hai said solemnly. That's right. We need a witness. Qing Emperor nodded. I won't be going. I need to figure out the Book of Changes. The rest of you can go. Jiang Lianshan said calmly. Yes. White Emperor and the rest of the officials replied respectfully. Yes. Qing Emperor replied. Many thanks, everyone. Gu Hai smiled faintly, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. This was the result he wanted. If that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. In 3 days, I need to familiarize myself with the Black Mountain Token. I need to calm my mind and calm my qi before I fight Qing Emperor to the death. Gu Hai bowed to Jiang Lianshan again. Go. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, there are still 3 days left. Enjoy yourself. Ah. As Gu Hai guffawed, he flung his sleeves and turned around to leave the Flame Divine Hall. Umph. Qing Emperor snorted. Chapter 664. Gu Hai left with a hearty laugh, leaving Qing Emperor in an extremely gloomy mood. Was Gu Hai that confident in his chess skills? After Gu Hai left, Jiang Lianshan seemed to be completely immersed in the Book of Changes. After comforting Qing Emperor briefly, he left the court. The officials walked out of the Flame God Hall. Boom! Rings of golden trigram runes suddenly appeared in the Flame God Hall, slowly circling around the Flame God Hall, giving off the sound of wind and thunder. His Holiness has entered a meditative state just like that? Does he care so much about the Book of Changes? White Emperor said softly. Although he said it softly, Qing Emperor heard it. White Emperor glanced at Qing Emperor, only to see Qing Emperor clenching his fists, a gloomy look in his eyes. The more accurate the Book of Changes was, the more likely he was to overthrow Dian and establish the Celestial Empire, just as Gu Hai said. However, the more this was the case, the more suspicious His Holiness was of him. Qing Emperor's expression was gloomy, but White Emperor showed a satisfied smile. Let's go back. White Emperor led his subordinates back. At this moment, White Emperor was in a very good mood. As for Gu Hai's deduction in the royal court and the agreement of 3 days, it quickly spread. In Qing Emperor's residence. Emperor, that Gu Hai is really sinister. He went in such a big circle just to set a trap for you and make you play chess with him? 7 Kills said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai's chess skills are formidable, but the most formidable player in the world is still Old Man Guanxi. I have Old Man Guanxi's legacy and the complete 32 horizontal heavens and earth formation. I may not lose to him in chess. Besides, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Moreover, in the battle of life and death, it's not necessarily that the chess players can't make a move. The Imperial Emperor can kill Gu Hai midway and no one will dare to stop him. Gu Hai is courting death. Dan Wang laughed. Qing Emperor nodded. Does he think he's invincible just because he has the 32 formations? He thinks too simply, However, Emperor, that black-robed man. 7 Kills looked at Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Wait a moment, I haven't decided yet. Yes. 7 kills nodded. The next day, Qi Sha and Dan Wang hurriedly went to see Qing Emperor again. Emperor, something happened last night? Dan Wang said with a sour expression. Oh. Last night, the Black Emperor's former subordinates led the army to a nearby city. The direction they went was near your former subordinates. Dan Wang said solemnly. The Black Emperor's former subordinates? Could it be that the heavens found someone else because of the Black Emperor's token? Qing Emperor's eyes flickered. I don't know. There are some ordinary officials mixed in with the Black Emperor's former subordinates. They were ordered to follow the army. They followed the army, Dan Wang said solemnly. Ordinary officials? Yes, they are not the former subordinates of the 5 emperors. They are newly promoted officials. Dan Wang said solemnly. Newly promoted officials? They are His Holiness's trusted subordinates. Qing Emperor's face darkened. Huh. Dan Wang was slightly stunned. The Black Emperor's former subordinates, other than the Black Emperor's token, only His Holiness can order them around. Could it be? Qing Emperor's face darkened. His Holiness is going to attack the Emperor? That shouldn't be. Isn't His Holiness meditating? Dan Wang said in surprise. Qing Emperor's face darkened. After a moment of silence he said, Invite that Mr. here. Yes. 7 kills replied. Soon, the messenger of the heavens, the black-robed man with pustules all over his face, was brought to Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, why? Did you think of me? The black-robed man said lightly. Mister, please forgive me. I have offended you these past few days. Qing Emperor immediately smiled apologetically. Qing Emperor, if you are unwilling, then forget it. There will be others who are willing. In 2 days you will play chess with Guhai. This is a great opportunity, the black-robed man said in a low voice. Qing Emperor's face darkened as he looked at 7 kills. 7 kills shook his head. No one had told the black-robed man about the news in the imperial court. How did the black-robed man know? Moreover, all communication in the Verdenwood yard was cut off unless, it seems that the heavens have contacted you these past few days? Qing Emperor looked at the black-robed man. Qing Emperor, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. The black-robed man said in a low voice. I want to know if the Black Emperor's token has been given to anyone else, or if anyone has used it these past few days? Qing Emperor solemnly asked. The black-robed man sneered. You mean the Black Emperor's former subordinates went to restrain your former subordinates? You know? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The heavens already know. They just can't interfere. The black-robed man said lightly. None of our people have used the Black Emperor's token, except for you who used 8. As for why the Black Emperor's former subordinates went, you should know better than me. Jiang Lianshan has already started to make his move. The black-robed man said lightly. What move? Qing Emperor still didn't believe it. The black-robed man smiled slightly and didn't say much. The Scienthiarch's face suddenly darkened. What was he going to do? Of course it was to deal with him. If it was before, Qing Emperor would have doubted it. However, at this moment, Qing Emperor didn't want to doubt it anymore. Qing Emperor broke out in cold sweat. Qing Emperor, are you willing to help the heavens this time? The black-robed man said in a low voice. Qing Emperor suddenly fell silent. As long as we can stop the Qianyan alliance and buy some time, it will be enough. You can deal with Guhai. As long as he dies, the Qianyan alliance might. The black-robed man said expectantly. I will definitely deal with Guhai. However, why doesn't the heavens help? That Guhai's cultivation is only. Qing Emperor suddenly paused. The black-robed man didn't say anything. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Long Zhangguo's projection? Could it be that the heavens are afraid of Long Zhangguo's projection? Presumptuous. The black-robed man glared. I am presumptuous. However, the heavens don't want to deal with Guhai. If something happens to me while I'm dealing with Guhai, will the heavens help me? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. The black-robed man shook his head. Long Zhanggua just injured the heavens. The heavens don't want to come into contact with the Long Zhanggua. In case what? Qing Emperor asked anxiously. The black-robed man shook his head. He didn't want to say. Qing Emperor felt helpless. The heavens don't want to cooperate with me to deal with Long Zhanggua. What if I kill Jiang Lianshan? Will the heavens help me? Qing Emperor said with a fierce look in his eyes. Qi Sha and the King of Elixirs' expressions changed. Oh. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. In the White Emperor's residence. White Emperor held an invitation in his hand. Oh, Qing Emperor invited me to be a witness. Must I be there? How rare. White Emperor sneered. Yes, the Emperor hopes that White Emperor can go. Solemnly the King of Elixirs bowed. Go and tell him that I will definitely be there. White Emperor sneered. Yes. The King of Elixirs left respectfully. After the King of Elixirs left, White Emperor had a complicated look on his face. The Emperor doesn't seem like Qing Emperor's style. Tangut said with a frown. That's right. Although we promised His Majesty at the Imperial Court a few days ago, that's not necessary. But there's no need for the Qing Emperor to specially send someone to invite us. This is interesting. Go and find out who the Qing Emperor invited. White Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Tangut replied. Half a day later, Tangut returned. The Emperor, I found out that all the people from Heavenly Palace in Shinong City were invited, including Dongfang Shou and even the guests in the palace. Solemnly, Tangut said. All the people from Heavenly Palace were invited? The Qing Emperor really spared no effort this time. White Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, I find it strange as well. We've already discussed the chess battle in the Imperial Court. Why is there a need to mobilize so many people? The Qing Emperor even personally sent an invitation. There must be something wrong. Tangut said. White Emperor nodded, but he had no idea what was going on. Why would the Qing Emperor invite all the masters to watch the chess battle between him and Gu Hai? Why was that? The Qing Emperor was not a vain person. Emperor, should we go? Tangut asked curiously. Go, why not? I want to see what the Qing Emperor is up to. And what is Gu Hai, that little thing, scheming? White Emperor snorted. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Gu Hai. Yes. In the Deqian Palace, Gu Hai stood on a floating island in the palace and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace in the distance. He could even see the majestic Flame Divine Hall. Outside the Flame Divine Hall, there were still a large number of runes of the 64 hexagrams. Obviously, Jiang Lianshan was still comprehending them. In the past, Jiang Lianshan could comprehend the first Chen hexagram for 10 days. Now that the 64 hexagrams are connected, he will take a long time to comprehend them. The Book of Changes? I wonder what he will comprehend. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Master, tomorrow is the chess battle between you and the Qing Emperor. Many people have already come to find out. Gao Chen whispered. Find out? Let them find out. Everything will be clear tomorrow. Gu Hai sneered. Hall Master, do you really want to kill the Qing Emperor so badly? Long Sanchen looked at Gu Hai with a wry smile. Tomorrow he will definitely die. Long Sanchen, don't worry. Gu Hai smiled. Long Sanchen nodded and smiled bitterly. All right, I hope you are right. I am definitely right. Gu Hai said confidently. Master, what do I have to do? Gao Chen asked curiously. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the most obvious place and let everyone see you. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. That's it? Gao Chen looked depressed. Don't think that this is nothing. Whether or not we can kill the Qing Emperor tomorrow depends on you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Depends on me? Will the Qing Emperor die if I just stand there? Gao Chen did not believe him. Gu Hai glared at him. All right, I will listen to you. Gao Chen said dejectedly. Long Out Yin Ao Shun, I will have to trouble you tomorrow. I have arranged everything. I hope nothing goes wrong. Gu Hai looked at the two of them. Don't worry, Hall Master. With me around, nothing will go wrong. Ao Shun replied. Don't worry, Hall Master. I almost died at the hands of the Qing Emperor. I can't wait for him to die. Long Out Yin said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone waited patiently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not only the experts in Shinong City who were invited by the Qing Emperor, but countless experts in Shinong City also heard the news and gathered at the Deqian Palace from all directions. More and more people gathered. On the morning of the third day, there was a sea of people outside the Deqian Palace. Chapter 665. Shinong City. A large number of experts had gathered outside the Deqian Palace. Inside a restaurant. I've been on the road for the past few days since I got the news. I didn't expect so many people to come. Nonsense, that's the 32 Heavens and Earth chess game, the most powerful chess game in the world. Also, that's the Qing Emperor. Where did this Gu Hai come from? How dare he? Gu Hai, you don't know? You don't know about the Thousand Saints Conference? Amidst the excited chatter, they found the best spot to see the Deqian Palace. The officials of the Deqian diplomatic mission were in charge of receiving guests outside the Deqian Palace. Many officials of Dian had arrived early. Under the orders of Jiang Lianshan, they were here to witness this battle of life and death. There were some floating islands around the Deqian Palace. It was a place for the noblest nobles to stay. Sir Lord Zhang is here. Sir Lord Li is here. Zhen Huangho is here. One by one, the big shots of Dian who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet arrived one after another. Countless experts and people around them were staring with wide eyes. The Deqian diplomatic mission is too rude. Zhen Huangho, Lord Zhang, Lord Li, which one of them isn't a big shot? We can't even invite them normally, but Gu Hai of the Deqian diplomatic mission didn't come to receive them personally. Instead, he sent them out? Someone said angrily. Yeah, are they looking down on the officials of Dian? Ha, if Gu Hai comes out to receive them now, who will welcome the Qing Emperor and White Emperor when they come? What are you worried about? Look, they don't even feel left out. Why are you so anxious? Someone said. There was a lot of discussion, but that was the truth. No matter how high these people were in Dian, no one dared to put on airs in front of them. That was because someone even more powerful was coming. Sure enough, as everyone waited, a white crane carriage flew over from afar. It's the White Emperor's carriage. The White Emperor is here. A sharp-eyed person's eyes lit up. Welcome, White Emperor. Countless officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. The White Emperor's chariot landed on a floating island nearby. This position had the best view. There were also a few Dian officials standing there, and they all bowed respectfully towards the carriage. In front of the carriage, Tangut and the others respectfully approached. Until the curtain was pulled open. White Emperor slowly walked out. Greetings to the White Emperor. A series of respectful greetings came from all directions. The White Emperor stepped out of the carriage and stood on the platform of the floating island. He coldly looked down at the Deqian Palace. Oh, all the worshippers are here? The White Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The worshippers of Dian were all the powerhouses of Heavenly Palace in Dian. At this moment, they were standing on another floating island and bowing slightly to the White Emperor. The White Emperor nodded. Almost all the powerhouses of Heavenly Palace are here. It seems that the Qing Emperor really has a lot of face. Tangut sneered. The White Emperor nodded. However, this face was nothing. It was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Besides, in Shenong City, almost all the powerhouses would give face to the Qing Emperor. Buzz. Not far from the White Emperor, the void trembled slightly and then strangely tore open a crack. Suddenly, a white-robed childlike man stepped out of the crack. Dongfang Shou? You're here too? The White Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongfang Shou. When Dongfang Shou came out, he also saw the White Emperor. When he saw the White Emperor, he smiled slightly. Greetings to the White Emperor. It's so lively today. Yes, Mr. Dongfang. How come you have time to be a witness today? The White Emperor asked. But the corners of Dongfang Shou's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, Originally, I wouldn't have come. However, who asked Emperor Qing's opponent to be Gu Hai? These days I've been in seclusion to heal my wounds. If the Qing Emperor hadn't sent me an invitation, I wouldn't have known that Gu Hai had come to Shenong City. From Mr. Dongfang's tone, it seems that Gu Hai has a grudge against you too? The White Emperor was puzzled. Grudge? My wounds are all thanks to him. Dongfang Shou looked coldly at the Deqian Palace in the distance. Emperor, if I'm not wrong, it should be the unborn man that Gu Hai invited to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty in the past to injure Mr. Dongfang. Tangut whispered. Brat, I don't want you to talk too much. Dongfang Shou looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut bowed slightly but didn't say anything else. The White Emperor instantly understood. The Qing Emperor has arrived. A loud shout suddenly came from the distance. The noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. In the distance, a carriage pulled by a large number of green birds flew towards the square of the Deqian Palace. Welcome, Qing Emperor. Countless officials, soldiers and civilians immediately bowed respectfully. Just as the Qing Emperor's carriage was about to arrive, the main hall of the Deqian Palace suddenly opened. The door opened and a large number of Deqian envoys swarmed out from inside. The Deqian envoys surrounded Gu Hai, who was in the center. Gu Hai was followed by the two Deqian nobles, Long Outyin and Long Sanqian. They slowly stepped out of the main hall. In an instant, countless gazes from all directions shifted to Gu Hai. That's Gu Hai. He's the one who wants to die and play a game of life and death with the Qing Emperor? He's the one who wrote the Book of Changes? Countless experts looked curiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped out of the main hall. Suddenly, he saw the White Emperor on the floating island and Dongfang Shou beside him. Gu Hai's gaze didn't stop as he looked around. According to the news from the Deqian, almost all of the important officials and experts of the Dian had arrived today. The Qing Emperor is really important. You've invited all of them here? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. As he sneered, he looked at the Qing Emperor's carriage. Gaochen, go and welcome the Qing Emperor. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Behind Gu Hai, Gaochen immediately flew into the sky and towards the Qing Emperor's carriage. In front of the Qing Emperor's carriage, Qi Sha's expression changed when he saw Gaochen. Gaochen's demonic song during the Thousand Saints conference was still vivid in his ears. How could this bastard not die? Qing Emperor, my master sent me to welcome you. Please come out of the carriage. Gaochen said solemnly. Whoosh. In the carriage, a servant girl gently opened the door, and the Qing Emperor slowly walked out. The Qing Emperor's eyes were cold. He glanced at Gaochen and then looked at Gu Hai in the center of the square in the distance. Greetings, Qing Emperor. Countless officials and experts bowed respectfully. However, the Qing Emperor's eyes were only on Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai, didn't you say you wanted to be a witness? Today, I've invited all the experts of Dian to be witnesses. I'll let you die a worthy death. The Qing Emperor said coldly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Qing Emperor. Gu Hai sneered. If I'm not wrong, you've seen the 32 unhindered worlds formation in the hands of your adopted son, Gu Qin, right? Is that why you were able to force the saints to retreat during the Thousand Saints conference? The Qing Emperor said solemnly. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Qin doesn't have the wisdom of chess. When he received the inheritance, he didn't receive the chess manual. Don't tell me that you learned your chess skills by yourself? The Qing Emperor said with a trace of disbelief. Does it matter whether it's right or wrong? Gu Hai sneered. Yes, it doesn't matter. Let's begin. The Qing Emperor said solemnly. Very well. Qing Emperor, do you see the two floating islands above us? Gu Hai said solemnly. There were two small floating islands above the square. The floating islands floated in the air. No one had been allowed to land on them before, but Gu Hai had been keeping them. The Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You and I will each occupy one island and play in the air. We don't want to hurt others if the shock waves are too strong. What do you think? Gu Hai said solemnly. That's what I was thinking. The Qing Emperor said with satisfaction. However, the Qing Emperor waved his hand. Whoosh. Golden streams of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the two floating islands. The streams of light intertwined to form a super huge chessboard that connected the two floating islands. The chessboard had 32 vertical and horizontal lines, and it looked extremely complicated. I'm a guest from afar, so I'll go first. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai coldly. In a battle of life and death, there's no way to give in. However, I'll make an exception today. You go first. Thank you, Qing Emperor. I hope you won't regret it. Gu Hai sneered. As they spoke, Gu Hai took out the Black Mountain token. He activated the Black Mountain token slightly. He slowly activated the Connecting Mountains array. In an instant, it connected heaven and earth. Surging energy of heaven and earth swept over from all directions. Boom. All of a sudden, a storm formed in all directions. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire Gan district. The storm brought with it waves of fog, which condensed into a black chess piece and landed on the chessboard with a loud bang. Bah! The chess pieces fell. In an instant, endless fog filled the entire area. It looked just like the primordial formation that the Qing Emperor had set up in the past. The fog surged in all directions. In fact, the fog even enveloped Gu Hai. Qing Emperor, please enter the game. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai walked toward one of the floating islands in the fog. Long Outyin and the Long Sanchen followed behind Gu Hai and stepped onto the floating island. They stood on either side of Gu Hai as if they were guarding him. The fog shrouded the entire area. The experts' vision started to blur, but they could still see the huge chessboard clearly. Qing Emperor, my master has already made his move. Please make your move too. Gaochen stood not far from the Qing Emperor and shouted. The Celestial Emperor will make his move. Since when is it your turn to interfere? Humph. One of the Qing Emperor's subordinates glared at Gaochen. He glared at Gaochen. The Qing Emperor smiled coldly. He took out his Qingshan token and gently activated it. Boom. He also activated the Linked Mountains formation. The fog instantly formed into his own 32 great formations. The fog shrouded the Qing Emperor. As the Qing Emperor waved his hand, a white Go piece fell onto the chessboard. Boom. As the Go piece fell onto the chessboard, the fog grew thicker and thicker. The Qing Emperor led his two subordinates and flew toward the other floating island. Guhai, continue. I want to see if your 32 great formations or mine is stronger. Humph. The Qing Emperor snorted coldly in the fog. Bah, bah. As the Go game slowly unfolded, the two gradually formed the 32 great formations. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds above Guhai and the Qing Emperor suddenly stirred. Clearly, the great formations were slowly forming cloud beasts. This great one is absolute beginning. I control 100,000 holy lights. Are you seeking death? With a shout, the cloud beast above the Qing Emperor's head condensed. Instantly, it gave off billions of holy lights, forming absolute beginning once again. This great one is the Day One Imperial Dynasty Xiu the Great. Who dares to be impudent? Boom. The cloud beast above the Guhai's head condensed, and a surging ferocious might erupted. However, it formed Xiu the Great amidst the falling snow. Chapter 666. Cloud Beast Taichu and Cloud Beast Xiu the Great. The moment the two cloud beasts appeared, they released a powerful heavenly palace aura. The two auras clashed, instantly creating a powerful explosion. Although Xiu the Great was the ruler of Emperor Dynasty, he was extremely powerful and wasn't much weaker than Qing Emperor. He was just unlucky. As Guhai condensed the 32 formations, Xiu the Great slowly transformed. Boom. Suddenly, a pair of huge white dragon wings appeared on his back. He looked at Taichu with a ferocious expression. His Go body transformed, and his aura wasn't any weaker than Taichu's. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Cloud Beast Taichu glared and suddenly charged forward. Roar. Great Emperor Xiu also let out a loud roar and punched over. Hong. The two fists collided and a storm swept out. The Gan district suddenly shook and countless experts who came to watch were shocked. The Great Yan's revered elders waved their hands. They immediately formed barriers to protect the civilians and the surroundings. Guhai and Qing Emperor continued to play their pieces, and the battle between Taichu and Xiu the Great became more and more fierce. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere and the sky darkened. Fog covered the area as if it was the end of the world. Countless people cried out in shock. Master, do your best. Kill him, kill him. Gaochen shouted in the distance. Shut up. Qing Emperor's subordinates stared at Gaochen and shouted angrily. I'm cheering for my master. What does it have to do with you? Gaochen looked at the Qing Emperor's subordinates in disdain. The battle in the sky was hard to determine the winner. Angels appeared behind Taichu one after another, while Dayuan soldiers appeared behind Great Emperor Xiu one after another. The two sides fought, neither giving way to the other. The battle was shocking. Humph, such a great battle has shaken up my divine farmer city. 32 is more than that. The Qing Emperor let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved his hand and made another chess piece. Pa. A white chess piece was placed on the chessboard. Rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, seemingly enveloping the entire Gan region. At the same time, the citizens of Divine Farmer City and other districts saw the dark clouds connecting the Gan district to the ground. The moment the dark clouds appeared, the gales and tremors that rushed out of the Gan district suddenly became much weaker. The dark clouds seemed to form an encirclement that slowly surrounded the entire Gan region. Within the Gan district, White Emperor looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Qing Emperor, when did you become so kind? White Emperor's face darkened. Did the Qing Emperor use the 32 great formations to form a large encirclement around the Qian district and isolate it from the outside? Tangut asked in amazement. You don't want the chess game to destroy other places in Shenong City? Humph, protect other places? The Qing Emperor is not that kind. He gathered all our experts here. Does he want to catch us all in one fell swoop? That's impossible. Even if the 32 great formations are shockingly destructive, they can't catch us all in one fell swoop. Furthermore, that Guhai is his enemy. Unless the two of them work together, they can't cause any damage to us all. White Emperor said sullenly. Not far away, Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes in the crowd as he looked at the Godao formation in the distance. Guhai? This Godao formation is indeed powerful and can gather the experts of Heavenly Palace. However, do you need to go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be easier to just fight with Emperor Qing and kill him? Why go to such lengths? Mosquito Daoran showed a sullen expression. Mosquito Daoran clenched his fists with a complicated expression. Am I mistaken? Perhaps it is as I guessed last time. This Guhai is just pretending? He does not have any strength at all. Is everything just a coincidence? After all, when the Qing Emperor trapped him in the ritual array, Guhai could not do anything aside from writing the Book of Changes. Suspicion flashed in Mosquito Daoran's eyes. After all, Guhai's actions did not match the image that he knew. No, I have to try again. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing if I keep thinking that a pig is a tiger. A cold light flashed in Mosquito Daoran's eyes. It looked like he was about to make a move. However, in the next moment, Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and looked at the nearby Dongfang Shou. At this moment, Dongfang Shou held a needle in his hand. Mosquito Daoran suddenly stopped. However, Dongfang Shou continued to stare at Guhai, who was in the center. Guhai? I don't care so much. You have offended me. Only death awaits you. A cold light flashed in Dongfang Shou's eyes. With a cold look on his face, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. The needle in his hand instantly flew toward Guhai, who was in the fog. That needle was extremely strange. When it flew out, it turned transparent and headed for Guhai's head, which was in the fog. It was very fast and powerful, but it had the power of a beginner in Heavenly Palace. Good. Mosquito Daoran's eyes lit up. This is the soul-stealing needle. I refined it for 100 years. Let's see how you can survive. Dongfang Shou's eyes turned cold. Whoosh. The needle shot into the fog and reached Guhai's head in an instant. Boom. A loud sound came from Guhai's head. Bastard. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Long Outyin and Long Sanqian, who were behind Guhai, suddenly changed their expressions and roared in anger. However, Guhai, who was in the fog, waved his hand and stopped them. He's not dead. Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. That was a powerful needle in Heavenly Palace. It did not hurt Guhai. Could it be that he guessed wrong again? How could it be? Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Dongfang Shou. White Emperor looked at Dongfang Shou coldly. Countless experts looked at Dongfang Shou coldly. Qing Emperor and Guhai had a fair duel and they were the witnesses. Dongfang Shou, why did you launch a sneak attack on Guhai? However, Dongfang Shou was a favorite of His Holiness. Although the crowd was angry, they could not blame themselves. Dongfang Shou did not care about the others. He looked at Guhai in the fog in shock and said, "How could my soul-seizing spirit-destroying needle be useless?" At this moment in the fog, they could vaguely see Guhai's head swinging and a long needle shot out from his mouth. Whoosh! The long needle returned and arrived in front of Dongfang Shou in an instant. The long needle was so fast that Dongfang Shou could not block it in time. What? Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Boom! The long needle pierced through Dongfang Shou's chest in an instant. Dongfang Shou was nailed to a big rock at the side. What happened? Countless experts around were shocked. Dongfang Shou was a master of longevity. He had countless methods to cultivate longevity. However, it did not mean that Dongfang Shou's cultivation was high. When the needle from Heavenly Palace pierced Dongfang Shou's chest, Dongfang Shou immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Soul-seizing spirit-destroying needle. No, Guhai, I'm not done with you. When I recover, I'll show you. Dongfang Shou roared in pain. The long needle in his chest emitted a blue light. Dongfang Shou's hair instantly withered. It was obvious that the long needle had caused serious damage to Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou's face turned ashen. He did not dare to stay any longer. He stretched out his hand and pulled. A crack appeared in the void. His figure jumped into it and entered the netherworld. His sneak attack failed and he was seriously injured by Guhai? Countless experts around looked at Guhai in shock. White Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Guhai. How can Guhai be so strong? Mosquito Daoran, who was in the crowd, stiffened. Fortunately, I'm smart. This Guhai is not a pig playing with a tiger. It's a tiger playing with a pig. Damn, I almost fell for it. He's a bandit pretending to be a slut. He's waiting for a pervert to die. Too bad, too bad. Damn it. Mosquito Dowrin completely retreated into the crowd. Damn it, I've seen through you. The surrounding experts' faces darkened. It was obvious that they had underestimated this duel. Guhai was not someone to be trifled with. Guhai, you're really something. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. The chess pieces in his hand continued to fall. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. Gradually the surroundings were sealed. Guhai snorted coldly and moved his chess pieces faster and faster. It was as if he was cooperating with Qing Emperor to seal off the entire Gan district to prevent the people around from getting hurt. Shiyu the Great and Tai Chu's battle was getting more and more intense. Guhai and Qing Emperor didn't attack easily. The spectating experts also became quiet after witnessing Dongfang show's serious injury. Everyone stared at the chessboard in the center and the two people in the center. The two people moved slower and slower as if they were taking longer and longer to think. Boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the surroundings were about to completely envelop the Gan district. However, the formation inside could condense holy light so everything could be seen clearly. Inside, the chess battle was getting more and more intense. The people outside also looked at the Gan district curiously. There was a black sphere surrounded by dark clouds. There was only a small gap left, and it seemed that some sound could still be heard. Outside the Gan district in a manner not far away. At this moment, a group of green-robed people was standing respectfully. This group of green-robed people surrounded a green-robed man who was looking at a chessboard. The green-robed man was none other than Qing Emperor. If anyone in the Gan district's formation saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Wasn't Qing Emperor playing chess with Guhai in the square of the Deqian Palace? Why was he here? If this person was Qing Emperor, then who was playing chess with Guhai in the square of the Deqian Palace? However, they saw a chessboard with 32 lines placed in front of Qing Emperor. Qi Sha used the Azure Mountain command to mobilize the 32 great formations. Chess pieces, go up 16 and 13. The Azure Emperor said coldly. Boom. A loud sound came from the gap in the distance. It seemed that a chess piece had been placed inside. Qing Emperor looked at the black fog in the distance again. Remember, keep an eye on Gaochen. Don't let anything happen. Also, after Guhai makes his move, you take the white piece and move 18 and 14 pieces. After that, you can pause temporarily and pretend to think. Stall everyone for me. After Qing Emperor finished speaking, he went to the Gan district. Boom. A super loud sound came from the crack. The Qian region was completely shrouded by black clouds. The last crack was also completely closed. It was like a super black ball had filled the Qian region. Not a single sound could be heard from the Qian region. The 32 formations isolated the Gan district from the outside, so that no sound could be heard. Qing Emperor looked at the Gan district in the distance, which was covered by the black ball, and sneered. All right, Guhai and Long Zhanghua's projections have been isolated by the formation. All the powerhouses in Shenong City are also trapped inside. We don't have much time. Prepare to leave. Qing Emperor stood up and said coldly. Yes. His subordinates answered. Qing Emperor turned to look at the Gan district's imperial palace, the Flame God Palace, and the palace where Jiang Lianshan was. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. My goal is not to defeat Guhai. My goal is to conquer the world. Let's go. Chapter 667. I don't want to defeat Guhai. I want to conquer the world. Let's go. Qing Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of subordinates followed Qing Emperor and walked towards the palace. The group moved very quickly. By the time they arrived at the palace, there seemed to be a large number of people waiting outside. Outside the palace, Qing Emperor paused again. He seemed to be hesitating. Qing Emperor turned his head and looked at the Gan district. The Gan district had been completely surrounded and isolated from the outside world. Guhai, Long Zhanghua's projection, and all the elites in Shenong City were isolated. Qing Emperor took a deep breath and looked at the palace in front of him again. He looked at the Flame God Hall. Jiang Lianshan was still in seclusion. In the past, Jiang Lianshan had been in meditation for 10 days and 10 nights because of the first Qian hexagram. Now, Guhai had given him the complete book of changes. How long would Long Zhanghua need to study it? 3 days definitely wouldn't be enough. Are they going to attack? Boom. Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky above Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor looked up at the sky. This was an extremely ordinary dark cloud. Ordinary dragons, the black tortoise race, and even many demonic beasts of the water race would be able to cause it. Ordinary natural weather would not be able to tell anything. However, the Azure the Arch squinted his eyes. Is the heavens urging me? Qing Emperor's face darkened. One of his subordinates said softly, Emperor, why don't we deal with Guhai? Alright, cut the crap. At this point, no one can turn back. Jiang Lianshan is in seclusion and the heavens are helping me. What's there to worry about? Begin. Qing Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. One of his subordinates answered. However, at this moment, clouds of fog suddenly appeared in the palace from outside the Flame God Hall. Many guards and palace maids in the imperial palace were astonished. However, very soon, there were people who said that it was caused by His Holiness's closed-door cultivation, that it was caused by His Holiness, and that they should not disturb His Holiness. His Holiness was in the depths of meditation and should not be disturbed. It was quiet in the imperial palace. Soon it was shrouded in rolling fog. Qing Emperor led a group of people and slowly flew into the fog. The fog continued for a while. Suddenly, one of the guards fainted and fell to the ground. Pala. As soon as the guard fell, the guard next to him immediately shouted, What are you doing? You can actually fall asleep while guarding the main hall? Why am I feeling dizzy? Me too. I'm dizzy too. Boss, I can't take it anymore. In an instant, countless guards in the imperial palace fell unconscious. A powerful bodyguard's expression changed. He rushed to the sky and was about to shout, Not good, someone stole? Boom. That guard was immediately entangled by a green vine in the fog. His entire body was tied up and with a pull he was instantly pulled down. The fog is poisonous, be careful. Whoosh. All of a sudden, countless vines emerged from the ground of the imperial palace, trapping all of the people who were about to shout. Qing Emperor led a group of subordinates and quickly flew in the direction of the Flame God Hall. As they flew, the vines covered the sky and the earth, forming a huge vine barrier that enveloped the entire imperial palace. I created this green vine poison fog formation by studying the vine world gourd. It's quite effective. Qing Emperor sneered. Yeah, and it also has the effect of freezing the void and silencing the sound. A subordinate praised. For today, this emperor started researching this formation 500 years ago. The Azure Emperor said coldly. Assassins, assassins. His Holiness, there's a thief, His Holiness. Someone come quickly. Consecrator, Lord Consecrator, vines help. Poison ivy, it's the poison ivy. Countless shouts could be heard, but the fog was like a thick wall, weakening the voices. Around the imperial palace, the ground was covered with countless vines that wrapped around the experts in the imperial palace. Chaos reigned in the imperial palace. However, despite the chaos, the voices were pitifully soft. There was not much of a commotion. Qing Emperor and his group soon arrived at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. At the same time, the experts in the imperial palace rushed to the Flame God Hall to inform His Holiness. Boom boom boom. Before Qing Emperor arrived, there was already chaos outside the Flame God Hall. The experts who came were fighting each other. General Zhang, how dare you rebel, you bastard? General Li, His Holiness rewarded you, but you betrayed His Holiness. Rumble. Very low sounds of killing resounded in the imperial palace. Qing Emperor's formation had trapped everyone inside and no one could get out. Qing Emperor's men were in the imperial palace, but there was a limit to the number of Qing Emperor's men. Many of Jiang Lianshan's trusted men still rushed to the Flame God Hall. His Holiness. More than a dozen of Jiang Lianshan's trusted men rushed over, but before they could shout, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Suddenly, a green figure appeared in the square of the Flame Divine Hall and kicked the dozen or so people who were charging over. Boom boom boom. In an instant, more than 10 people were sent flying with a single kick. Heavenly Palace? Who are you? The dozen people cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. They flew in the air and were instantly entangled by the vines. Emperor, it has been settled. The green figure looked respectfully at Qing Emperor, who was flying over. Be careful. Qing Emperor's expression changed. However, in the darkness, a blood-red long sword suddenly pierced towards the back of the green shadow. Qing Emperor's figure flashed as he slapped the Heavenly Palace subordinate away. At the same time he waved his sleeves. Whoosh! The blood-red long sword was instantly pulled in front of him, and the old man who used the sword was pulled over as well. Then he grabbed the old man's neck. Eunuch Zhao. Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Qing Emperor, how dare you rebel? Eunuch Zhao glared at Qing Emperor as he was being choked by Qing Emperor. Eunuch Zhao, I know that Jiang Lianshan has a secret force, but I didn't expect it to be you. Heavenly Palace? Eunuch Zhao, you have hidden your strength well. Qing Emperor said with a cold smile. Humph, you are an untamed wolf. Bah. Eunuch Zhao glared. He struck with his palm. Boom. Eunuch Zhao immediately broke free from Qing Emperor's grip, but his throat was full of blood. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, two green figures rushed out from behind Qing Emperor and dashed toward Eunuch Zhao. Obviously, they had just entered Heavenly Palace. Rumble. Eunuch Zhao was immediately blocked outside. His Holiness Qing Emperor is rebelling. Come out quickly. Eunuch Zhao shouted. However, his voice was very weak, and there was no response from the Flame God Hall. Qing Emperor looked at the hall in front of him and sneered. He waved his hand gently. Whoosh. The door of the Flame God Hall suddenly opened. Qing Emperor immediately saw the scene inside. Jiang Lianshan was sitting on the dragon throne with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. The Azure Emperor looked coldly at the distant Jiang Lianshan and revealed a cold smile. Then he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the defenseless Jiang Lianshan on the dragon throne. Break! Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Qing Emperor. A person suddenly attacked Qing Emperor. Bastard, you are courting death. The expressions of Qing Emperor's subordinates changed as they rushed forward to stop him. However, that person was too fast, and Qing Emperor's subordinates could not stop him in time. Qing Emperor reacted the fastest. He turned his head and had no choice but to counterattack. Boom. With a loud bang, the Azure the Arch sent that person flying with a punch. Who are you? Qing Emperor glared. However, that person was dressed in black robes. That person used a spell to create a layer of fog that covered his face. Qing Emperor's expression turned sullen. Clearly he did not expect there to be an expert. Furthermore, that punch earlier carried a strand of dragon chi. The surrounding vines soared into the air. However, when the vines reached the black-robed person, they suddenly stopped. Why did the vines stop? Qing Emperor glared. Whoosh. The black-robed person instantly threw something at Jiang Lianshan. It seemed that he wanted to wake Jiang Lianshan up. How dare you? Qing Emperor struck with his palm. Boom. The object that was thrown was instantly shattered by the energy from his palm. I don't care who you are. Another one of Jiang Lianshan's secret forces? Stop him. Don't let him disturb me. Qing Emperor glared. Yes. Boom. Qing Emperor's subordinates immediately rushed toward the black-robed person. The black-robed person was instantly trapped. Qing Emperor, you are courting death for disobeying your superiors. Qing Emperor, don't you remember what happened to Black Emperor? Qing Emperor, how dare you? Powerhouses from the palace rushed toward the black-robed person after person. Unfortunately, Qing Emperor was well prepared this time. Although he didn't bring many people with him, all of them were top-notch powerhouses. The weakest among them was a middle celestial palace powerhouse. There were even 5 upper celestial palace powerhouses. Everyone who rushed toward the black-robed person was blocked by Qing Emperor's subordinates. Rebellion? Everyone is in the Gan district. Who can stop me? Who can break through my green vine poison fog formation? No one can save you, humph. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. He was about to attack Jiang Lianshan, who was meditating. Hong. Suddenly, a super loud sound rang out from above their heads. They saw that a large hole had been blasted open in the vine barrier in the sky. What? Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a strange young man standing in the sky. The young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. He stepped on the windfire wheels and had 3 pairs of hands. One pair was holding a red tasseled spear, one pair was holding a red armillary sash, and the other pair was holding a universe ring. Who dares to be presumptuous when Neza is here? The strange young man with 3 heads and 6 arms glared and roared in the sky. Presumptuous. How dare you? Who dares to rebel in Shinong City? The outside world was filled with angry voices. They seemed to be shouting at Neza, who appeared out of nowhere. There was even a rain of arrows shooting toward Neza. The people outside were angry, but the powerhouses inside the palace were wild with joy. The reason for that was because the vine barrier had been broken. Help. Qing Emperor is rebelling. Qing Emperor is assassinating His Holiness. Help. The powerhouses rushed out one after another. The first one to fly out was Eunuch Zhao. White Emperor, consecrators, come back quickly. Qing Emperor is rebelling. Assassinate His Holiness. Hurry. Eunuch Zhao flew out and shouted at the sky. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire city. Countless people in the city were watching the chess battle in the Gan district. Their expressions changed when they heard Eunuch Zhao's shout. What? Qing Emperor is rebelling? Assassinate His Holiness? Isn't Qing Emperor playing chess in the Gan district? Countless people looked at the palace curiously. However, the Gan district was surrounded by the 32 great arrays. No one could hear Eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao's expression changed. He turned around and was about to rush down again. However, Qing Emperor's subordinates blocked him. Neza stepped on his windfire wheels and instantly rushed toward the Azure the Arch. Oh no, oh no. Qing Emperor's expression changed. At this moment, Qing Emperor didn't care about anything else. He rushed forward and hit Jiang Lianshan, who was meditating. Chapter 668. When the Lotus Emperor arrived at Great Yan's imperial palace, he did not notice two people standing on the peak of a mountain not far from the imperial palace. He would never have expected this. Guhai and Aoshan. Hall Master, how did you know that the Qing Emperor would ask Qisha to pretend to be himself while he assassinated us? Aoshan looked at the Qing Emperor and his subordinates in disbelief. Because Jiang Lianshan has entered a meditative state, that's why he dared to do this. He ordered all the powerhouses of Shenong City to go to the Gan region to lure us away. Qisha is a heaven-grade zither. It can hear sounds from afar and imitate sounds, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Then will we be exposed? Aoshan asked worriedly. No, the Qing Emperor asked the heaven-grade zither Qisha to pretend to be himself, so he will definitely send someone to watch the heaven-grade zither Gaochen to prevent me from doing what he did. The Qing Emperor will be relieved when he sees Gaochen. But he doesn't know that the Long Sanqian can also set up the 32 heavens and earth's formation. With Jiang Chen's zombie pretending to be me, even if someone tries to sneak an attack on me, I will be safe. The Long Sanqian will stand behind Jiang Chen's zombie and guide us. As long as we don't make a sound and the fog covers us, no one will know. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Hall Master and the Qing Emperor's game attracted everyone's attention, but the two of you came here together. Aoshan said bitterly. Okay, the Qing Emperor went in. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the imperial palace was shrouded in fog. They couldn't see anything inside. Then I will go in too. Aoshan said in a low voice. Yes. After you enter, you must be careful. Protect yourself first. You just have to stall for time and wait for the Qing Emperor's assassination to become a reality. Then you can stop the Qing Emperor appropriately. I'll set up a grand formation right away and meet up with you very soon, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Aoshan replied. He was about to go forward. Wait, take my Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai took out his Vine World Gourd. At this moment, the Vine World Gourd was only the size of a palm. Gu Hai handed it to Aoshan. Sima Changkong sent a message saying that the Qing Emperor is going to set up a green vine poisonous fog formation. There are countless vines, but they are modeled after the Vine World Gourd. However, the Vine World Gourd is the most powerful vines in the world. If you bring it along, just its aura alone will make countless vines retreat. Gu Hai said solemnly. Holding the Vine World Gourd, Aoshan nodded. Yes, Hall Master. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Aoshan charged into the fog. When Aoshan entered, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out an item. It was a Guqin figurine. It looked exactly the same as the heaven-grade Guqin, Pejuan in the past. However, it could now be used to resonate with the Guqin figurine and transmit sound. Mr. Sima, everything is over. I've already arranged for Mu Qinfeng and the elite hall disciples to meet you. Quickly withdraw. Don't take the Black Emperor's token anymore. Also, those Dechen spies in hiding. 3 days ago, I asked them to bring the Black Emperor's token to encourage the Black Emperor's former subordinates to intercept the Qing Emperor's former subordinates. I've already asked them to retreat quietly. If you have time, check if there are any loopholes. Gu Hai said solemnly. The Guqin figurine resonated. In an instant, in the Qing Emperor's residence. There was also an identical Guqin figurine in the room where the messenger of the heavens, the black-robed man, was. The Guqin figurine trembled slightly as it repeated Gu Hai's voice, word for word. Everything is over? That's good. The black-robed man took a deep breath. He looked at the table. On the table there were 10 black tokens in a row. In front of the black-robed man, there were 10 tokens. Although I don't know how the Hall Master found the Black Emperor's token, I also borrowed it from the Qing Emperor. It's a clue, so there's no need for it to exist. Boom. With a loud sound, the black-robed man instantly crushed the 10 tokens into powder. After doing everything, the black-robed man stepped out of the room. Outside, the elite hall disciples received him. At the same time, in the Dian Palace, after Gu Hai sent the message through the Guqin figurine, he put away the Guqin figurine and squeezed it. A black token appeared in his palm. The Black Mountain Token. In the Gan region, Long Sanqian, Long Outyin, and the others set up the 32 unhindered heavens and earth formation. There was a Black Mountain Token in Gu Hai's hand. To others, it was an unbelievable thing, but to Gu Hai, it was not impossible. In the past, when he divided the ghost boxes, he divided one into 1,000. The Black Mountain Token was just a catalyst. It didn't need too much heaven-mending power to break and replenish it. Gu Hai gently activated the Black Mountain Token, and it immediately connected to the mountain chain formation. Whoosh! In the white fog above the palace, a strong wind suddenly swept up. The mountain chain formation connected the heavens and the earth. Rolling spirit energy gathered, providing endless energy for the 32 great formations set up by Gu Hai. Rumble. Under the strong wind, the void trembled. Who is it? How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Shinong City? Angry roars came from the surroundings. A large number of soldiers outside the palace were shocked and rushed over. They saw the trembling void condense, and the appearance of a young man appeared. The young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was standing on the windfire wheels, holding the red tasseled spear, the red sky band, and the universe ring. He stared at the fog below. Set it up again. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. Neza, it's up to you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a serious look. The cloud beast Neza appeared, but it wasn't as strange as the great sage Heaven's equal last time. He extended the universe ring and smashed it toward the cloud-covered imperial palace. Hong. A super loud sound was heard and the ground below shook. Then a huge hole appeared in the cloud-covered palace. Neza is here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Neza stared and roared. Presumptuous. How dare you? Who dares to rebel in Shinong City? Outside the palace there were angry shouts. There was even a rain of arrows shooting toward Neza. In the next moment, a series of screams suddenly came from the big hole that Neza had broken open. Help! The Qing Emperor is rebelling. The Qing Emperor is assassinating His Holiness. Help! The powerful cultivators rushed out one after another. The first one to fly out was Eunuch Zhao. White Emperor, consecrators, come back quickly. The Qing Emperor is rebelling and assassinating His Holiness. Hurry! Eunuch Zhao flew out and shouted toward the sky. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire city. Neza, on the other hand, stepped on his windfire wheels and rushed down with a glare. Boom! Countless vines rushed toward Neza. Get lost! Neza stared and swung the red sky band in his hand. Rumble! The white fog and vines were blown away by the red sky band's power. The scene in the palace was exposed in front of everyone. Whoosh! Almost everyone's expression changed. What happened in the palace? Did all the palace guards fall? Did everyone fall? There were so many vines. Look at the Flame God Hall. Ah, that's the Qing Emperor. What is he doing? His Holiness is cultivating in seclusion in the Flame God Hall? The Qing Emperor is going to assassinate His Holiness? The expressions of the commoners and officials changed drastically as they exclaimed. The Qing Emperor was really going to assassinate His Holiness in the fog. How could this be? Are we seeing things? Your Majesty, be careful. All the officials cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. The Qing Emperor's palm was about to reach Jiang Lianshan's head. Jiang Lianshan closed his eyes and meditated. No matter how strong he was, his head would definitely explode after being hit by the Qing Emperor's palm. The Qing Emperor looked ferocious as if he was about to succeed. It was also at this moment that Jiang Lianshan suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! The moment he opened his eyes, millions of golden rays shot out of his eyes. The golden rays were so bright that many people could not open their eyes. The moment Jiang Lianshan opened his eyes, the Qing Emperor's expression changed. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Kill! The Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression as he exerted more force in his hand. He was about to kill Jiang Lianshan. However, Jiang Lianshan's right hand suddenly shot up into the sky. It was so fast that they could only see an afterimage. Pong. Jiang Lianshan's right palm collided with the Qing Emperor's right palm. A huge shockwave formed and blew up the Flame God Palace. Wah! The Flame God Palace exploded and only the Dragon Throne was left. Jiang Lianshan sat on the Dragon Throne and did not move. Suddenly, Jiang Lianshan grabbed the wrist of the Azure Thearcha's palm that was about to land on him. The Qing Emperor's palm stopped right above Jiang Lianshan's head. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. The Qing Emperor did not expect Jiang Lianshan to be so strong. He was so strong that he was pinched like a chicken in front of him. Qing Emperor, how dare you? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold as he exerted force in his hand. Boom! The Qing Emperor exploded. However, the Qing Emperor's right arm was torn off by Jiang Lianshan's powerful strength. The Qing Emperor roared in pain. Jiang Lianshan stood up slowly. His Holiness! Eunuch Zhao and the other loyal officials of the Dian shouted excitedly. The Qing Emperor's subordinates changed their expressions. How could this be? Qing Emperor, I have treated you well. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Haha, you have treated me well. The Qing Emperor's face twisted. However, he did not show any fear. I have said that the 5 emperors will not betray the Dian dynasty. I will rule the world with the 5 emperors. If you are so ambitious, do you know how many people will be buried with you because of your rebellion today? Jiang Lianshan said with a cold expression. Die with me? You are the one who will die with me. Do you think that I am unprepared? Today is the day that the great Qing dynasty will replace the Dian dynasty, the Qing Emperor said viciously. Although he had lost an arm, the Qing Emperor was not discouraged. He looked up at the sky. Qing Emperor did not disappoint the heavens. I tried my best to destroy the alliance. Now that things are not going well, please help me defeat the fire demons. The Qing Emperor shouted. The assassination failed. At this moment there was only one way out. He had to believe in the heavens. The Qing Emperor shouted. Eunuch Zhao and the others looked up at the sky in panic. Could it be that the Qing Emperor was sent by the heavens to assassinate His Holiness? Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at the Qing Emperor, but he did not move. A light breeze blew across the sky. Neza stopped in front of the Qing Emperor. However, the heavens did not say anything. There was no trace of the deity of the 6 paths. What? You promised me heavens? The Qing Emperor shouted at the sky. However, the heavens did not respond. The Qing Emperor's face froze. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Impossible. Impossible. The Qing Emperor stared at the sky. Jiang Lianshan suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was on the mountain peak not far away. Gu Hai, you are really good at scheming. No wonder the Longzhonghua sent you. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai and snorted. Chapter 669. Gu Hai, you're really good at scheming. No wonder Longzhonghua sent you here. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai and snorted coldly. Gu Hai. The expression of the Azure the Arch, who was calling for help from the heavens, suddenly changed. He followed Jiang Lianshan's gaze and turned his head. He happened to see Gu Hai standing at the peak of a mountain, holding the Black Mountain token in his hand. Why are you here? Qing Emperor covered the wound on his arm that Jiang Lianshan had torn off and glared at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Ao Shun instantly flew to Gu Hai's side. Neza also flew to Gu Hai's side to protect Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared coldly at Qing Emperor and didn't say anything. Qing Emperor turned to look in the direction of the Gan district. The Gan district was still wrapped in the Black Sphere. The 32 great formations were still in effect and all the powerhouses were still there. Why was Gu Hai here? Who's inside? Qing Emperor glared and roared. Jiang Lianshan turned to look at the Gan district in the distance and sneered. What a great escape technique. I'm also curious. Qing Emperor's escape technique is one thing, but how did you do it? Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. As he snorted, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the distance. Jiang Lianshan stopped the great formation of linking mountains in the distance. As soon as the great formation of linking mountains was stopped, the 32 great formations attached to it suddenly collapsed. The black sphere shrouded in rolling black clouds in the distance instantly collapsed. Boom! The smoke and clouds disappeared, revealing the Gan district. In the Gan district, as Qing Emperor placed another piece, The entire Gan district was enveloped in a great formation and completely isolated from the outside world. The faces of the White Emperor and the group of consecrators darkened. They coldly looked at the two people who were playing Go, guarding against them. As Gu Hai placed his piece, the battle between Cloud Beast Shiyu and Cloud Beast Grand Beginning became even more intense. Fortunately, the consecrators were protecting the commoners, so everything was fine. However, at this moment, Qing Emperor stopped playing as if he was thinking. Boom boom boom. Shiyu and Absolute Beginning fought fiercely, but the two chess players were silent. Emperor, something doesn't seem right. Tangut narrowed his eyes. Oh. White Emperor looked at Tangut. It's too calm. Tangut frowned. At the side, some of the White Emperor's subordinates looked at the intense battle in the sky with confusion. How could this be considered calm? White Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qing Emperor and Gu Hai in the distance. Indeed, this isn't their style. Focus on playing Go? At this moment, the Qing Emperor should be making a move to deal with Gu Hai. White Emperor said sullenly. Indeed, this subordinate thinks so too, but... Tangut smiled bitterly. The Azure Mountain Order and Black Mountain Order are indeed in their hands. My White Mountain Order can sense it, White Emperor said with a frown. Most of the experts in the surroundings did not notice anything strange, but some did. However, they could not figure out what was wrong. Why isn't the Qing Emperor placing his piece? Someone in the surroundings said strangely. Could it be that the Qing Emperor's Go skills are inferior to Gu Hai's? That's impossible. That Absolute Beginning is not inferior to Shiyu the Great at all. While everyone was talking about it, suddenly there was a loud sound. Boom. With the loud sound, the black fog ball in the sky suddenly exploded. The linking mountains formation and the 32 great formations instantly shattered. What happened? The great formations collapsed? The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They did not know what happened. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. His Holiness removed the linking mountains formation? What's going on? Isn't this a Go game? It's only halfway through. The Qing Emperor hasn't placed his piece yet. Countless experts suddenly cried out in shock halfway through their words. This was because as the great formations were removed, the fog that enveloped Gu Hai and Qing Emperor suddenly exploded. Everyone was staring at Gu Hai and Qing Emperor. Suddenly their expressions changed. Qisha? He's not the Qing Emperor? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. However, Qisha's expression also changed. He grabbed the Qingshan token and was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to stall for time? Why did the linking mountains formation suddenly disappear? Did the Emperor succeed? Gu Hai. If he's not Gu Hai, then what is he? Someone looked at Gu Hai in shock. Long Outyan's Jiangchen zombie? White Emperor's expression changed. However, the Jiangchen zombie reached out his hand and smashed the token in his palm into powder. Long Sanchen looked at Qisha and said, Hall Leader was right. He's not the real Qing Emperor. Did Hall Leader succeed? Long Outyan narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai is not Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor is not Qing Emperor? Have we been fooled? But why did he lie to us? The expressions of the cultivators changed. They turned around and saw that the Imperial Palace in the Gen district was in chaos. The Fire God Hall had exploded, and countless guards in the Imperial Palace were unconscious. The Qing Emperor was floating in the air. One of his arms was gone. He looked in the direction of the Deqian Palace in shock and anger. His Holiness was in the air, holding one of the Qing Emperor's arms. Gu Hai was standing on a mountain peak not far away. There. Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor are there. Someone exclaimed. What happened in the Imperial Palace? There are so many people. It's so chaotic. The cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. White Emperor, the consecrators, and all the officials were shocked. Oh no, something's wrong. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, everyone flew toward the Imperial Palace. The White Emperor's carriage didn't care either. He took the lead and flew at the very front. At the entrance of the Imperial Palace. How could this be? Gu Hai, you lied to me. The Qing Emperor said with a ferocious expression. Qing Emperor, did you lie to me too? Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was horrified. He felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. He seemed to have been forced into a dead end. No, none of this is real. Heavens, heavens, where are you? Where are you? The Qing Emperor roared at the heavens. Now the heavens were his last hope. Although he knew that he might have been deceived, he had no other choice. He could only roar at the heavens. Perhaps it was the last hope in his heart. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, were you the one who forced the Qing Emperor to rebel? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and shook his head. Dian, His Holiness, I don't dare to take responsibility for this. I just happened to see the Qing Emperor suddenly set up a plan and escape. I followed him to take a look. Followed him to take a look? Did you send Ao Shun to the Imperial Palace? So you followed him to take a look? Jiang Lianshan glared. When the Qing Emperor rebelled, this humble one asked Ao Shun to help suppress the rebellion and protect His Holiness, Dian, in order to protect the stability of the Dian dynasty. That counts as protecting the Emperor. Dian, His Holiness, this humble one came with good intentions. Gu Hai said seriously. Good intentions? Are you going to watch the Azure the arch-rebel out of kindness? Or did you lead him to rebel? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The Qing Emperor rebelled because he had a rebellious heart to begin with. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened. Gu Hai was right. The Qing Emperor had a rebellious heart to begin with. However, he had always hidden it. Didn't you say you wanted to play Go? The game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. Then who is playing Go at the entrance of the Deqian Palace? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Solemnly he said, the game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. This humble one said this at the beginning, and this humble one has been doing it. The game of Go is not necessarily a dead game. This humble one has been playing Go, and this game is a living one. This game has never stopped. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun and the others did not understand what Gu Hai meant, but Jiang Lianshan understood. Yes, Gu Hai had been playing Go all this time. However, Gu Hai was no longer playing Go. He was using the entire Shenong city as his chessboard and the experts of Shenong city as his chess pieces. He would surround all the experts and Gu Hai would place his chess pieces to slay the dragon. This game of Go. The Qing Emperor lost the entire game? Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. On the other side, the Qing Emperor shouted to the heavens for a while, but he did not get any response. He was instantly disheartened. However, in the next moment he suddenly heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan. The Qing Emperor's expression suddenly changed. This was because the Qing Emperor understood what Gu Hai meant. Was this a trap set by Gu Hai? Capture that black-robed man, the Qing Emperor roared into the distance. However, after the Qing Emperor roared, a guard of the Qing Emperor flew into the sky. However, that guard was also covered in blood. Emperor, that black-robed man escaped. He escaped. He's gone. The guard exclaimed. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Suddenly, the Qing Emperor understood everything. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, it's you. It's you, isn't it? That black-robed man was arranged by you. He's not the messenger of the heavens. He wasn't from the beginning. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing Emperor. What's the point of discussing this now? I'll kill you. The Qing Emperor roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The Qing Emperor's single palm slammed toward Gu Hai. Universe Ring. Neza shouted. Boom. The Universe Ring activated its power and blocked the Qing Emperor's palm. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was severely injured by Jiang Lianshan. Naturally, his power was not as strong as before. Neza activated his power and blocked the Qing Emperor's attack. Whoosh. White Emperor was the first to approach. He looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. His Holiness, what's going on? Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He just stared coldly at Qing Emperor, who wasn't far away. Reporting to the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor is leading a rebellion and assassinating His Holiness. Eunuch Zhao said softly. Qing Emperor? Rebel? White Emperor's expression changed. Xiao. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the peerless experts of Dian quickly flew over. His Holiness. Countless experts bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the experts returned one after another. Jiang Lianshan didn't need to do anything anymore. As long as the Qing Emperor dared to disrespect Jiang Lianshan again, he would definitely die. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was in a very sorry state. He looked at Neza, the sky, the Qing Emperor's residence, and the peerless experts returning one after another. The Qing Emperor knew that there was no turning back. The Qing Emperor wanted to say that he was fooled by Gu Hai and wanted to beg Jiang Lianshan for mercy. But was there any use now? If it were in private, Jiang Lianshan might have forgiven him. But now, because of Gu Hai, everyone knew that he had rebelled and tried to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. All the people in the city and the civil and military officials knew that he had tried to assassinate His Holiness. Soon the whole world would know. Even if Jiang Lianshan wanted to forgive him, it would be impossible. If nothing happened to him for rebelling today, countless people would come to him tomorrow. Rebelling had always been the #1 crime in a country. Dian wouldn't let him go. The Black Emperor had rebelled and not everyone knew about it, but he was sentenced to death. What about him? Ha 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 ha, Jiang Lianshan, I rebelled. I'm not as good as you and I have nothing to say now. But I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not as good as you, but I'll never lose to this brat. Before I die, I beg you one last time. The Qing Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan, his eyes turning red. Jiang Lianshan frowned at the Qing Emperor. Let me finish this game of chess. The Qing Emperor's eyes were full of pleading. Chapter 670. Let me finish this game of chess. Without waiting for Jiang Lianshan's reply, the Qing Emperor pounced on Gu Hai again. How dare you? Traitor, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of His Holiness? Take him down. All the soldiers and officials shouted angrily. In fact, many of the worshippers were about to step forward and hold the Azure Emperor back so that they could earn some merit. Shut up. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. The White Emperor's angry shout stopped everyone in their tracks. All the officials, soldiers looked at the White Emperor with changed expressions. How dare the White Emperor help the Qing Emperor at this time? Wasn't she afraid that she would be implicated as a traitor? However, the White Emperor was still the White Emperor. In the Dian dynasty, he had authority that ordinary officials could never compare to. All the soldiers and officials looked at Jiang Lianshan. They saw that Jiang Lianshan didn't stop them. Instead, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. It was as if he was disappointed in the Qing Emperor. The White Emperor was also shocked at this moment. The White Emperor had heard the conversation between Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Qing Emperor. Using the game as a board and people as chess pieces? Gu Hai actually included him in the plan? No, it was the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai who included him in the plan. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was one step ahead of them and caused all of the Qing Emperor's plans to fail. What if Gu Hai wasn't one step ahead of them? What would happen then? If the Qing Emperor assassinated His Holiness, how could they not know about it? The Qing Emperor was also a good schemer. However, he met Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor rebelled and Gu Hai made it known to the whole world. In this way, the Qing Emperor had to die even if he didn't want to. This was a serious crime and no one could plead for him. This was also the reason why the officials who used to be very respectful to the Qing Emperor dared to shout at him just now. However, no matter how serious the crime was, he was still the Qing Emperor. Since when was it your turn to criticize him? In the end, the White Emperor protected the Qing Emperor's dignity, and also his own dignity. Therefore, no matter how righteous the officials were, the White Emperor had to shut them up. Jiang Lianshan looked at him coldly without saying a word. The one-armed Azure the Arch instantly appeared before Gu Hai. Ao Shun was about to step forward. Ao Shun, stand down. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Ao Shun immediately retreated to the side and returned the Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai reached out and waved his hand. Boom. Instantly, countless vines emerged from the Vine World Gourd to protect itself. Gu Hai held the Black Mountain token and controlled Neza, who was formed by the grand formation of linked mountains. Third Prince, I'm sorry for troubling you. I'll resurrect you one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right, I believe you. Neza shouted. In a flash, Neza charged toward the Azure the Arch. He stabbed the red-tasseled spear at the Qing Emperor. Boom. The Qing Emperor only had one palm strike and he was instantly knocked away. Neza did not give up and continued to charge forward. Gu Hai, in this solitary one's entire life, I have never misjudged a single person. However, everything started with you. This solitary one kept making mistakes. Today this solitary one cannot be forgiven. You will be buried with this solitary one. The Azure Emperor roared. Boom. 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 The battle between Neza and the Qing Emperor created powerful shockwaves. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Whoosh. The grand formation of linked mountains was activated. A barrier formed around them and surrounded Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor, and Neza. The battle inside the barrier was intense. Neza was powerful, but the Qing Emperor was not weak either. If his right arm had not been torn off, Neza would not have been a match for the Qing Emperor. The more they fought, the fiercer the Qing Emperor became. Gradually, Neza seemed to be unable to stop the Qing Emperor. Tenghai. Guhai glared. Boom. Countless vines rushed out of the vine world gourd and enveloped the three of them. No one could see what was inside. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Fire. Guhai shouted coldly. Boom. Flames suddenly appeared in the gaps of the vine sphere. True Samadhi fire? The Qing Emperor's angry voice came from the vine sphere. Golden vines. Guhai shouted again. The immortal slaying flying saber? Impossible. It's not the immortal slaying flying saber. What is it? I remember now. The vines of the immortal slaying gourd were given to you by the Long Jianghu. What a sharp metal qi. The Qing Emperor exclaimed. Soil come? Guhai shouted. Soil of breath. Are you trying to trap me? Guhai, you really have a lot of treasures. The Qing Emperor said angrily. The people outside were curious. They did not know what was going on inside. However, they knew that Guhai's Dharma treasures had trapped the Qing Emperor, who was about to go on a rampage. The Dharma treasures and the third Prince Neza were able to stop the severely injured Qing Emperor. I underestimated you, Guhai. However, I have a move that you will not be able to block. The Tong Tian earth-penetrating perception technique. Clang. An angry shout came from the vine sphere. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. The White Emperor also narrowed his eyes. The Tong Tian earth-penetrating perception technique? Is the Qing Emperor going to fight to the death? Whoosh. At this moment, Tanggu also flew over under the lead of a group of powerhouses. Emperor, what is the Tong Tian earth-penetrating perception technique? Tangut asked with a frown. In the past, the Qing Emperor used this technique to project himself into someone else's body. This is a type of spiritual attack. His soul directly rushed into Guhai's body. White Emperor explained. Soul. The Qing Emperor's soul rushed into Guhai's body? Tangut's face darkened. Yes. In the past, the Qing Emperor left a strand of his divine will on someone else's body. Then he used the power of his divine will to travel through time and space to possess that subordinate's body. Now, he must have sent all of his divine will into Guhai's body and abandoned his body. He wants to die together with Guhai. White Emperor said solemnly. Guhai can't be saved? Tangut asked in astonishment. It's useless. The Qing Emperor didn't even want his body. How can Guhai resist? This is a battle of divine souls. The divine soul can't be strengthened in a day or two. Guhai has just opened the celestial palace and started cultivating the human soul. But what about the Qing Emperor? How long has the Qing Emperor been cultivating? The Qing Emperor's accumulation is something that Guhai can never catch up to. Guhai's divine soul will be destroyed. White Emperor said solemnly. Boom. A loud sound came from the rattan ball. The Qing Emperor's screams suddenly resounded in the rattan ball. What? White Emperor's expression changed. The consecrators in the surroundings were also shocked. Impossible. Why is the Qing Emperor screaming? The Celestial Palace? Why is it such a huge Celestial Palace? Qing Emperor shouted. Qing Emperor's body was no longer moving in the rattan ball. Guhai's body was also no longer moving. Although Neza stood in front of Guhai, the Qing Emperor's three souls still rushed into Guhai's body. Guhai closed his eyes, but his consciousness entered the Naiwan Palace, the lower Celestial Palace, the place where the human soul was. The Qing Emperor's three souls entered Guhai's body and turned into three soul bodies. Each of them was 20 zhang tall and glowed green. 20 zhang was a terrifying number. One had to know that Ao Shun was also in the upper Celestial Palace. Now he was only 90 zhang tall. Moreover, it was getting more and more difficult. The Qing Emperor had cultivated for countless years to reach this height. Normally, a normal person who entered the lower Celestial Palace would only have a human soul that was a few inches tall. With the Qing Emperor's human soul, he could stomp them to death with 1 foot. However, when the Qing Emperor's three souls rushed into Guhai's lower Celestial Palace, what he saw made the Qing Emperor collapse. 490 zhang tall? Guhai's human soul was 490 zhang tall? What the hell? No, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Break for me. The Qing Emperor's three souls each held a green lotus seed. They emitted a powerful green light that rushed towards Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai's human soul dodged. The green lotus seed's light crashed into the lower celestial palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. Oh, what treasure! Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's human soul reached out and slapped the mortal soul book at the Qing Emperor's human soul. Look at my green lotus! The Qing Emperor exclaimed. Boom! Ka. Before the green lotus could unleash its power, the Qing Emperor's human soul was slapped until it went limp. The human soul let out a cracking sound. Swish! The first green lotus seed fell into the hands of the Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai felt that there was a strange power inside it. It seemed like the human soul desperately needed it. This lotus seed has a divine nature? It contains an immeasurable amount of divine nature? Gu Hai's eyes widened. Opening his mouth, Gu Hai placed the lotus seed in his mouth. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Crunch. Gu Hai instantly crushed the lotus seed. Boom. Suddenly, green energy surged into Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai's human soul turned green in an instant. Aha, you're courting death. The divine nature of this lotus seed is not that easy to absorb. My human soul grew so much because of the green lotus seed. However, there is too much divine nature in it. No one can withstand it. You will explode soon. The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. However, despite the Qing Emperor's angry roar, Gu Hai's human soul did not explode. Not enough. You still have the green lotus seed. It's all mine. Gu Hai immediately stepped forward. 490 zhang, 200 zhang. Gu Hai's current size was more than twice the size of the Qing Emperor. He looked like a burly man chasing after 3 toddlers. They were not even on the same level. Smack. With a slap, Huang Xiaolong flipped over the Qing Emperor's human soul. At the same time, the mortal soul book slammed down. The Qing Emperor's human soul cracked. Gu Hai snatched another green lotus seed. Crunch. Huang Xiaolong crushed it again like frying beans. You're not going to explode? The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. My human soul has a strong foundation. The amount of divine nature it can store is much greater than yours. Of course, I won't explode. However, it's not enough. I still need one more before I can advance to the second level of the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai immediately pounced. No, I won't let you succeed. Even if I explode, I will. The Qing Emperor's human soul shouted in shock and anger. Boom. With a slap, the Qing Emperor's human soul was sent flying by Gu Hai. Moreover, he used the mortal soul book. Countless cracks appeared on the Qing Emperor's human soul. Crunch. Gu Hai ate the last green lotus seed. Buzz. Billowing green energy filled the Gu Hai's human soul. It's finally full. Divine nature activate. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Countless green energies rushed toward the head of the Gu Hai's human soul. Buzz. The Gu Hai's human soul returned to its original state. However, a green light wheel appeared behind its head. A powerful divine aura immediately pressed down on the 3 shattered human souls of the Qing Emperor. How is this possible? A divine light wheel? Ah. The Qing Emperor painfully tried to escape from the outside world. However, it was easy to enter the Heavenly Palace but difficult to leave. The second level of the Heavenly Palace. The greenwood divine light wheel can intimidate the human souls of all wood elementalists? The Gu Hai's human soul seemed to be in a good mood. Explode. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls roared in despair. It seemed to want to perish together with the Gu Hai's Heavenly Palace. Humph, don't explode in my Heavenly Palace. The Gu Hai's human soul waved his hand. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls immediately flew out. However, they suddenly burst out with boundless energy and rushed out. Boom. The ball of vines around the Gu Hai exploded. Instantly, the Gu Hai's 3 souls were exposed. Strands of azure-colored light seemed to appear behind Gu Hai's head. Neza stood in front of the Gu Hai to protect him. His body was badly damaged by the explosion. The Qing Emperor's shattered soul returned to his body. At this moment, although he did not have the accumulation of energy from Gu Hai's magic treasures, his entire body was like a pile of mud. Ha ha ha, I hate you so much. Why didn't I kill you earlier? What? Ah. The Qing Emperor's voice was weak and full of despair. You should have expected this day to come when you killed my wife. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor. The resentment in his eyes dissipated slightly. Buzz. The Qing Emperor trembled. He stared at the Gu Hai in disbelief. You are going against me because of Chen Xian'er? In the eyes of the Qing Emperor, women were like clothes. He would never risk his life to take revenge for a woman. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Cough 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 cough. The Qing Emperor laughed miserably. As he laughed, the Qing Emperor's body coughed. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and stopped breathing. The Qing Emperor had died. Chapter 671. The Qing Emperor died at the hands of an outsider in front of Jiang Lianshan, Dian, and all the civil and military officials. They only watched coldly and no one came forward to help. If this had happened a day ago, no one would have dared to imagine such a scene. That was the Qing Emperor, the revered Qing Emperor who was second only to the Emperor and above hundreds of millions of people. Yet he was killed by an outsider just like that? However, this was the truth. No one dared to plead for mercy for the Qing Emperor. Even White Emperor did not say anything. This was because the Qing Emperor had rebelled. Treason was an unforgivable crime in any nation. Jiang Lianshan was already being merciful by not killing the Qing Emperor. In the end, the Qing Emperor begged Jiang Lianshan to let him finish this game of Go. This game of Go was a battle between the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai. It was both a fight and a game of Go. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor lost every game of Go against Gu Hai. He even died. Of the countless officials, some gloated over the Qing Emperor's death. However, some glared at Gu Hai, their eyes burning with anger. Emperor. In the distance, the Qing Emperor's former subordinates suddenly knelt down and cried. Farewell, Emperor. In the distance, 7 kills and the others knelt down and cried. Even though the Qing Emperor died, there were still people mourning for him. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor's corpse and sighed softly. No one could save the person he killed. Give the Qing Emperor a grand burial in accordance to the Black Emperor's style. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Yes. The officials were slightly surprised as they answered and knelt down. It would not be too much to whip the corpse of a traitor in public. Yet, His Holiness wanted to give him a grand burial? However, no one dared to refute His Holiness's words. White Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan and suddenly bowed respectfully. Even though the Qing Emperor had made countless mistakes, Jiang Lianshan still remembered their old friendship and his promise to the 5 emperors had not changed. Who? Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. The linking mountains formation was immediately withdrawn, and a gust of wind blew past, and Neja's body quickly disappeared. Gu Hai stared at Neza in surprise. Why didn't Neza run away like Sun Wukong? Ancient Emperor, remember what you said. Neza looked at Gu Hai as he dissipated. No, this Neza is also a little abnormal. Don't worry, Third Prince. When Gu Hai has the ability, I will definitely revive you. Gu Hai solemnly said. Neza nodded and vanished into thin air. Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if my book of changes is up to your standards? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. However, no one in the crowd said a word. In the Qing Emperor's residence, he first sent people to deceive the Qing Emperor and misled him into thinking that the Qing Emperor was the messenger of heaven. Then in the Flame God Hall, the Book of Changes provoked the Qing Emperor's desire and fear, causing the Qing Emperor to lose his composure. Third, he used the Qin spies to mobilize the Black Emperor's former subordinates to intercept the Qing Emperor's former subordinates and frame me. Fourth, he used Long Zhongguo's projection to threaten the Qing Emperor, forcing the Qing Emperor to choose between 2 options. He set up a trap, misled the officials, trapped them in the Qin district, and assassinated me. Fifth, when he saw the Qing Emperor's rebellion, he spread the news and made it known to the whole world. Good, what a big game of chess, what a chain of schemes. I realize that you are becoming more and more like that old man Guanxi. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly, and the expressions of the officials around them changed. From Jiang Lianshan's words, everyone knew that everything was done by Gu Hai. How did he do it? At the same time, all the officials looked at Gu Hai with disgust. Gu Hai was the culprit. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Lianshan knew? Or had he known from the start? It turned out that Jiang Lianshan knew everything clearly. His Holiness of the Heavenly Court was indeed not easy to deal with. Dian, His Holiness, since you knew, why didn't you stop him midway? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Jiang Lianshan indeed didn't stop him. He wanted to give the Qing Emperor a chance to turn back. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor didn't turn back. That day in the imperial court, it was clearly said that life and death are up to the heavens. Dian, His Holiness, are you regretting it now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Humph, what a sharp tongue. Are you avenging Ram's saint or Qin Xian? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Qin Xian, my wife. Gu Hai said in a low voice. At the side, the White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Qin Xian? Back then, when the White Emperor wanted to be resurrected, it was I who calculated the location of Qin Xian. It was I who asked the Qing Emperor to go and retrieve the White Emperor's soul. Are you going to kill me too? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai looked up at Jiang Lianshan, took a deep breath and said, I only wanted to avenge my wife. Now I've done it. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Because Jiang Lianshan felt that Gu Hai didn't seem to have finished speaking. Had he taken his revenge? That was it? That was it? Gu Hai wanted to resurrect Qin Xian. However, at this moment, Jiang Lianshan and the others couldn't see anything else from Gu Hai's face. Umph. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if the Book of Changes is to your liking? Gu Hai asked again. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai. The Book of Changes is indeed extraordinary. Although I haven't fully understood it, it can surpass the Lianshan Yi. When Jiang Lianshan said this, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. In that case, His Holiness Dian agrees. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a frown, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't agree immediately. By the way, before we came, Daiqianxing asked me to bring you something. Gu Hai took out a sachet. The sachet was very old and the flowers inside had already dried. It was embroidered with white silk and had an 8 trigrams in the center. The sachet was very ordinary and the surrounding people were curious. Sachet? Why did Long Jianghu give His Holiness a sachet? Whoosh! Jiang Lianshan stretched out his hand, and the sachet instantly flew into Jiang Lianshan's hand. This sachet? Jiang Lianshan's eyes widened, and he seemed to be a little excited. Daiqianxing said, This was embroidered by Murong Yan for you in the past. Murong Yan's heart didn't change, but you don't deserve her. Did you change your heart after reincarnating? Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanxi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her. What about you? Gu Hai repeated. Gu Hai only repeated the original words, because Gu Hai knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything about Murong Yan. Guanxi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her? Jiang Lianshan suddenly showed a disdainful smile, but in the next moment, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. I've already delivered the message. Dian, His Holiness, are you going to go back on your words now? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan and asked. Jiang Lianshan grabbed the sachet and sniffed it lightly. Suddenly, a few streaks of blood appeared in his eyes. Of course I won't go back on my words. I've already agreed to Long Jianghu's matter. His Holiness! White Emperor exclaimed. However, Jiang Lianshan's will couldn't be changed. Since he had already agreed, no one could stop him. Thank you, Dian, for His Holiness. Gu Hai said with a smile. But Jiang Lianshan suddenly glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was puzzled. Qing Emperor died because of you and I don't like you. Let Long Jianghu get someone else to talk to me about this matter. You get out of the Dian dynasty. Jiang Lianshan glared at him and said coldly. Huh. Gu Hai's face stiffened. Many officials around them stared at Gu Hai. Get out of the Dian dynasty. Despicable person, get out of here quickly. His Holiness is merciful. This kind of despicable person should be killed to show the world. The officials shouted at Gu Hai angrily. They seemed to be agitated and wanted to keep Gu Hai here. Gu Hai glanced at Jiang Lianshan, but he wasn't angry. This was because Gu Hai knew that Jiang Lianshan was protecting him. Although the Qing Emperor had rebelled, there were countless loyal people in the Dian dynasty. Not only that, there were many people in the Dian dynasty who were on good terms with him. Now that the Qing Emperor died because of him, those people would definitely blame him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. It wasn't good to stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and bowed solemnly. Ao Shun, let's go. Gu Hai shouted. Xiao. Gu Hai and Ao Shun quickly flew in the direction of the Deqian Palace. Gu Hai quickly flew to the Deqian Palace. Hall Master. Long Sanqian and Long Outyen greeted respectfully. Lord Gu. The people of the Deqian diplomatic group bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. He led everyone into the Dechen Palace. The countless experts outside watched in amazement for a while before gradually dispersing. That night, Sima Changkong returned. Gu Hai extended his hand and released a surge of heaven replenishing energy. Immediately, Sima Changkong's face, which was full of pustules, was healed. Hallmaster, your plan is really amazing. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in amazement. Mr. Sima did well. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such adaptability. Gu Hai smiled. Hallmaster, you flatter me? I've always been a frog in a well. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Jiang Lianshan has already given the order. I'll leave tomorrow. Sima Changkong will be in charge here. Long Sanqian and Long Outyen will stay behind to assist. Soon, other officials from the Dechen Palace will arrive. Our matter is settled. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Ram Singh couldn't do what Ram Singh had been here for 3 years. Gu Hai had done it in just 10 days? No wonder His Holiness asked Gu Hai to come over. Ram Singh is dead and I killed the Qing Emperor. There will be no more grudges between the Gan and Yen dynasties. Things will get busier in the future. Everyone take care. Gu Hai said solemnly. Hallmaster, are you really going back? Sima Changkong said with some regret. The Gan-Yen alliance was basically negotiated by Gu Hai. But at this time he abandoned Gu Hai? How would this credit be calculated? Gu Hai smiled slightly. Don't worry, my reward should be coming soon. The next day, some Dayan officials came to the Dechen Palace with gloomy expressions. Sima Changkong received them. Under the orders of His Holiness, we're here to escort Hall Master Gu away. Where's Gu Hai? An official said in a deep voice. Sima Changkong smiled slightly. You don't have to worry. Hall Master left last night. Left? What? The Dayan officials were shocked. A few of the officials' expressions changed, showing anxiety. Obviously, the officials had their own arrangements, but they didn't expect Gu Hai to not give them a chance. Chapter 672. It was the third day after Gu Hai left Shenong City. Outside Shenong City, a new guest was welcomed. It was a yellow-robed man with a huge yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man was none other than the son of Tai Luya. Luya stepped on the peak of a mountain. In front of him was a group of about 1,000 men in green. The leader was a subordinate of Heavenly Palace who had accompanied the Qing Emperor to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. Although he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he was one of the top people in the world. The 1,000 people behind him all looked fierce. They looked at Luya fiercely. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Are you with Gu Hai? The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses glared at him. Qing Emperor's men of sacrifice? Luya narrowed his eyes. What does it have to do with you? Gu Hai followed this path. We chased him until here and you appeared. Are you helping Gu Hai stop us? The Heavenly Palace powerhouse said with a glare. In that case, Gu Hai has already left Shenong City? Luya said calmly. Sir, don't talk nonsense with this weirdo. He's blocking us. Just kill him together. That's right. We must avenge the Emperor. Gu Hai took advantage of the Emperor's injury and used despicable means to kill him. He must die. We want to avenge the Emperor. Kill him. Kill him. The 1,000 people were furious. The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses was also in great sorrow. He did not care about anything else. Gu Hai must be in front. Kill him. Boom. The 1,000 powerhouses swarmed toward Luya. Luya revealed a cold smile. Treasure, please turn around. With a cold snort, a saber light suddenly appeared in Luya's gourd. The saber light was dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire world. Whoosh. A long saber could be vaguely seen flying out, but it instantly flew back into the gourd. Only then did the saber light between heaven and earth dim. Luya flung his sleeves and ignored the people behind him. He turned around and flew into the air. Behind him, the heads of thousands of Qing Emperor's subordinates, including those from Heavenly Palace, all flew into the air. As they flew, their eyes widened in disbelief. A beam of saber light annihilated 1,000 experts. Bang! 1,000 corpses fell to the ground. However, Luya took a step and flew into the distance. Looks like Gu Hai didn't go far. You can't run away. Luya revealed a cold smile. Swish. In an instant, Luya transformed into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Han Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. A black angel led tens of thousands of Tongtian emissaries to the outskirts of the Infinite Celestial Capital. Elder, that's Guhai's Han Dynasty. A four-winged angel respectfully reported to the black angel. Guhai captured first young master and second young master. Now we can't find Guhai's whereabouts. Since we can't find him, we'll go straight to Guhai's lair. He captured first young master and second young master, and we'll capture his son, the black angel said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Elder is wise. The angels immediately said. The black angel narrowed his eyes at the huge floating city in front of him. Search and seize the Infinite Celestial Capital's Imperial Palace. The black angel said coldly. Yes. Boom. Countless angels suddenly flew toward the Infinite Celestial Capital. The angels descended, and holy light instantly enveloped the entire Infinite Celestial Capital. In the Imperial Palace. Sister, look, it's that group of angels. Brother-in-law sent a message back a while ago saying that angels might come looking for trouble. Sure enough, they came. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked at the angels in the distance and sneered. Solar God Temple's angels? This is the Han Dynasty's capital. If you dare take one step closer, I won't hold back anymore. Long Wanqing said coldly. Her voice instantly reached the sky. The black angel's expression darkened. Who are you? I am the Empress of the Han Dynasty. Long Wanqing said solemnly. Empress. The black angel's eyes lit up. Ha, it's Guhai's woman. Quick, we've made the right choice this time. Capture Guhai's woman and Guhai's son. Let's see if Guhai will let the two young masters go. There's no need for the others to live either. Kill them. The black angel shouted excitedly. Yes. Countless angels answered. You're courting death. Long Wanqing glared. Return of the 10,000 swords. Dugu Chiobai's shout came from the void. Boom. Suddenly, billions of sword chi rushed into the sky and rushed toward countless angels in an instant. What? Dugu Chiobai's sword chi was extremely ferocious. All two-winged angels were instantly cut down by the sword chi. The four-winged angels were instantly chased by a large amount of sword chi. The six-winged angels barely managed to fly out. Zzz. Shimin Shueishua quickly killed each of them with his sword. How dare you? In the distance, the black angel's expression changed and he instantly approached. Elder, save me. The angel screamed in fear. The black angel waved his sleeve, and a large number of angels were immediately swept out of the battlefield. However, Shimin Shueishua's sword also arrived. Boom. The black angel slapped Shimin Shueishua's long sword away, and the powerful aura of Heavenly Palace instantly burst out. Panicked cries of the common people came from below. The aura of Heavenly Palace was so strong that many of them vomited blood. How dare you? Long Wanqing glared. The black angel immediately found Long Wanqing through the voice. Aha, so you're Guhai's woman here? The black angel rushed down excitedly. How dare you? Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimin Shueishua immediately rushed over with their swords. Boom. The black angel formed a shield around him, and it immediately knocked away the three long swords. The difference between Heavenly Palace and Middle Palace is not only in power. Ignorant. The black angel snorted. Boom. The shield exploded and a powerful shockwave immediately formed, knocking Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai and Shimin Shueishua away. The black angel's speed was also very shocking. He arrived in the palace in an instant in front of Long Wanqing. Be careful, Empress. Screams came from all around. The black angel grabbed with his hand, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if Long Wanqing could not escape. Long Wanqing glared. She flung her phoenix robe and said with a cold expression, You're courting death. As she spoke, Long Wanqing reached out and slapped at the black angel. You overestimate yourself. The black angel sneered and grabbed with his hand. The two palms collided. Hong. The void shook violently. Countless angels suddenly seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization spell. They saw that after the black angel was hit by Long Wanqing's palm, his entire body flew backward. While flying backward, his body crazily changed shape and then instantly exploded. He turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered everywhere. How is that possible? An angel said in shock. The black angel had become an 8-winged angel through a special secret method. He was an 8-winged angel. Even if he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he should not have been blown up by a single palm. Blown up? Even Zhang Sanfeng, Shimin Chueshue, and Dugu Qiubai's eyelids twitched. There was nothing fancy about it. She blew up Heavenly Palace with a single palm? Was she the Empress of the Han Dynasty? Sister, you are so strong. It would be great if I were as strong as you. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Just as Long Wanyu was cheering, all of the angels were startled, and they immediately turned around and fled. Run, run, run. The angels cried out in alarm. Is it too late to leave now? 10,000 swords returned to origin. Dugu Qiubai shouted coldly. Boom. Boundless sword energy enveloped the angels again. The 2-winged angels were instantly killed, the 4-winged angels were heavily injured, and the 6-winged angels barely managed to escape the area of 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, Shimin Chueshue's sword instantly sent countless angels' heads flying. Zhang Sanfeng's long sword turned, and the escaping angels were all sent back by the Taiji circle and killed by Shimin Chueshue. Only 3 6-winged angels managed to escape and flew out of the infinite celestial capital. They were fleeing in fear and inexplicable panic. However, they did not manage to get far. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 thin needles pierced the back of the heads of the 3 6-winged angels and came out from between their eyebrows, piercing into their temples. What? The 3 6-winged angels' expressions changed. They saw Dongfang Bubi pull the red string in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The heads of the 3 6-winged angels exploded. All the angels that came were killed. Countless civilians and soldiers in the infinite celestial capital were shocked. They did not expect it to be resolved so quickly. Guqin, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, and Montes stood in the square of the soaring palace hall with bitter smiles. They had thought that they were already very strong after training in the Azura realm for 3 years. However, looking at this battle, they felt that the Empress was much weaker than them. He seemed to be far weaker than the Empress. Moreover, these 4 cloud beasts were simply freaks. At the Longevity Temple, the unborn man also stepped out of the main hall and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace. He smiled when he saw the power of Long Wanqing's palm strike. He was happy that Long Wanqing had such power. However, in the next moment, the unborn man's expression changed. No, there's still an expert. The unborn man suddenly turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in the distance. A silver-robed man stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the infinite celestial capital with a gloomy expression. Angels? A bunch of trash. The silver-robed man said coldly. Ho Qing, the unborn man exclaimed in shock. The person the unborn man was most worried about was here. Outside Shinong City, on one of Gu Hai's flying boats, Mu Chenfeng, elite hall disciple, escort Gao Chen to the East Sea. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mu Chenfeng answered. Master, why do I have to go? I don't like to be with Ziwei and Changxing. Gao Chen said unwillingly. Gu Hai took out 5 black tokens. A year ago, I sent someone to get in touch with them. These are the Black Emperor tokens that they lent me. They helped me a lot this time. Help me bring them to them. But Gao Chen was reluctant. No buts. They helped me before. This time they need my help, so you have to go. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gao Chen smiled bitterly. Also, inform me immediately if there's anything. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Gao Chen nodded. Mu Chenfeng received Gu Hai's order and led the elite hall disciples to escort Gao Chen to the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat was empty, leaving only 4 people. Gu Hai, Ao Shan, Yihua, and Yanhua. Yihua and Yanhua were still detained and seemed to be in a bad mood. Hall Master, it's just the 4 of us. Do you want me to fly with you? It'll be faster? Ao Shan asked. Gu Hai shook his head. He looked at the surrounding forest. You've been following us for a long time. Come out. Gu Hai shouted. Ao Shan's expression changed. Chapter 673. You've been following me for a long time, haven't you? Come on out. Gu Hai shouted. Ao Shan's expression changed. Someone was following him? Ao Shan's expression changed. He was at the level of Heavenly Palace. How could he not notice that someone was following him? Who was it? How did the hall leader find out? Yanhua and Yihua also widened their eyes and looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Who was there? Gu Hai could not sense if there was anyone and he did not have the ability to do so, but Gu Hai could already guess. Mosquito Daoran. How could Gu Hai not have guessed all the abnormalities in the past? He was the only one who followed him. And he was like a ghost, constantly causing trouble for him. In fact, Gu Hai had even mentioned to Sima Changkong so that Sima Changkong would not lose information in front of the Azure the Arch to avoid giving himself away. Mosquito Daoran had been following him. There must be something wrong. Was he looking for Changming? Gu Hai did not want him to follow him anymore. He had attracted one master after another. He could turn the situation around once or twice, but he could not do it again and again. What if he could not turn the situation around next time? It was better to solve it now. Was Mosquito Daoran here? Mosquito Daoran was in a forest in the distance. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoran knew that it was the fake Gu Hai who had severely injured Mr. Dongfeng. His original guess was restless again. But in the next moment, Gu Hai killed Qing Emperor on the other side. Qing Emperor was not as strong as him, but the difference was not too big. Gu Hai had killed him? And in front of Jiang Lianshan? Mosquito Daoran immediately retreated gloomily. Mosquitoes had amazing endurance. There was no chance this time, but there would be a next time. He would lurk around him. Take it slow and wait. There would be a time when he could kill with one strike. But what did Gu Hai just say? He knows about me? How did he know? He had never been exposed before. Mosquito Daoran felt conflicted and worried. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Hai was so powerful. He realized that if he were to go all out, wouldn't he? Do you want me to invite you? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai could guess Mosquito Daoran's thoughts, so Gu Hai pretended to be strong and looked around coldly. He seemed to be a little impatient. Ao Shun stood at the side and kept looking around, but there was nothing. Mosquito Daoran's heart was tormented. What should he do? Looking at Gu Hai's cold eyes, Mosquito Daoran smiled bitterly. There was no other way. So be it. Just as Mosquito Daoran was about to come out. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, in the forest not far from Mosquito Daoran, the sound of weeds rustling could be heard. It was like a storm that escaped into the distance. What? There's someone else? Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. Someone was following Gu Hai? Didn't Gu Hai notice me? I'm scared to death. But who is it? Why didn't I notice him? When the storm rushed out, Gu Hai's face darkened. Is it Mosquito Daoran? However, the storm seemed to be escaping quickly. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Ao Shun rushed over with a glare. Stop. Boom. Ao Shun rushed out. Gu Hai's face darkened. Ao Shun, be careful. If it was Mosquito Daoran, Ao Shun shouldn't be a match for him. However, in the next moment, Ao Shun kicked out. Boom. The escaping expert was instantly kicked back. He crashed into a large number of trees and a mountain and rolled on the ground. Countless broken trees collapsed. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mosquito Daoran was kicked away by Ao Shun? That's impossible. Although Ao Shun can go to the Heavenly Palace, he can't be that capable. Is it someone else? Gu Hai looked at the broken trees in the distance. The Mosquito Taoist also looked at the place of the broken wood. However, he couldn't see anyone. It seemed to be transparent. Whoosh. Ao Shun noticed it and instantly appeared in front of him, slapping down with his palm. Spare me, don't. A cry of alarm came from the forest. Boom. Boof. With a loud sound and a mouthful of blood, a huge figure was exposed in front of everyone. A chameleon? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It was a huge chameleon demon lying on the ground and spitting out blood. He looked at Ao Shun in horror. Chameleon? No wonder I couldn't find you. If it wasn't for the aura of the dragon, I wouldn't have found you. Who are you? Why are you following us? Ao Shun said coldly. He approached and stepped on the demon's body. The chameleon demon immediately turned into a man covered in blood. He begged for mercy. Mercy, Crown Prince Ao Shun, mercy? Ao Shun reached out and sealed his cultivation. Then he brought him onto Gu Hai's flying ship. You scared me to death. Bah, chameleon demon, you almost exposed me. When I'm free, I'll go to your nest and destroy all chameleon demons. Mosquito Daoran sighed in the forest. Boom. The chameleon demon fell on the deck and rolled 3 times before stopping. Gu Hai walked forward step by step. Your Majesty, it's just a chameleon demon in the lower celestial palace. Chameleon demons are one of the most powerful demons. How did your Majesty find out? Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai with admiration. Gu Hai was speechless. How do I know there's a chameleon demon? I'm looking for Mosquito Daoran. Who are you? Why are you following me? Gu Hai asked coldly. I'm just passing by. I'm really passing by. Senior, please spare me. Please spare me. The chameleon demon kept begging for mercy. You don't want to say? Hey Shun, today we'll eat chameleon demons. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't, senior, I really don't know. The chameleon shouted. Ao Shun stepped forward and was about to tear the chameleon apart. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. I was wrong. Mr. Good, please spare me. Mr. Good, please spare me. I'll tell you. Now you recognize me? Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, this little demon is stupid. I can't believe I tried to be smart in front of Mr. Good. I won't. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Tell me. Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, Elder Schwanen asked me to follow Mr. Good. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. Schwanen? Schwanen of the Wansho Taoism? I gave him a chance to live, but he sent you to follow me? What? Gu Hai stared. I know, The chameleon demon stammered. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just stared at the chameleon demon. Perhaps the pressure from Gu Hai was too great. The chameleon demon said bitterly, Elder Schwanen led the team. We came to follow Zhang Yulian, but Zhang Yulian is very cunning. We lost her. When we reached Shinong City, Elder Schwanen saw you and thought that Zhang Yulian would definitely come to you. As long as we followed you, we would be able to find Zhang Yulian, so... Zhang Yulian? Who is that? Gu Hai frowned. The chameleon demon opened its mouth. But in the end it didn't dare to hide the truth. Zhang Yulian is the great disciple of the Taishang Taoism, the Taishang who fought with you at the Thousand Saints Conference. Zhang Yulian? Kill her? What? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. The chameleon demon felt bitter. Gu Hai stared. Zhang Yulian passed her position to Lin Wanner. Elder Xuandu wants to get Zhang Yulian back and make her change the position, so he asked Elder Schwanen to lead the team. The chameleon demon told him everything it knew. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. So many things happened in Wansho Taoism? Yes. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Schwanen? How bold. I let him go once, but he still doesn't know what's good for him. Gu Hai stared. Mr. Good, it's not my fault. I'm just a guardian beast of Wansho Taoism. I'm just waiting for orders. The chameleon demon said in fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just take me to see Schwanen later. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The chameleon demon's expression changed. Hallmaster, why do we need to wait? Ao Shun asked with a hint of confusion. Because the person I'm waiting for hasn't come out yet. Gu Hai shook his head. What? Ao Shun was confused. Gu Hai looked around. Okay, the chameleon demon is just an interlude. You should come out now. The surrounding forest was completely silent. With the experience just now, the Mosquito Daoran was not in a hurry this time. Maybe Gu Hai is tricking me? He doesn't know if I'm here or not. He did it on purpose. Wasn't that chameleon just unlucky? Maybe there's someone else? Hall leader, there shouldn't be anyone else. Ao Shun said blankly. It was already surprising enough that a chameleon demon appeared. Could there be someone else? Our journey was very secretive. How could there be anyone else? Sure enough, the surroundings were quiet and no one responded. Mosquito Daoran, don't hide anymore. Come out. Aren't you tired of following us from the boundless celestial capital? Gu Hai said in a low voice again. Mosquito Daoran? Ao Shun's expression changed and he immediately became alert. The chameleon demon Yi Hua and Yen Hua's expressions changed. Was it real? Mosquito Daoran was following them? In the forest, Mosquito Daoran's expression also changed. He was still hoping for a fluke, but now that Gu Hai had named him, there was no other possibility. Did he really find me? Gu Hai did not say anything as he looked down coldly. Why am I so unlucky? Mosquito Daoran hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Boom. Suddenly Mosquito Daoran flew out. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes flew around and buzzed. Gu Hai, did you find me long ago? Mosquito Daoran stood in the air and said ferociously. Is there really someone? Yi Hua's eyes widened. Mosquito Taoist priest? Ao Shun looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. The chameleon demon was dumbfounded at this moment, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that the person Mr. Good wanted to force out wasn't me, but Mosquito Daoran? The chameleon demon looked at Gu Hai in despair, hoping to get an answer from Gu Hai. Gu Hai glanced at the chameleon demon. I was looking for Mosquito Daoran. You jumped out yourself. No one forced you. The chameleon's eyes widened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Looking at Mosquito Daoran, the chameleon demon had a murderous desire in his eyes. Why didn't you come out earlier? You scared me. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 674. Bus. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the Mosquito Daoran. At this moment, the Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai as if he was facing a great enemy. Ao Shun became alert. Yi Hua and Yen Hua's expressions also changed. The chameleon demon was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Mosquito Daoran, you are a senior. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Why are you so nervous? Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai smiled warmly. However, his palms were clammy with cold sweat. Gu Hai, you can fool others but you can't fool me. I know that I am not as good as you, but I am not afraid of you. You found out today but we will meet again in the future. Mosquito Daoran snorted and was about to leave. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai cautiously. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, you have put in a lot of effort to deal with me. However, Mr. Mosquito Daoran, have you realized that there is no enmity between us? Why do we have to fight to the death? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes. There is no enmity between us, but are you willing to hand over Changming to me? Let's put it this way. You can't find Changming. What if, even if I am dead, Changming is still hiding from you? What can you do? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran suddenly froze. He had always thought that Gu Hai was blocking him. Now that Gu Hai said that, if not for Gu Hai, he would not have gained any benefits. There is no enmity between us, so why should we fight? You don't want to be my enemy and I don't want to make an enemy. Can't we talk? Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran's eyelids twitched. He was silent for a while. Talk. What is there to talk about? There is nothing to talk about. Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. There is a solution to everything, isn't there? What do you want? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you and form a good relationship with you. Who knows? Gu Hai smiled. Good relationship? I don't need good karma. Mosquito Taoist glared at him. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, I know you are capable. In Wansho Taoism, you have eaten the disciple of the Tongtian sect master, and the third-grade golden lotus in the Holy Land. You have great achievements. You are famous. Are you really that you have no desires? Of you? Aren't you also being chased by the two Holy Lands? Long Jianghu, the most powerful person in the world, still has a favor to ask of Jiang Lianshan. Don't you have any desires? If you don't have any, why are you hiding from me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you trying to say? Mosquito Daoran glared at Gu Hai. Resolve the knot between you and me. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Resolve the knot between you and me? If you give me Changming, the knot between us will be resolved. Are you willing? Mosquito Daoran sneered. Gu Hai shook his head. Changming is my subordinate. I will not make things difficult for him. However, if you want to resolve the problem, you should at least let me know where the problem is. Changming is not qualified to offend you, right? You have not appeared for 1,000 years. Changming is not even 1,000 years old? Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai for a while. Changming took my things. Oh, that's all? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Do you know what? That's all? Mosquito Daoran said in disdain. No matter what it is, as long as it is an item, it has a price. If there is a price, there is room for negotiation, right? Gu Hai smiled. Room for negotiation? Mosquito Daoran frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, there is room for negotiation. Not only do I want to resolve the knot between you and me, but I also want to resolve the knot between you and Changming. After all, he is my subordinate. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai for a while and said in a low voice, There is a price? Some things are priceless. That depends on who it is. If you don't tell me, how would I know if it is priceless? Gu Hai shook his head. Mosquito Daoran was silent for a while and said, Do you think the Chaos Element bead has a price? Are you willing to let Changming give it to me? Is he willing to give it to me? Chaos Element bead? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 16th of the 16 great treasures of history, the Chaos Element Bead? Ao Shun stared. Yes, the Chaos Element Bead is in Changming's hands. You don't know, right? Aha, now, you want the Chaos Element Bead more than I do, right? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in disdain. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. Chaos Element Bead? Do you think I will fall out with Changming for the Chaos Element Bead? Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and then mocked. Humph, why are you pretending in front of me? Everyone in the world wants one of the 16 great treasures of history. You are not moved at all? Do you think I will believe you? Ha, don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. How do you know what I am thinking? Gu Hai sneered. Humph, even if you quibble, I won't believe you. Mosquito Daoran sneered. Let's put it this way. I want to ask Mosquito Daoran why I want the Chaos Element Bead. Can you tell me? Or rather, what do I want the Chaos Element Bead for? Gu Hai said with a smile. The Chaos Element Bead is one of the 16 great treasures of history. Who wouldn't be envious of it? With the Chaos Element Bead, one can protect oneself and defend against enemies in the world. One can roam freely in the world. Don't you want it? Mosquito Daoran sneered. What you say makes sense. However, why do I have to hold on to it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Such a good treasure. Instead of holding on to it, you want to push it away? The Chaos Element Bead is in my hands. I only have one Chaos Element Bead. However, the Chaos Element Bead is in Changming's hands. Changming is my subject, so wouldn't the Chaos Element Bead be used by me as well? In fact, I can even let the Chaos Element Bead leave me to do other things. Defend against enemies in the world? I have Changming. He will naturally help me do that. Protect myself? Changming will naturally protect me. Why do I still need to hold the Chaos Element Bead in my hands? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. Mosquito Daoran was rendered speechless for a moment. Gu Hai actually spoke of the treasure that he desperately wanted so casually. However, it made so much sense that he actually did not know how to refute it. Humph, what if Changming does not listen to you? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. You refine the treasure and I refine the country. As long as the country exists, Changming will not leave. You are alone, so you can only run when facing Wansho Taoism. You can only run when facing the Ling Mountain Holy Land. If the Deqian Celestial Empire pursues you with all its might, you can only run, right? However, it is different for me. I have a nation and many officials. I will only grow stronger and stronger. All the outstanding talents in the world will be at my disposal. My strength will easily multiply. On the other hand, you can only slowly improve yourself. Isn't that so? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. To those who cultivate and establish a country, external objects are insignificant. Just like Long Zhanghua's heaven-splitting axe, he has lent it out several times. Do you dare to lend out your treasure often? In Long Zhanghua's eyes, even heaven-splitting axe is nothing. What is your 16th Dharma treasure? To us who establish a country, the Chaos Element Bead is really nothing. Only you take it too seriously. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Mosquito Daoran felt uncomfortable for a moment. Was he mocking him? Then I want the Chaos Element Bead. Are you willing to give it to me? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. If you promise me one thing, I will immediately ask Changming to give it to you. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Really? What? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Like I said earlier, the Chaos Element Bead is not in my hands, but it is in my group of forces. That is enough. If you join my Han Dynasty, I will give you the Chaos Element Bead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What a joke. You really dare to ask me to submit? Furthermore, would Changming agree to it? You don't want one of the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Of course Changming won't agree. Gu Hai shook his head. Then what do you say? Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The Chaos Element Bead is not irreplaceable. Gu Hai said indifferently. The Chaos Element Bead is only the 16th. There are 15 treasures that are stronger than it. I will take Changming's Chaos Element Bead and give him a better one. Won't that be enough? I think Changming will be willing. Gu Hai said. Mosquito Daoran. Easy for you to say. Do you think it is so easy to get the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Is it very difficult? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran. Let me give you an example. If I help Long Zhanghua get 2 Samsara mystic realms, I can use either one to ask Long Zhanghua to help me snatch 10 Direction Annihilation from Taichu. Do you think Long Zhanghua can do it? As for me, all I have to do is move my lips. Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran. It was indeed too easy. But why did it feel so strange? There are many things that you think are difficult, but they are actually very easy to solve. Mosquito Daoran, what do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, it seemed easy. But was it really that easy? Mosquito Daoran felt that his brain was not enough. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, join the Han Dynasty, and I will give you the Chaos Element bead. How about it? It may take some time, but it is not difficult. It is very easy to solve. Why do you have to fight? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was depressed. At the same time, he felt that his self-esteem had been slapped to the ground by Gu Hai. Damn it, was everything I knew wrong? Humph, this Taoist has never submitted to anyone. You want me to join the Han Dynasty? Dream on. Mosquito Daoran said with a ferocious expression. Since he could not get the Chaos Element bead now, he would think of another way in the future. He was not willing to submit to anyone. With a hint of anger, Mosquito Daoran prepared to leave, slowly dispelling the depression in his heart. If you don't want to join the Han Dynasty, then don't join the Han Dynasty. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, there is no need to be so angry. Besides, if you want the Chaos Element bead, it is not like there is no other way, Gu Hai said indifferently. Huh? What did you say? Mosquito Daoran glared at Gu Hai. How about this? How about I make a deal with you? I can't give you the Chaos Element bead for free. There needs to be an exchange. Gu Hai said indifferently. A deal? What deal? I already said that I will not submit to you. Mosquito Daoran said coldly. However, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course there is no need. You are you and I am me. After the deal we will not owe each other anything. However, is there a need for you to act like you are facing a great enemy? Let's discuss this properly. Even if the deal is not done, we can still be friends, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked strangely at Gu Hai. Then he reached out and withdrew his hand. The surrounding mosquitoes immediately disappeared. Speak. Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. I can give you the Chaos Element bead, but you have to promise me 3 things. Furthermore, you have to help me find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures and give it to Changming in exchange. How about that? Gu Hai said with a smile. Help you find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures? Do you think that it is easy to find? Mosquito Daoran glared. Gu Hai smiled at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran glared and slowly relaxed. In the end, it turned into depression. Exchange? Naturally, there had to be something. It was impossible to gain something without risking anything. At this point, Gu Hai really seemed to be helping him mediate. Humph? What if you can't find it? Mosquito Daoran asked sullenly. If I really can't find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures in 56 years, I will make the decision to give you the Chaos Element bead directly. Gu Hai said sullenly. 56 years? Mosquito Daoran was slightly stunned. 56 years was not a long time for Mosquito Daoran. However, for Gu Hai, the immortal of the 6 paths would fully revive in 56 years. If he did not die, he would not live either. It did not matter. Humph? 56 years. However, what are those 3 things about? You want me to die and I agree? Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. 3 things that are within your ability. They will not restrict your freedom and respect your integrity. How about that? Gu Hai said sullenly. Within my ability? Not restrict my freedom? Respect my integrity? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai. That's right. It's something that I don't want to do. It's something that you can easily do. It's not something that you dislike. You won't reject the 3 things, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had a strange expression. After thinking about it, it did not seem to be a problem. Alright, I can agree to this. However, how can I guarantee that what you say is true? Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. As the ruler of a country, I do not go back on my words. Have you ever seen me go back on my words? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran still did not believe him. I'll issue an imperial edict and announce it to the world. How about it? If I go back on my words, the fate of the country will be unstable. The loss outweighs the gain. Gu Hai said sullenly. Mosquito Daoran remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right. If that's the case, Mr. Mosquito Daoran, There's no need for us to be at each other's throats, right? Why don't we have a drink on my deck? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. However, in the end, Mosquito Daoran still landed on Gu Hai's deck. The chameleon demon Ao Shun Yi Hua and Yin Hua at the side widened their eyes. This Gu Hai was too strange, wasn't he? He was at loggerheads with Mosquito Daoran just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had subdued him with just his words? No, he had been persuaded? Ao Shun, let the chameleon demon bring us to Xuanan. I'll have a few drinks with Mr. Mosquito Daoran. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ao Shun looked at Mosquito Daoran with a strange expression and nodded. Ah, all right. Chapter 675. Infinite Celestial Capital. The surrounding mountains and rivers were in a complete mess. The ground was in ruins and the sky was filled with sand. You're courting death. A loud roar resounded. Boom. With a loud bang, all of the sand and rocks were instantly compressed by a powerful force and slammed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the ground and countless trenches appeared. Longzhonghua, am I in your way again? Poof. Ancestor Jiang Hoqing gloomily roared. There was a large hole under the ground. Hoqing came to cause trouble for Gu Hai and caused havoc in the infinite celestial capital. Long Wanqing and the unborn man did their best to protect him. However, Hoqing was too strong. Long Wanqing couldn't fully control her power and was almost injured by him. Long Wanyu had the ability to predict and helped Long Wanqing block a palm strike. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Wanqing crazily blocked Hoqing. Before Hoqing could recover from Long Wanqing's power, another person appeared in the flying sand. Hoqing didn't want to see it all. Longzhonghua. Long Wanyu was injured and Longzhonghua quickly rushed over and slapped Hoqing to the ground. He vomited blood and couldn't move. Wanyu, are you okay? Don't scare me. Long Wanqing cried and hugged Long Wanyu. Sister, cough cough, sister don't cry, something happened to Demon Spectre, cough cough. Long Wanyu vomited blood. The unborn man came to grab Long Wanyu and was also very anxious at this moment. Move aside. Long Zhonghua coldly shouted and pushed the crowd away. Long Wanyu was covered in blood and seemed to be shattering. Her face was full of cracks and black and yellow energy came out of her head as if she would collapse at any moment. Old man, cough cough, it seems that I can't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu's eyes were blurred. His Holiness, save Wanyu, I beg you to save Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried. Who? Long Zhonghua grabbed the black and yellow energy above Long Wanyu's head and squeezed it into a ball. Cough cough cough, I can't take it anymore. Quick, Wanyu's third soul seems to have been corroded by Hoqing's corpse poison. It shattered. Quick, save Wanyu, said the Shenhuang Qi weakly. Demon ghost spirit, you possessed Wanyu with ill intentions. When you were forced out by Hoqing, I originally wanted to kill you. However, seeing that you blocked most of the power for Wanyu at the last moment, I will spare your life. Long Zhonghua said coldly. Although I want to fuse with her, I watched Wanyu grow up. Cough cough. The demon ghost said weakly. Humph, you watched her grow up? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't exist. Long Zhonghua said coldly. What do you mean I don't exist? I'm the demon ghost spirit. When I was alive, I was... The demon ghost was unconvinced. When you were alive? 800,000 years ago? Even then, who were you? Wanyu was injured. Her third soul was damaged. Only one person can save her. You know Hutu, right? I'll spare your life. Go to Hutu and wait for her orders. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Ah, goddess Hutu of the netherworld? She'll kill me. No, I don't want. The demon ghost screamed. That's not up to you. Long Zhonghua said coldly. Long Zhan stretched out his hand and a red light appeared. The red light seemed to form a giant egg that solidified and wrapped around Long Wanyu, who was slowly fainting. Old man, I'm sorry. Long Wanyu said in a daze. You don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Long Zhonghua said benevolently. I couldn't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu said in a daze. Haha, you can predict the future. The future can be changed. What does it matter if you predict it or not? Whether you predicted it or not, I'll fight the immortal of 6 paths, don't worry. It'll be fine. Long Zhonghua said benevolently. Long Wanqing looked at Long Zhonghua blankly. Long Zhonghua had been very lenient with Long Wanyu because of her prophecy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated his two granddaughters so differently. Then why? Long Wanyu said weakly. You'll know in the future. Take care of yourself. Goddess Hudu will save you. Long Zhonghua sighed. Long Wanyu nodded in a daze. Sister, don't cry. I wanted to wait for brother-in-law to come back with you. Now I can't wait. I can't wait. Long Wanyu closed her eyes with regret. Buzz. Long Zhonghua used the red light in his hand to seal Long Wanyu completely. Wanyu? Long Wanqing cried in grief. Why are you crying? You're not dead yet. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. His Holiness, can we just find Goddess Hudu? I'll go look for it, I'll go look for it. Long Wanqing cried. I'll go. Even if I have to kneel in front of Goddess Hudu, I'll beg her. Unborn man said in grief. Kneel? There's no need. You can just take this ghost spirit and look for her. By the way, where is Goddess Hudu? Let Ho Qing take you there. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Okay. Long Wanqing immediately clenched her fists. Goddess Hutu, will she help us? Unborn man looked at Long Zhonghua. Yes. When she sees Wanyu, she will definitely save her. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Why? Unborn man asked in confusion. There's no why. Don't ask why. You just need to know that I'm right. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Okay. We'll leave right away. Unborn man shouted. I'm not going. I'm not going. The ghost spirit shouted. That's not up to you. However, don't worry. Since you saved Wanyu this time, Goddess Huda won't take your life. Long Zhonghua said. Then he squeezed the ghost spirit into a yellow ball and handed it to unborn man. Long Zhonghua stood up and turned his head to look at Ho Qing, who was in the pit in the distance. Although Ho Qing was severely injured, he struggled to climb out of the pit and tried to escape. Walala. Long Zhonghua waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of chains rushed out and pierced through Ho Qing's body, locking all his bones. Cough. Long Zhonghua, why do you always go against me? Ho Qing roared as he vomited blood. Long Zhonghua looked coldly at Ho Qing. Ho Qing? Do you know? Even if Goddess Huda knows about your crimes today, she won't protect you. I don't even need to do anything. Huda can kill you. Ho Qing glared at Long Zhonghua. Take them to Huda. If you save Long Wanyu, I will spare your life. If you don't even think about living. Even if you become an undying zombie, I can still destroy your soul. Do you believe me? Long Zhonghua said with a cold expression. Ho Qing showed a trace of fear. Wallah. The chains were pulled. Ho Qing immediately cried out in pain. This is for you too, Ho Qing. Long Zhonghua handed one end of the chain to the unborn man's slap. The unborn man slapped Ho Qing's face. How dare you? Ho Qing glared. The unborn man pulled on the chain. Ho Qing was in extreme pain. Wanqing, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to the netherworld now. Unborn man said. No, I want to go too. Long Wanqing said resolutely. But you're the empress of the Han dynasty now. You promised Gu Hai to stay in the limitless celestial capital. Unborn man said anxiously. No, let me go. There can't be any more accidents. I have to go. I'll leave a message for Gu Hai, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Don't worry about the limitless celestial capital. I'll leave a mark and no one will dare to cause trouble. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. The phantom of an axe suddenly appeared in the sky. If there's an attacker, trigger the axe's light. It'll be powerful enough to deter all evildoers. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Yes, thank you for His Holiness. Long Wanqing said gratefully. Thank me? No need. If I didn't ask Gu Hai to help me go to Shinong City, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I should be the one who owes him, Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Alright, I'm leaving. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground. Whoosh. Long Zhonghua disappeared into the horizon in an instant. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan dynasty gathered around. Mother, House Princess Wanyu? Guqin asked worriedly. There's no time to wait for Gu Hai to come back. We'll go to the netherworld first and find Goddess Hutu to save Wanyu. You're in charge of informing him so he doesn't have to worry. Since Daqianxing said that Goddess Hutu would definitely help, it's definitely true. Long Wanqing said. Yes. Guqin nodded. Whoosh. The unborn man pulled at the void. A crack appeared in the void. Let's go. Unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and led Long Wanyu, Ho Qin, and Yao Guiling into the netherworld with unborn man Buzz. Everyone disappeared from the limitless celestial capital. Outside the limitless celestial capital, there was a vast expanse of ruins and a giant axe phantom in the void. The previous battle was too intense. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were all shocked. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Fortunately, Guqin was there to supervise the situation. Soon all the officials were in their positions. In the palace in a large hall. Your Highness, we've already used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. As long as the Emperor takes out the Guqin figurines, he'll know what we've done here, an official said respectfully in a low voice. Keep spreading the news, don't stop. Wait for the Emperor's response. Guqin instructed. Yes, the official answered. Guqin looked to the north and muttered to himself, Your Majesty, Long Jianghu left in a hurry just now. Seems like something big is going to happen? In the sky of Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Guhai's flying boat. On the deck of the flying boat. Guhai and Mosquito Daoran were drinking. The previous hostility was no longer there. Ever since the deal with Guhai, Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt that Guhai had become much more amiable. He felt that Guhai was stronger than him, but he was still so kind to him. He immediately felt grateful that Guhai was a good person. While drinking, Mosquito Daoran kept describing his past achievements to Guhai. He talked about how he faced the Tongtian sect master and how he faced the current Buddha. How awesome he was. Guhai just listened to him with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was very carefree. The two of them were talking happily, but Ao Shun Yihua and Yanhua were looking at them with strange gazes. The flying boat continued to fly. Boom. Suddenly a strong wind swept over. In the storm was a man with a yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man's eyes were fierce and cold. He came close in an instant and stopped in front of the flying boat. The strong wind caused the flying boat to shake. Who is it? Ao Shun's expression changed and stood in front of him. Prince Luya? Yanhua stared. Prince Luya? Save me, Crown Prince Luya. Yihua suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 676. Luya? Guhai's eyes narrowed. He stood up. Who was Luya? He was the sixth son of the East Emperor and the most powerful crown prince. He was famous for his immortal flying dagger. He never missed. When the dagger was drawn, heads fell to the ground. Even in the Solar Divine Palace, he was a legendary elite. Yihua and Yanhua seemed to have seen their savior and were crying for help. However, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They were obviously afraid of Luya. Luya suddenly appeared. Ao Shun's expression changed and he stood in front of Guhai. However, Ao Shun's eyes were also uncertain. This was because Ao Shun knew how powerful Luya was. Luya glanced at the flying boat and ignored Yihua and Yanhua's cries for help. His gaze moved through the crowd and he immediately saw Guhai. Guhai? It was easy to find me. Luya said coldly. Looking for you? You have enemies all over the world. Mosquito Daoran looked at Guhai with a trace of surprise. Guhai smiled bitterly and turned to look at Luya. Crown Prince Luya, why are you looking for me? Guhai looked at Luya cautiously. Come with me. Luya said calmly. Oh, what? Guhai said in a low voice. Luya smiled coldly. There is no why. Come with me now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Luya was too proud to talk too much to Guhai. He just looked at Guhai coldly and there was an order in his tone. Oh, you want to take me away, not kill me? Guhai's tone slowly turned cold. That's right. I have been chasing you for a long time since the Solar Divine Palace. Don't think you can get away. Luya said coldly. Guhai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you that confident? Do you want me to kill all of your people first to prove it? Luya said with a cold gaze. Ao Shun's expression turned ugly as he whispered to Guhai, Hallmaster, Luya's strength is hard to fathom. Although he's the sixth prince, he's the head of the East Imperial Continent's 10 great princes. Back then, I chased after a demon king for 10 days and 10 nights. He escaped to where Luya was and angered Luya. He was beheaded by Luya's immortal slaying flying knife. However, Guhai's expression sank. Ao Shun's meaning was obvious. In the past there was a demon king whose strength was about the same as Ao Shun's, but he was not a match for Luya. Luya was extremely strong. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, can you cut off Luya's head? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Mosquito Dauren with a smile. Luya suddenly raised his eyebrows. When Ao Shun was describing himself, Luya had a cold and arrogant expression. This was strength, this was his pride. It was good that Ao Shun mentioned it. It allowed Gu Hai to be tactful early on. However, the next moment, Gu Hai actually asked the person beside him if he could cut off his head. He was courting death. Luya narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dauren immediately spat out the alcohol in his mouth. Gu Hai, you are not being honest. He came to find trouble with you, but you brought it to me? Mosquito Dauren said unhappily. You are Mosquito Dauren? Why are you with Gu Hai? Luya narrowed his eyes. I'm just asking you. With your strength as Mosquito Dauren, is it easy to cut off Luya's head? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Dauren's expression turned ugly. Don't cause trouble for me. This little golden crow is difficult to deal with, but his father is a freak. I don't want to cause trouble for Tai. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Clearly he had gotten the answer he wanted. Luya stared at Mosquito Dauren. Clearly he had heard of Mosquito Dauren's notoriety. Umph. He snorted. Although Luya knew of Mosquito Dauren's notoriety, he was not afraid. Gu Hai, have you thought it through? Do you want me to start with Ao Shun? Luya said coldly. Ao Shun's expression changed. Crown Prince Luya, is there a misunderstanding between us? Why do you want to take me away? Gu Hai said solemnly. You don't need to know. You will understand when the time comes. Luya said coldly. Oh, it seems that this is a secret. In that case I will not ask. I'm just curious. How did you find me? Gu Hai said solemnly. Luya looked at Gu Hai and smiled coldly. He did not answer. Mosquito Dauren said indifferently, Gu Hai, did you leave something in Luya's hands? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dauren in confusion. In this world there are many kinds of demonic arts that can track you based on your hair, blood, skin, and even the aura you left behind. Any Fey king that can track has such abilities. Sun God Palace is a place where thousands of Fey gather. He is the crown prince. It is not difficult for him to have such demonic arts. I can find you based on the smell of your blood. Mosquito Dauren explained. Smell of blood? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dauren in surprise. Yes. Everyone's blood has a different smell. As long as you pass by, the smell of your blood will remain. I can find you easily unless you are too far away from me. Mosquito Dauren explained. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dauren in surprise. Is there a way to hide your tracks? Gu Hai asked curiously. Mosquito Dauren looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You are already so powerful. Why do you need to hide? However, since Gu Hai asked, Mosquito Dauren did not hide anything. I have a concealment bead. It can hide your aura within 1 zhang of you. As long as you have it on you, no tracking demonic arts can find you. Umph. Luya snorted coldly. Gu Hai looked at the concealment bead in Mosquito Dauren's hand and asked curiously, is this rare? Not really. It doesn't have much power. This is something that grew on a type of invisible demon. However, this type of invisible demon is gone now. There are not many concealment beads left in the world. Let me lend it to you. Mosquito Dauren handed over the blue bead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Hai reached out and received it. Immediately, Gu Hai felt a strange aura on the surface of his body. A layer of blue light enveloped 1 zhang of Gu Hai's body. It is indeed mysterious. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Return it to me after you see it. Mosquito Dauren reached out and asked. No matter what kind of treasure it was, Mosquito Dauren would not selflessly give it to others. Gu Hai swung his right hand and put it into his sleeve. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from Gu Hai's sleeve. The 1 zhang of blue light on the surface of his body disappeared. Gu Hai, why did you break my concealment bead? Mosquito Dauren said angrily. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, you misunderstood. I didn't. Gu Hai said with a smile. His right hand trembled slightly. Gu Hai extended his hand from his sleeve. Immediately, the 1 zhang of blue light that disappeared enveloped Gu Hai's body again. Gu Hai returned the concealment bead. Mosquito Dauren snatched it and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, nothing happened. Just now. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya, who was opposite him. Crown Prince Luya, I asked you what's the matter, but you didn't say anything. Let's forget about it. Leave, I won't go with you. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Today it's not up to you. Gu Hai looked at Luya cautiously. Baby, please turn around. Luya shouted coldly. Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes and dodged. Although he was not afraid of Luya, he did not want to be involved in the battle between Gu Hai and Luya. Shing. The huge yellow gourd on Luya's back opened and a ray of white light shot out. When the white light appeared, it lit up the entire heaven and earth. It slashed towards Ao Shun. Great! Yi Hua shouted in surprise. Immortals slaying flying saber. Ao Shun's expression changed. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forward. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was too powerful. Ao Shun's long sword was cut in half in an instant. Moreover, it did not slow down and slashed towards Ao Shun's neck. Vine come! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a vine pulled Ao Shun to Gu Hai's side. A green gourd appeared on Gu Hai's back. Hundreds of millions of vines came out of the gourd and wrapped around the immortal slaying flying saber. Rumble. The void was wrapped by hundreds of millions of vines. The immortal slaying flying saber in the middle suddenly stopped. Vine World Gourd? Luya sneered. Indeed, it's the Vine World Gourd that grew on the same vine as the immortal slaying gourd. However, it seems like Gu Hai's Vine World Gourd can't be fully activated. These vines seem... Mosquito Daoran was surprised. It's not that it can't be fully activated. So what if it can be fully activated? The immortal slaying gourd is a golden gourd, while the Vine World Gourd is a wooden gourd. Gold restrains wood. Treasure break. Luya shouted coldly. Boom. The hundreds of millions of Vine World Gourds were cut in half almost instantly. The immortal slaying flying saber shot towards Gu Hai at a faster speed than before. The immortal slaying flying saber never misses. If I don't see the head, I won't turn back. Slash. Luya stared. Boom. The flying saber instantly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Hall leader, be careful. Ao Shun shouted. The flying saber was shot towards Ao Shun. However, Gu Hai suddenly went forward. Luya narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out his hand. Whoosh! A red gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He opened the mouth of the gourd and immediately aimed it at the immortal slaying gourd. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber was immediately sucked into the red gourd. Rolling red flames emerged from the mouth of the red gourd and instantly pressed towards Luya. What is this? It trapped the immortal slaying flying saber? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace, true fire gourd? Luya narrowed his eyes. You're right. Gold restrains wood. The Vine World Gourd is restrained by your immortal slaying gourd. However, I still have the true fire gourd. The Samadhi true fire is used to forge the flying saber. Fire restrains metal. Wait for my true fire to refine your flying saber. Gu Hai said coldly. 8 trigrams furnace? Isn't it in Wansho Taoism? What? Mosquito Daoran's eyes flashed with greed. Boom. Luya reached out and pushed away the Samadhi true fire that was charging towards him. Fire restrains metal? You're thinking too much. My immortal slaying flying saber is no longer metal. I use the sun true fire to temper it every day. Why would I be afraid of your Samadhi true fire? Since you're courting death, I'll bring your head back. Luya glared. Gu Hai's expression darkened, but he felt the true fire gourd in his hand tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. If I don't see your head, I won't turn back. Slash. Luya's eyes turned cold. Boom. With a loud sound, the true fire gourd in Gu Hai's hand was torn open from the bottom. The immortal slaying flying saber instantly flew out and shot towards Gu Hai's face. Swoosh. It was as if it was about to cut off Gu Hai's head. Chapter 677. Swoosh. The immortal slaying flying saber broke through the Vine World Gourd and the true fire gourd. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Gu Hai's head. Without seeing the head, it did not turn back as though it wanted to take off Gu Hai's head in an instant. Hall Master! Ao Shun exclaimed. Mosquito Daoran did not care. Gu Hai was so powerful, how could he not deal with the immortal slaying flying saber? Yi Hua and Yan Hua's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shing. As expected, when the immortal slaying flying saber shot over, Gu Hai suddenly spat out a ray of white light. The white light instantly pierced heaven and earth, and a sharp metal elemental saber beam was emitted. The aura of the immortal slaying gourd? Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Opposite him, Luya also stared at the white light that Gu Hai spat out in surprise. Because this white light was the same as the one emitted by his immortal slaying flying saber? Boom. Gu Hai spat out something that suddenly collided with the immortal slaying flying saber. No. Mosquito Doran exhaled. Gu Hai only had so many treasures? True Fire Gourd, Vine World Gourd, it would be strange if another immortal slaying gourd appeared. The vine of the immortal slaying gourd? Luya narrowed his eyes. The golden vine blocked the immortal slaying flying saber, causing it to pause. So what if it's a vine? The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. Without seeing the head it will not turn back. Break. Luya shouted. Boom. The immortal slaying flying saber instantly knocked away the golden vine and slashed towards Gu Hai with unstoppable force. Suppress. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out from between his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been forced into such a sorry state. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine seal appeared, a huge suppressive aura was released. On the heaven-suppressing divine seal, 4 words in blood, by the mandate of heaven, live forever, seemed to instantly carry a heavenly might that pressed on the immortal slaying flying saber. Hong. With a loud bang, the immortal slaying flying saber and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal collided, instantly creating a powerful wind storm. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was instantly knocked back into the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, and the immortal slaying flying saber also instantly shot back to Luya. Pa. Luya reached out and grabbed the immortal slaying flying saber that was flying back. Turning back? It was actually knocked back. What kind of treasure is that? Luya glared. He saw that there seemed to be a seal on the flying knife. The words were written in blood, receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper. Luya glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost beheaded by the immortal slaying flying saber. Mosquito Doran, on the other hand, had a natural expression on his face. Ao Shun was also covered in cold sweat. Just now, when the immortal slaying flying saber flew over, Ao Shun actually felt helpless. He was the dignified dragon prince. He was an expert of heavenly palace. How could he be helpless in front of Luya? Ao Shun looked at Luya in shock. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with his eyelids twitching. Immortal slaying flying saber, that's all there is to it. Gu Hai also said that to maintain his image. Just now, how was that all there was to it? It almost took his life. Gu Hai looked at Luya with a gloomy expression. Luya asked Gu Hai but he didn't get an answer. His expression was also cold. Immortal slaying flying saber was sealed? Good ha. Mosquito Doran gloated. Mosquito Doran's gloating made Gu Hai speechless. Do you really think that I'm invincible? What if Luya continues to provoke me? There were words on the immortal slaying flying saber. To Luya it was indeed a humiliation. Slashing at the flying saber. You won't turn back until you see the head. You turn back. Luya suddenly looked at the immortal slaying flying saber in his hand with a gloomy expression. Everyone was stunned. What did Luya mean? What did he say to the immortal slaying flying saber? Wong? The immortal slaying flying saber trembled slightly, as if it was begging for mercy. If you turn back you're useless. Luya said calmly. However, Luya's 3 fingers suddenly turned golden and he clenched them. Kacha. The immortal slaying flying saber that was like a hot knife through butter was instantly snapped into 2 by Luya. Snap. Bam. Before the immortal slaying flying saber broke, it released a dazzling white light, as if it was crying out its last sorrow. You broke the immortal slaying flying saber? Ao Shun's expression changed. Isn't it just that the treasure didn't achieve a satisfactory result? Was there a need to destroy the transcendent artifact? Luya looked coldly at Ao Shun. I still have 108 immortal slaying flying sabers of this level. It lost so it can only die. Otherwise, it will dirty the immortal slaying gourd. Ao Shun. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. There were still 108 of them? Of this level? How many immortal slaying flying sabers did Luya have? Yi Hua and Yan Hua also looked at Luya with raised eyelids. They knew that this was a freak, but now they realized that they had underestimated him. At this moment, the two of them didn't even dare to ask for help. This Luya was like a lunatic. He could even destroy his flying saber. Would he kill us along the way? Guhai, you're really lucky. However, it's okay. Let's play slowly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Guhai. Play slowly? Are you kidding? An immortal slaying flying saber almost made my head fall to the ground. You still want to play slowly? Unfortunately, Luya was too stubborn. Guhai's previous idea of changing Luya's mind with words obviously didn't work. What should I do now? Suddenly, Guhai saw Mosquito Dauren with a satisfied expression. Mosquito Dauren thought that Guhai was pretending to be weak again, so he didn't take it seriously and just watched. Luya was powerful, but was Guhai weak? What Mosquito Dauren didn't know was that Guhai was really not pretending. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, do you still remember our previous deal? Guhai looked at Mosquito Dauren. You're not asking me to kill Luya, right? I don't dare. If his father were to hunt me down with all his might, all the demons in the world would see me as their enemy. Besides, behind Tai is the immortal of 6 paths. Don't trick me. Besides, I have the right to refuse. Mosquito Dauren shook his head immediately. I'm not asking you to kill him. Just stop him for me and let me leave. That's not difficult, right? Guhai smiled. Stop him? Mosquito Dauren was slightly taken aback. That was indeed not difficult. Besides, Tai wouldn't care about stopping Luya at all. I didn't do anything to his son. I just blocked his way. Would he chase me all over the world? That's right. Stop him and let me go. Guhai said solemnly. But there's no need for that. With your strength, do you want to waste my chance? Mosquito Dauren looked at Guhai. Guhai looked at him. Asking you to do 3 things seems to be too much. Let's count this as 1. Guhai nodded. Why? Mosquito Dauren looked at Guhai in shock. That shouldn't be. Luya is stronger than you. Why ask me to do it? Are you bored out of your mind? I'll be willful, okay? Will you do it or not? Guhai frowned. Willful. Mosquito Dauren was speechless. Indeed, the strong could be willful. Of course, why not? Just stop him. What am I afraid of? Damn it, remember this. This is the first time. Mosquito Dauren immediately shouted. The first thing. Guhai nodded. Whoosh. Mosquito Dauren immediately stood in front of Guhai. Mosquito Dauren, get lost. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care where you came from. Luya said coldly. Mosquito Dauren said to Guhai, all right, go quickly. I'll catch up with you later. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, take care. Guhai said solemnly. Immediately, Ao Shun drove the flying boat away. Whoosh. The flying boat flew into the distance. Stop. Luya's expression changed and he was about to attack. Crown Prince Luya, your opponent now is me. Mosquito Dauren suddenly laughed. Boom. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes suddenly flew out from Mosquito Dauren's surroundings, covering the sky and earth. It seemed to form a huge wall blocking Luya. Humph, courting death. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Whoosh. Another flying knife shot out from the immortal slaying gourd and instantly shot towards Mosquito Dauren. It's coming? Break. Mosquito Dauren stretched out his hand and struck. Whoosh. This time the flying knife speed was several times faster. Mosquito Dauren's palm did not even touch the flying knife. The flying knife instantly flew past Mosquito Dauren's neck. Whoosh. The flying knife instantly flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Dauren's head flew up. Ao Shun, who was escaping in the distance, changed his expression. Mosquito Dauren's head fell to the ground? So fast? Humph, this Crown Prince's flying knife will only become stronger. Do you think you can stop it? Luya snorted coldly. However, he saw Mosquito Dauren's head fly off. Mosquito Dauren's body suddenly shattered, turning into hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. As for the wall of mosquitoes that blotted out the sky, it was still floating in the air. Luya's expression changed as he felt that something was amiss. Ha, Crown Prince Luya, your flying knife did not find me. Mosquito Dauren sneered. On the other side of the mosquito wall, a mosquito slowly transformed into Mosquito Dauren. Wasn't that Mosquito Dauren? Ao Shun's expression changed. It was not just one mosquito but 20 mosquitoes slowly transformed into 20 Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dao Avatar? Luya's expression turned cold. That's right. They are my avatars. Do you know which one is my true body? The 20 mosquito Daurins sneered in 20 different directions. Humph, I don't need to know which one is your true body. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Boom. White Tong Tian light illuminated the ground. Suddenly, 20 immortal slaying flying knives flew out of the gourd and instantly shot through the 20 mosquito Daurin. Immediately, the heads of the 20 mosquito Daurin fell to the ground. Swoosh. The 20 immortal slaying flying knives returned to the immortal slaying gourd, but the mosquito wall did not disappear. Ehe, it is indeed a powerful gourd. There is more than one flying knife. Another mosquito transformed into mosquito Daurin. Luya could not tell which was real and which was fake. There were billions of mosquitoes. Ao Shun widened his eyes in the distance. Mosquito Daurin? You live up to your reputation. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Luckily, he had stabilized the mosquito Daurin earlier. Otherwise, he would be in trouble now. Mosquito Daurin, when we get separated, you can go to the place where we first met and wait for me. I will definitely come back. Gu Hai shouted. Don't worry, I will find you. A mosquito Daurin shouted confidently from the mosquito wall. Luya looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was flying in the distance. Humph, Gu Hai, listen up. I order you to come back immediately. In the distance, Gu Hai sneered. You must be joking. Do you think I am stupid? You will know very soon. You have to come back even if you don't want to. I will wait for you here. Humph. Luya shouted coldly. Swish. Gu Hai's flying boat had reached the horizon and disappeared in front of everyone. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.